pick it up. Guys, I'm going to bail. I'm going to be in here in the shack, but I'm going to be shutting down the station. I had a lot of fun for the AM rally. I think it continues on tomorrow a little bit. I got to check out the closing bell time, and I'll try to get some more if I can, but I'm going to take a break. I've been at it pretty good. Yep, I've worked plenty of stations. I'm going to contribute and export my log and submit it to the organizers of this fantastic group, the fantastic event, the AM Rally. So I'm really happy about being part of it, and it's just been a real pleasure to work all of you gentlemen, and I hope to hear each one of you very soon again. So Jim, to take it down in D.C., this Kilo Mexico 4 X-ray Germany, this is Kilo Germany 2 Radio Germany 730.
Yeah, okay, Justin. Yeah, 73. Nice to work with you again. Yeah, great signals here tonight. Excellent all around. Justin, yeah, you're right about this. You know, I'm 20 miles west, actually, of D.C., and the prevailing wind blows from the northwest most of the time, so I can't actually smell the city most days. But anytime the wind comes from the east, it stinks. And that's just the price of living in beautiful downtown Greater Herndon, Virginia, in lovely Fairfax County. So, yeah, I'm going to check out as well. Just wanted to get Bob in the log. He's the only one of the group here that I had not worked before. But nice to hear the rest of you in here, and nice to hear that the AM rally is going strong, and that's great. And kudos to Clark and Steve for their work on this. And Bob, I just want to say, you got some armor-piercing audio there. I mean, it's going to cut through when nothing else will. I'll tell you, it's really got a presence to it. And the only other comment I had was from Bill. Nice to hear you again. I gotta say, Bill, I don't know if I've ever told you, but that DX60, that's the nicest sounding DX60 I have ever heard. I mean, it's just beautiful audio. When you said DX60, I just went, what? My eyes just popped open. It's like, wow, that thing sounds excellent. So you did a terrific job with that. So without further ado, yeah, I'll get out of here and say 73 to all, and I'll pass it back up to Ray. Yeah, I think it goes to Ray next. WD2 AFJ and the group, King Mike 4, X-Ray Golf, 73 for now.
And one music.
W1 VCM.
Let me write that down, because I'm sure going to forget it. M1, A1. MUC. I probably already screwed that up. Anyways, all right, Jim. Very good. K14XG in the group WD2AFJ. Well, it's good to chat with you there, Jim. Thanks for joining in and having a good time here. And just wanted to comment. We also get the northwesterly winds here. That's the prevailing winds, and whenever it comes in from the east, it usually brings the seagulls inland. So when we see seagulls flying around, we're like, don't, not on my car, man. Them things can land a deadly bomb. Anyways, everybody's
signals are doing great here as we get into the later on and here into the evening. And Justin, 73 to you. Nice hearing you on the bands today. And it sounds like you had a great time. And if you're listening, it was a pleasure to work you. Look forward to working you again. Congratulations on actually participating and logging in the stations. That's great. And Bill, I wanted to comment also on the DX60. It sounds really nice, wonderful. You did a nice job on that. I think Justin referred the QIX mods, so they that really worked out nice. And we were on 40 earlier. I worked you on the T368. And earlier than that, I had my Johnson 500 on, so we had a great time. This is a lot more time than I usually spend on AM. I've got to change that. But with that, I'm gonna let me see. I turn it over to you there, Bill. So I'm gonna be the third one here to kind of not pull the plug, but just take a break here. So I'm just gonna walk into the kitchen there, see if I can find a snack or something, and maybe I'll get back in here a little bit later. So Bill, actually there was a station that just broke in there. Bill, I'm gonna send it over to the break-in station, and then he can send it over to you. So N1MUC to take it. When you're done with it, if you could just send it over to Bill, KD1SH. And you guys can take it from there. So, N1MUC and the group WD2AFJ.
W1VCM.
W1VCM, acknowledged. This is N1MUC. I don't think I worked KD1SH, at least not on 75. So I'd like to get that one in the log. Name here is Paul, Papa Alpha Uniform Lima, and you got the call sign light, November 1, Mike Uniform Charlie. QTH is Trumbull, Connecticut. The rig is a Kenwood TS930S and a Heathkit SB200 linear, and a 75 meter dipole, 75 feet up in the air. KD1SH, N1MUC.
Okay, Paul, very good. Very good. Your TS930S sounds great. Sounds very, very good. And your call is familiar. I believe we worked last year's rally too, which is a good thing, because it means that those who enjoy it keep coming back. So it's a wonderful thing. The rally is indeed a wonderful thing, and hats off, like other people have said, to Steve and Clark and everybody else that makes it possible. And I do turn in my logs. I keep a log, scribbling madly with a pencil here, but I will be translating that to a regular Excel spreadsheet at some point and turning it in. So that's it's part of the whole deal for me. So very good. For anybody that didn't catch all my information here, name is Bill, Kilo Delta 1 Sierra Hotel, running the DX60. Steve, QIX modified DX60. I'd like to take credit for it, but he did the design work, and I just did the soldering work. And the little town is Ashford, Connecticut, ASHFORD. So very good. Everybody is sounding great here, and I heard the museum station, and it sounded like Larry. W1VCM, over to you. Good evening from KD1SH.
NTFRY Syracuse.
Okay, and I hear N2FRY in there. Yeah, hi, Bill. Heard you on 40 meters, but I don't know if we actually worked you on 40 or not. I guess so. If you heard somebody, I'm not sure who was at the microphone at that time. But anyway, you're very strong, of course. And I hear N1MUC, who we worked before. Hello again. and N2FRY. I'm going to put you down there. I'm going to turn it over to you, N2FRY from W1VCM. Name is Larry.
Hello, everybody. N2FRY. I'm running my spare rig. I'm running a TS940 Kenwood. But I can probably stretch the power up this tiny bit for you. Yeah, this is a spare rig. My other one I've been putting tons of mileage on just took a crap. Man, it thing went into spaz mode. Now it won't transmit, and the receive's weak. When it finally did start working, something blew up. Now, the rig's only, 35 years old? Yeah, I'll fix it. But I just wanted to see if my signal was actually making it onto the air. I'll pass it to the next person. Just going to make a quick in and out check on this thing. I think it's a right box set. You're aiming at 100 watts total. N2FRY. Wasn't sure who to turn to.
How that goes. I feel your pain. You guys.
Pick it up. Go ahead and pick it up. N2FRY.
I think you cleared the frequency, Larry.
I think I did.
Sorry about that. I figured we were on 40 hanging out, and W1AW is on 40 meters. Sierra W5DX is on 7285, working the AM rally. How about that? W1VCM.
Evening, Larry. That's really good to know, and I'll pass that along to Kathy. This is Whiskey Bravo 1 Golf Charlie Mike to the breaking station.
Yeah, N2FRY. I just want a quick signal report, and then I'll let you guys get at it.
Yeah, you need some more carrier, either more carrier or less audio. It's really distorted.
Yeah, it's getting kind of, the band's starting to get a little bit rash right now. N3 TQW.
All right, there you go. Here you some more carrier. Yay, less audio. N2FRY.
Okay, N2FRY, WB1GCM, Whiskey Bravo 1, Golf Charlie Mike. You're 5 and 8, 58 into Connecticut, over. Running an ART-13.
Yeah, this thing's a TS940 Kenwood that I just got out of mothballs to replace the one that just blew up on me here rather suddenly. I don't even know what happened and why, but it just quit altogether. Won't transmit. Got some receive issues now, and it seems to be quite deaf. All right, well, I just wanted to see if I was getting out there. That's it.
Doing a great job. Sounds great. What's your name and QTH?
I'm in Syracuse, New York, N2FRY. Name is Ed, Echo Delta. And I hang out with the group of guys that go to Armstrong Transmitter, right?
Awesome. Well, we'll pass it around to others on frequency here. And I intended to just listen out here, but it's Bob here, Bravo Oscar Bravo in Coventry, Connecticut. And we have quite a few stations on frequency. Rudy, are you still there with your gigantic 813 times 4 radio? N3 TQW, WB1 GCM.
Yes, I am. W1 GCM. This is N3 TQW. I'd like to work Ed up there. N2FRY. This is N3 TQW. How copy?
You are S9 plus 60. S9 plus 60. And again, is the audio in the carrier about right for this rig here, guys?
No, you're perfectly readable. You're fine. And what parts of New York are you from? Because you took a deep fade when I was trying to jot it down there.
Okay, I'm in Cicero, New York. Cicero, north of Syracuse. Antenna is a dipole antenna. It's not really high.
and I'm using the tuner in the radio. So I'm about 40 watts carrier, and it looks on the meter. I got some nice forward swing with it, guys.
QSL. Well, it's doing fine right now. I mean, you're giving me about 8 to 9 S units down here into Hanover, Pennsylvania, and you're perfectly readable right now. And just like what Bob was saying, you know, I'm running a pair of 813s by a pair, homebrew, and putting out about 300 watts of carrier. So I'll go ahead and drop off, and if anybody else wants to work Ed there, go right ahead. This is N3TQW.
N1MUC, I'll work N2FRY, and I don't think I worked N3TQW on 75. I'm looking over the log right now. I don't see it, so I'll take you too. N2FRY, N1MUC.
Yeah, N2FRY. Very good. I appreciate you guys letting me in here. I don't get on 75 AM too much. I plan on hooking up a BC610. I got a F model BC610 that I'm going to get on the air here this summer. Get it out, get the mothballs off it, get it tuned up, and get that baby rocking and rolling with a, even got the modulator and everything. But this radio here was sitting over on top of a Henry 2K for the last 5 years. I didn't even know if it worked. I've got so many of these rigs, but I picked this one up just to replace the dead soldier that's sitting underneath it, kind of like watching the TV set that's got the TV on top of the other TV. But anyway, I'm glad to hear that this thing's working. Thank you guys, I appreciate it. And I was wondering if W2XAM there, Kevin ever gets on here, or Timmy Bob, the guys I used to work with at Armstrong there, QSL.
I'm not absolutely certain. I hang out on 75 a lot, and on 160 and 40, but I don't recall hearing that call sign.
Yeah, okay, very good. Yeah, Kevin gets on in the morning on 3705. He has a net every morning and he's always on, so yeah, this is the first time I've been on 75 meters for, years. So I wish you all best DXing and having fun, because I'm glad this radio's working. Jesus, I appreciate that. N2FRY, I'm going to pass it back to the last station, and I'm going to get going, and have a good evening.
73s, N3TQW, how copy N1MUC?
N3TQW, what was the station again, please?
November 1, Mike, Uniform Charlie.
Okay, yeah, we worked Paul last night. We worked Paul last night when the rally just started, and he was on here for a good hour with us last night. So anyway, good evening, Paul, and how's everything going on up there in Trumbull, Connecticut? This is N3TQW Rick here.
Oh yeah, I just found you in the log, so I can't log you twice. No, we're doing good. I'm thinking of going down to 160 and throwing the broadcast transmitter on for a little while. If there's anybody else on this frequency who has not worked me on 75 and would like to, then I'll give you the chance, and then I think I'm going to QSY to 160 for a little bit. But thanks for the comeback, N3TQW. If I look that back up, you're right, it was right in the beginning of the, it was Rudy, that's correct. But thanks for the comeback here. All right, I'll let go of it here, and if anybody wants to work me, go ahead, give a shout. Otherwise, I'm going to QSY to 160 for a little bit. N1MUC.
Yeah, Kilo Mike 4, X-ray Golf,
W.
November 4, Juliet Golf Oscar.
N4, JGO, N1MUC, returning.
Alright, that was N1MUC. This is Bob, located here in Virginia. I usually get on and play just on the AM rally. We're running a Flex 5000, so I guess I would be I3. I'm not running any power, just between 50 and 100 watts. But I always enjoy listening to you guys, so I just wanted to make a few contacts during the AM rally so I can at least get my name on the board, and you sound great here in Virginia.
Bob, did you say that was a Flex 5000? A little noise got in there for a moment. I think I got everything else.
Yes, yeah, it's a Flex 5000.
All right, Mike, did you hear my specs before, or should I give them to you?
No, I didn't hear them before. If you don't mind, I would appreciate it.
Absolutely. The QTH is Trumbull, Connecticut. The name is Paul, Papa Alpha Uniform Lima. The rig is a Kenwood TS930S with a Heathkit SP200 linear into a 75-meter dipole up 75 feet. Over.
Fantastic, Paul. Wow, that's he's doing a great job. We're running an off-center fed dipole about 40 feet in the air. That's what we're running with the Flex here. Well, I don't want to hold it, and I don't want to move up to 160 or someplace there, but I did want to make a contact. And you're my first contact this weekend. I had to do some work and stuff, so this is the first chance I've had to turn the radio on. Thank you much for allowing me to do that. N4JGO back to N1NUC.
Yes, thanks for the contact. If anybody else wants to work you, go ahead. I'll stay here for a moment longer because somebody did double briefly with N4JGO, so somebody else might be trying to work me, but if you want to work him first, go ahead. Otherwise, call me, N1MUC.
Yeah, N1MUC, KM4XG.
That was probably a triple then because I called you too.
Okay, and let me get your call sign, and I'll just take them in order.
November 1, X-ray, Zulu Whiskey, Charlie in Rhode Island.
Okay, Charlie. KM4XG, N1MUC, I just gave my specs out. Do you need anything, or do you have it? You got a very good signal up here in Trumbull, Connecticut, about 25 over, and I don't think I got your name. Let me have your name and your rig. Thanks.
Yeah, Paul, we haven't worked before. You're 40 over here. Name is Jim. Transmitter is an IC765. It's a transceiver, actually. The amplifier is an SB220. The antenna is a G5RB at 40 feet. And that's the story here. And I would like to work Bob as well, N4JGO, when you're finished. N1MUC the group, KM4XG.
All right, Jim, very good. Yeah, your signal came up a little bit more. You were closer to 30 over on that transmission. So, you know, the band is wavering around a little bit. And I got your IC765. Okay, go ahead, N1XZW, and after that, get back to KM4XG, and I'll get my log caught up during that time period. So go ahead, Charlie. Let me know what you need from me, because I just gave my info out if you need anything. And otherwise, let me know what type of rig and power, etc. you're running in your QTH. Over.
All right, the handle is Paul, right?
Roger.
I thought Jim called you Bob. My earring's not good. Anyway, no, I don't need any of your info. I've been listening. But the radio here is a Ranger that's been modified as an exciter only, 10 to 13 watts. Listening on a Allied AX190. Running that into an FL2500 Yaesu sweep tube amplifier, developing just about 100 watts even.
Roger. Well, it's doing a very good job up here. I was writing stuff down in the log. If you just give me a quick transmission, I'll tell you what your signal is.
Yeah, that's right, the log. How's that thing with the guy sitting on the toilet? The job's not done till the paperwork's done?
That's good. Yeah, you got a bang-up signal in here. You're almost 40 over. So very good. That rig's working good for you. That Yaesu amp and the Viking Ranger. Okay, go ahead and I think KM4XG was trying to get to you too. N1MUC.
Yeah, good evening.
He was trying to get to that other station in Virginia, but Jim has all my information. He can write it in his log if he's keeping score here. Right, Jim?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, good evening, Charlie. Actually, I wanted to work the fellas that I've never worked before. That includes Paul. He's 556 in my log. And I want to see if I can get Bob N4JGO. Are you still in there? Kilo Mike 4 X-Ray Golf.
Yes, I am. Kilo Mike 4 or Kilo November Kilo Mike 4 X-Ray Golf. Yes, I got the Jim and I got your stats as we were running. We're located here in Virginia, and I'm running a Flex 5000 to an off-center fed dipole about 40 feet in the air.
Okay, good deal. Yeah, nice to work you. Neighbor, I'm in Herndon, Virginia, not far from you. And nice to get you in my world-famous electronic database of top-of-the-line AM radio operators. My pleasure. N4JGO and the group from KM4XG.
November 3, Yankee X-Ray Tango.
All right, thank you much, Jim. There's a lot of folks in there. I appreciate the contact. Jim, number 2, so I appreciate it. And I think you said it was is it Kilo November 4 X-Ray Golf or Kilo Mike 4?
Yeah, it's Kilo Mexico 4. Over.
That's what I thought. Okay, that's what I wrote down. Fantastic. All right, well, there's an N3 station in Northeast trying to get your cancel. Thanks for being so patient and coming back to me. N4JGO.
N3TQW. A request to work N4JGO. This is N3TQW.
N3TQW. Yeah, wow, what a signal. Great audio, too. Name is Bob, located here in Virginia, running a Flex 5000 with an off-center fed dipole up about 40 feet in the air.
Yeah, QSL, Bob. Beautiful signal up here in Hanover, Pennsylvania. Yeah, name here is Rudy. And we're running a pair of 813s modulated by a pair. Loading it up into a 125-foot long wire, so that's the station makeup here. And I'll go ahead and turn it over to the braking station. I think it was N3YXT, if I'm correct with that. This is N3TQW.
N3TKW, yes, N3YXT here in Delaware. Been listening to you fellows for the last couple of nights for a few minutes, and decided tonight I gotta make a call.
Okay, your modulation's very weak, very hard to copy. Is anyone else copying that gentleman out there? N3TQW.
Well, I can hear him, but it sounds like he needs a little bit more audio.
Okay, I increased it to 100%.
Sorry, give it another whirl there. Since you ramped it up there a little bit, go ahead and give us your name, your location, and what you're running there. This is N3TQW listening.
All right, very good. I'll do the best I can without screaming into the microphone. Name is Gurney. N3YXT. I'm here outside of Townsend, Delaware. I'm running a ICOM 7000, no amplifier, into a CH4 tuner. And I'm using a folded dipole cut for 3900, and that's a barefoot station. And that's all I got.
Okay there, Ernie. Yeah, that made a big difference on the audio there. Yeah, the name here is Rudy, and good to meet you this evening. Thanks for coming aboard. We got a pretty decent crowd in here, so I'll go ahead and I'll toss it over to Jim, KM4XG out of Herndon, Virginia. Jim, can you hear Ernie out there in Townsend, Delaware, N3TKW?
Yeah, hello, Ernie. KM4XG here in Herndon, Virginia. Running an IC765, an SB220, and a C5RV at 40 feet. How copy, over?
You are giving me a 30 to 40 over. Copy really good. My antenna is about 50 feet off of the ground. Hung from natural power on trees. It sounds really very good. All of you are giving me 20 over. Everybody I can hear. So I guess I'm the weak link in the chain here.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm hearing you. You're about S9, I don't know, plus 5 maybe. But the audio is a bit low. But nice to meet you, Ernie. We have not worked before. You're going to be number 558 in my world-famous electronic database. And a pleasure to meet you. N3YXT, KM4XG.
I'll take a call from, it was N3YC. Did I get that right? Is there an N3YC out there?
It is N3YXT. Young X-ray technician.
N3YJC. Okay, I don't think, of course, if I start to put you in the log, it'll tell me if I logged you already on this band. Name here is Paul, Papa Alpha, Uniform Lima, call November 1, Mike, Uniform Charlie, Kenwood TS930S, Heathkit SB200 linear, 100 watts into a 75-meter dipole. Over.
Very good. I'm running a barefoot station. I'm probably at 80 watts at the moment. I will go up and boost that up full nugget. You're giving me a 30 over, so it's guys, I hear you. It's superb.
Yeah, your modulation is a little weak. You've got a decent carrier. Just give me your call sign phonetically. November 3, Yankee Juliet Charlie. Is that correct?
No, sir, it is not. It's November 3, Yankee X-ray Tango.
All right, Nancy X-ray Tango, or Yankee X-ray Tango. Got it.
All right, I'm at 100 watts output on this radio now, which is a ICOM 7000, and it's the best I got at the moment.
Well, thanks for the contact. I just didn't get your first name. Go ahead.
It is Ernie, like Ernie, but with a G, not an E.
Roger. Okay, thank you. Thanks for the contact, N1MUC, on the side.
Thank you. I will also be on the side listening.
N3YXT. N3YXT. N3YXT, this is N4JGO.
N3YXT, go ahead.
This is November 4, Juliet Golf Oscar, N4JGO Bob in Virginia. Do you copy?
I do. You're giving me a solid 20 over.
Alrighty, Ernie, I appreciate it. My name is Bob. We're running a Flex 5000 12-fed dipole up about 40 feet in the air. I've got all your information, I believe. I think it's on ICOM 7000. Thanks for coming back to me. You sound pretty good on that ICOM.
Thank you, sir. I enjoy it. I have an old Yaesu FD101 that I need to bring out, knock the dust off of it, and begin working with it here.
Alrighty, fantastic. Well, the other guys got you to crank it up a bit, and that's the reason I could hear you better. Alright, I don't want to hold it. There's a lot in there. Thanks for coming back. N4JGO.
Very good, 7-3 and 3YXT.
N3FRQ. N3FRQ, N1XZW.
N1, I think it's XZW, N3FRQ. Yeah, this is Al in Jersey City, New Jersey. I'm running a B&W 5100, listening on an RCA AR88, which is even older than I am. And the antenna here on a city lot is a 100-foot doublet, kind of draped over the house, tuned up with an SGC tuner. How copy?
Good. I got everything but the name. The band went nasty.
Yes, the name is Al, Alpha Lima, over.
Yeah. That was my father's name, of all things, to not hear your name, right? Anyway, name here is Charlie. We're located in central Rhode Island, a little town called West Warwick. The station is a Johnson Ranger Exciter class at 13 watts into an amplifier, an FL2500 Yaesu, making about 100 watts.
Okay, Roger, got that. I'm not really generating a log here, but figured I'd kick in and make a contact or so just to add to the operations here. N3FRQ clear.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stations in here, so I'm sure there are others that want your information. N1XZW, clear.
This is N1MUC. I'll take a contact from N2CLE if I have that call sign correct. Call sign is correct. I'm running a Kenwood TS930S, a Heathkit SB200 linear, and I'm putting 100 watts also into a 75-meter dipole, 75 feet up. What kind of rig are you running, Steve? I think I got everything else. Roger on the rig. Thank you for the contact. N1MUC, I'll be on the side. Let somebody else have a chance.
I wanted to see if N3FRQ was still in there.
Roger, N3FRQ is here.
Hello, Al. N3SRQ. This is N4JGO, November 4, Juliet Golf Oscar. Name is Bob, located in Virginia. How copy?
Copy real well, Bob. Like I said, the station here is a B&W 5100 receiver RCA AR88. This is a city lot. The antenna is a 100-foot doublet, just sort of draped over the house, but it does okay for NVIS. Over.
Thank you much for coming back to me. This one says live. N4JGO.
N3FRQ, KM4XG.
KM4 station N3FRQ.
Yeah, N3FRQ. Hello, Al. Name here is Jim. Call is Kilo Mike 4, X-Ray Golf. Running an IC 765, an SB220, and a G5 RV. You're 40 over here in Northern Virginia. Over.
Okay, thank you for the signal report. You have the particulars.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Carry on.
N3FRQ, this is November 3, Tango, Quebec Whiskey.
N3 Tango, Quebec Whiskey. You're about 5'9", good copy, over.
QSL on the 5-9. You're giving me about the same signal up here, about 9 to 10-ish units here in Hanover, Pennsylvania. And Al, what is your location and the rig you're running again? Because we have some interference going on up here, and so I need to get you jotted down here. So back to you, N3FRQ, N3TQW, and the name here is Rudy.
Very good, Rudy. Location, and I'm sorry I missed this, Jersey City, New Jersey. And while Hanover, that's kind of back home. I grew up in Lancaster County in Lidditz. So good luck in the contest there.
All right, well, thank you for the contact there, Al. N3FRQ, this is N3TQW.
I'd like to get into CLE if I can. Into CLE, KM4XG. Yeah, Steve, you're 30 over here in Northern Virginia. Do you have my info? Yeah, roger that, Steve. Yeah, the call here, Kilowatt, Mexico 4, X-Ray, Germany. And the name is Jim. The name is Jim. Copy? All right, thank you, Steve. Nice to meet you. We have not worked before. And the same with Al. We had not worked before. So you're number 559 and 560. Pleasure to meet you both. KM4XG. Broken the band.
I was going to say that there, Jim. Got a lot of interference happening here. N3TQW.
Yeah, good time to take a break, which I will do now. Kilo Mike 4, X-Ray Golf.
Okay there, Jim. Yeah, go ahead and take your break there. I'll see if I can hold the fort down. This is N3TQW looking for any stations anywhere for the AM rally.
And I will take anybody that has not worked me, N1MUC in Trumbull, Connecticut on 75. And try the broadcast transmitter on 160. I will probably be back after a while. N1MUC QSY.
Okay, Jim. Enjoy the 160 side there. N1MUC, N3TQW.
November 8, Quebec, Papa
Charlie station, go ahead.
There's November 8, Quebec, Papa Charlie. John over here outside of Detroit.
Rudy, and the call sign is November 3, Tango, Quebec Whiskey, located here in Hanover, Pennsylvania, south central PA. So back to you.
Run that call back on me again, will you, and give me the handle. I'll write it down and got a little fuel coming back.
Okay, NAQPC, this is November 3, Tango, Quebec Whiskey, QSL?
Roger on that, and I believe you said it was rain.
Negative. The name here is Rudy. Rudy, that's Romeo, Uniform, Delta, Yankee.
Roger on that, Rudy. Fine German name. Yeah, you're sounding real good in here. We seem to be catching a little wash from next door. I don't know. I haven't slid down there, but I think they're set up shop on 80. I don't know why they couldn't move a little bit further down band, but oh well, it is what it is. excuse me. You're sounding good in here to Roseville, Michigan. And the handle really is Jonathan, but half the time I just say John because it's shorter on the band. You know how that goes. And the rig over here is a Johnson 500 with a KW matchbox, listening up on a NC303, going into a 75 meter flat top, feeding it with 600 ohm open wire line. Pretty straightforward. The audio processing is handled by a straight D104. Nothing fancy, that's run what you brung. Back over to you, Rudy. And N3 TQW and a QPC.
Okay, fine business there, John. N8QPC. This is N3TQW. Yeah, the rig we're running here, John, is a homebrew pair of 813s modulated by a pair, loading it up into a 125-foot long wire with a height of about 35 feet in the air, with outboard audio equipment, and we're actually exciting the rig with an Apache TX1. Set it in the tune mode, so it's actually pushing 5 watts of carrier into the RF deck of the 813. That's our rock carrier. So that's what the lash up is on this end. So back to you, N8QPC. This is N3TQW.
Fine business, N3TQW. The 813s is just loafing along, I take it. So they probably aren't even showing any color. They're just sitting there. They should outlast you at that rate. That's for sure. Fine business. Got good sound and audio coming back this way. And I scribbled you down on a log. I don't know what time it is. I don't know if they're being specific about times and whatnot. I don't know. Are they using some logging program for this or anything? You know what I mean? NAQPC.
I think they are, John, but I'm not, don't quote me on it. What I'm doing is I'm just creating a paper log of who I've made contact with, and if there is, I will just more or less just transfer what I've copied down onto their spreadsheet and then mail it in. Back to you.
What are you putting down for a time? You're in the same time zone as me.
What's the question again?
Say, what are you putting down there for a time? I ain't got a clock near me.
8:47 Eastern Standard Time.
All right, it's going in the log as 8:45. Fine business. Out of curiosity, what's the signals back like back that way?
Me about anywhere between 12 to 13 S units. Actually, 3 over, 13 over 10, something like that. No problem at all. Perfectly readable.
I'm getting much the same on this then. All right, fine business, old man. I'm not going to stay in here. I know there's other people who want to use the frequency. So I'm going to step back and take care of it. I appreciate the contact. Rudy. TQW and HTTC.
Thanks for hopping in and making your acquaintance here. Are there any other stations there would like to work John up out of Michigan there? His call sign's N8QPC. This is N3TQW.
N8QPC N4JGO.
N4JGO and AQPC.
Thanks for coming back, John. I've got all your info. I've just been sitting here listening to you and Rudy talk. Both of you have phenomenal audio. Sounds great. Good signals. You're 2530 over here. Again, a lot of folks on there. I appreciate listening to that Johnson 500. Sounds really good. We're running a Flex 5000. Software defined to a off-center fed dipole up about 40 feet. Just 100 watts, that's it. So we're just having fun. Thanks for coming back to me. N8QPC N4JGO.
N4JGO, what was the handle on that end? Where are you at? What's the QTH?
I'm up here outside of Detroit by Lake St. Clair. Fantastic. Name is Bob Bravo, Oscar Bravo. We're located here in the Shenandoah Valley of Virginia. Just enjoying the wonderful weather.
I caught a little QSB on that. Where'd you say you were?
Virginia. We're in the Shenandoah Valley, Virginia.
Roger on to Virginia. I always like Virginia. It's a nice looking state. And it can get plenty snowy there. I know that from personal experience. Especially if you're going to drive through the mountains. All right, fine business. You sounding good coming from Virginia. I'm let somebody else have it. I know there's a lot of people want to make contact out here. N4JGO and QPC.
Thank you, John. N8, QPC, N4JGO. He's open. Grab him.
N8QPC. N8QPC. WD2AFJ. Whiskey Denmark 2. America, France, Japan.
Let's see if I can say it without butchering it. WD2 MFJ. Well, that's mighty fine junk. That's what I thought that was. And AQPC returning.
Good evening, John. Nah, the call is Whiskey Denmark 2, America, France, Japan. Anyways, again, good evening. Your Johnson 500 sounds real good down here. Located in a town called Phillipsburg, New Jersey. And we're right across the Delaware River from Easton, Pennsylvania. And with this evening here, we're running a T368 transmitter and receiving in an R390A. So back over to you there, John. NAQPC WD2AFJ.
Alright, okay, make sure I didn't butcher that. WD2AFJ on your T368. I used to have one of those. Like it broke my back. Fine business, you're sounding good here. I didn't catch what your handle was. You got that you're in New Jersey. What was the name that way?
I gave it. The name is Ray, Romeo Alpha Yankee.
That's easy to spell. I should be able to spell that right. Real good. Well, you sounded good. Fine signal up here around Detroit. There seems to be a lot of activity out from that East Coast way. Well, not quite to the coast, but you know what I mean. Out east, how's that? And everybody I've talked to is to the east of me so far this evening. I haven't heard anything come much from down south. Nothing out west yet, but it's a little early for that. Fine business. Ray and
CWD2AFJ. All right, John, very good. Yeah, we're having a really nice day here today. Well, we did have a nice day here today. It was the first time the sun came out in about a week and a half. It was cloudy and gray and rainy and foggy and drizzly. Finally, the sun came out today. It was a beautiful day. A little chilly, about 31 degrees or so, but can't complain. So far, we haven't had any snow of concern. Actually, had about 4 inches or so a couple times, and that was it. So no complaints here. Anyways, John, I know you're running a Johnson 500. I have a Johnson 500, and I ran it on 40 meters late this morning, and I had a lot of fun with it. So always good to hear another Johnson 500 on the air. But earlier tonight, I was on here with my rice box, my Kenwood rice box, and then I decided to switch over to the old T368 here. Puts out a little more power. So, all right, I won't hold it up, John. Might be other stations here that want to make a contact. So I'm not actually participating in the in the logging, but I'll give my information out if you are. So I already did that. By the way, you're about 10 over to 15 over S9 here. So back to you there, John, is 7-3s, and thanks for the contact. N8QPC WD2AFJ.
Time business, WD2AFJ, N8QPC. Yeah, you're doing much of signing, about 10 over, and 10-15 over, bouncing around a little bit. Fine business. I appreciate the contact, and I've got you down in my log. I don't know, I think I may turn it in this time around. And you take care, and I'm going to clear out of here and see who else wants to get in here. WD2AFJ, N8QPC.
Calling, please. I got a little mixed up. 7-3, John. 7-3.
WD2AFJ. Ray, do you have a copy on N4JGO?
Yeah, N4JGO. WD2AFJ.
Alrighty, thanks for coming back, Ray. Name is Bob, Bravo, Oscar Bravo, located here in Virginia. Just running a Flex 5000 into an off-center fed dipole. Thought we would fire this thing up and have a little fun on the AM rally. That 368 is booming down here in Virginia, and I just wanted to get back and say hi to you. I know there's a lot of guys in there, but you sound really good.
Well, thank you, Bob. And 4JGO, WD2AFJ. Yeah, you're putting in about a 10 over S9 here. That Flex sounds real good up here. They all do. All those Flex radios, they sound great on AM. And down there in Virginia, yeah, you're making a good signal up here. I'm not sure if you're running, I don't know if you mentioned if you're running an amplifier with that or not, but you're putting in a good signal, Bob, and it sounds real good. So, yeah, the old T3 here, it's actually running kind of conservative. I couldn't remember the settings for 75 meters, so I kind of got it in the ballpark there, so I think she's okay. Just a D104 plugged into the front of it, and it's a good old rig. Sits idle most of the time, but once in a while we press it into service, you know. And today was a good day just to play with all the transmitters. So back to you there, Bob, N4JGO WD2AFJ.
All right, thank you, Ray. No amplifier, just straight 100 watts right out of the radio here. And it sounds like you've had a pretty good day there, running your Johnson and running a little bit of rice motor and back to the T3 here, so that's awesome. All right, I don't want to hold it. I know there's a bunch of guys in there, and thank you so much for coming back to me. You have a great weekend. N4JGO finished with WD2AFJ.
All right, Bob, you have yourself a great evening, and good luck in the rally here, and have a good time. That's what it's all about. 7-3 N4JGO WD2AFJ.
I tell you what, Ray, you are really planting a signal down here in Hanover, Pennsylvania, compared to the Kenwood setup that you had mentioned to me earlier there. Giving me about 30 to 40 over S9 down here now, compared to about 20 earlier with the Kenwood and the SB200. N3 TQW.
Yeah, N3 TQW, Rudy. Yeah, good to hear you again. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I just switch rigs there, and I'll give it a shot. But it was nice to get on with Kenwood, you know, the rice box, because it's easy way to get on. Real, you just kind of feel the band out, I just didn't want to go through the process of tuning this thing from 40 to 75, you know? I'm kind of lazy that way. But then I saw the band was in pretty good shape. I said, okay, we'll do it. So here we are. Your 813 rig is doing a great job here. Still putting a big signal out, Rudy. So yeah, thanks for the report there. N3TQW, WD2AFJ.
And WD2AFJ, N3TQW. Yeah, I just had to jump in there and just give you a report on it because, good grief. It was like I said, wait a minute, I just worked Ray, and, well, not that long ago, but when I saw the big difference there, plus you got a lot more punch on the audio, too. A lot more punch compared to the Kenwood there. But anyhow, I just wanted to give you a signal report down here, and you're definitely punching through. So anyway, we'll let you go, see if there's any other stations out there that either want to work Ray on the T368, or you can work myself, N3TQW, Rudy here. This is N3TQW listening.
Victor Charlie Mike. Hello, my name's Tina. I'm with a radio club here in Windsor, Connecticut. Whiskey 1, Victor Charlie Mike. We're on a Gates transmitter. Let's see, BC1T at the limit, 375 watts, and receiving on a Collins 75A1 on an 80-meter dipole. I think that's it. Over.
You got the big rig running there. Yeah, that's definitely putting a good signal down here, giving me about 30 to 35 over S9 into Hanover, Pennsylvania. And the name here is Rudy, Romeo Uniform Delta Yankee, and we are running a pair of 813s modulated by a pair, loading it up into a 125-foot long wire. And we are exciting the transmitter with an Apache TX1, driving it with about maybe 5-6 watts, putting out 300 watts a carrier. So anyway, back to you, W1 VCM. This is N3TQW.
Rudy, I didn't quite understand. I think you said you're at 300 watts on a 125 long wire. And what? I didn't catch your receiver and your transmitter. Sorry. Please come back on that.
The receiver is actually a realistic DX394. And I'm actually picking the audio output off of that and running it into a hi-fi amplifier with some EQ there to really give the audio some robust. And the speakers that I'm using are 12-inch bass reflexes, and so you got a good sounding station off that Gates up there. And the transmitter is a homebrew pair of 813s modulated by a pair. QSL. It sounds like you got some someone in the background there giving you some direction there. Anyway, thanks allowing me to work you there, Tina. Have a good evening and enjoy not the contest, but actually the AM rally there. Ray, are you still around? You want to work Tina up there? W1 VCM and N3TQW.
Oh, I'll give it a shot. W1 VCM. WD2AFJ.
WD2AFJ. This is W1 VCM on the Gates transmitter. I don't know if you heard it, but it's a Gates BC1T transmitter at 375 watts. We don't need an amplifier. And it's on an 80-meter dipole, receiving on a Collins 75A1. So, let's see, Ray. Okay, come back, please.
Very good, Tina. Good evening to you. And the rest of the group that's at the museum there this evening. Earlier on, I worked Rich on the gates. You said it's a BC1T and the 75A1 receiver. Very good. Oh, you're putting in big signals down here into New Jersey. Tina, we're located in a town called Phillipsburg, and that's kind of the most western part of the center of the state. So we're where I-78 crosses into Pennsylvania. We're the last town before you cross over the Delaware. So yeah, we're running a T368. It's a military type transmitter, and receiving on an R390A. And the antenna is a 220-foot doublet, fed with about 60 foot of 300 ohm ladder line into a 1-to-1 balun and about 10 feet of 213 to the back of the tuner. And that's the setup here. Microphone is a D104, and it pushes the old girl here pretty hard. So, thanks for the contact, Tina. And so we'll send it back to you. W1 VCM, WD2AFJ.
Thank you, Ray. So you're way over in the western part of Pennsylvania. I guess it's a pretty big state. Oh no, I must have it wrong. You're New Jersey. Okay. Yeah, I do have a little help here in the station from Larry, who actually set all this stuff up. So he knows what he's doing, and he knows all the equipment everyone keeps talking about. I'm just trying to scribble it down as fast as I can, but it really is fun and exciting to operate on this kind of equipment. So thank you for the contact, Ray. Oh yeah, sorry, WD2 AFJ, W1 VCM. Thanks, Ray. Bye for now.
All right, Tina, very good to work here. And Larry did a good job in setting that station up, putting a big signal. So yeah, best the rally here. You guys enjoy yourselves. Sounds like you're having a great time, and that's what it's all about. So we're trying to do the same thing here. So 7-3 for now, and go ahead, see if anybody else wants to work you there, or you can contact somebody else. W1 VCM, WD2AFJ listening.
W1 VCM, N4JGO.
Papa Charlie.
N4JGO.
N4JGO, I think it is. Please come back.
Yes, that's correct. November 4, Juliet Golf Oscar. N4JGO. Name is Bob. We're located here in Virginia.
Hi, Bob, from Tina at Whiskey 1 Victor Charlie Mike. We're a club station here in Windsor, Connecticut, and we're operating on a big Gates transmitter. And we're receiving on a Collins 775A1. Yeah, the Gates is a 375. What do you have there? Over.
Alrighty, Tina, that sounds fantastic. That's quite a setup there. We're running a Flex 5000. It's a software-defined radio, and I'm just running that into an off-center fed dipole that's about 40 feet up in the air. We're running 100 watts, and that's about it. I appreciate you coming back tonight. There's a lot of folks in there, and I'm sure they want to get to you. I just wanted to let you know that you sound really good here in Virginia.
Thanks, Bob. It's drifting a little.
No, it's not really, no, there's QRM
Yeah, there's,
carriers and...
oh, there's other carriers on. I got some help. Yeah, I got some help in the shack here because all I have for a radio is a little Kenwood. But you said your antenna is 10 feet up, did you say? Over.
Yeah, I have the same QRM here, and thank you, Larry, for helping out. No, the antenna is about 40 feet in the air. It's an off-center fed dipole. It's about 40 feet in the air. And if you're getting a lot of noise, we'll go ahead and call it quits here. Thanks for coming back to me. Thanks for letting me get you on the line, Tina. Have a lot of fun.
Yeah, Tina, do you copy? This is W2XR.
W2XR, I hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, hi Tina. We just worked on the 40-meter band, and I just decided to fire up here on 75. And just bear with me 1 second. I just want to check the tuning on my rig. Just bear with me. I'm going to turn up the play voltage. Go. Okay. Okay, we're running full tilt now. Very, very good. Yeah, good to hear you here on... oh, let me turn up the modulation, too. There we go. Now we're all set. Going between 40 meters and 80 meters takes a little bit of time here. Geez, I have the call here somewhere because we worked earlier on another band. W1 VCM. There we go. Tina, hi. This is Bruce, W2XR.
Hi, Bruce. I think I can work you on 75 meters now. I think I can log you on 75. So what are you operating on? Over.
Boy, you sound great on that Gates, the VC1T. Yeah, I'm running the homebrew transmitter here. I'm running a pair of 4-400As in the final amplifier, 2,000 volts on the final, and a pair of 833A modulator tubes in Class B, and the modulator tubes are driven by a pair of push-pull Class A 845 directly heated triodes. So I'm using the same tubes in my modulator that you're using in your final amplifier and in your modulator stage in that Gates BC1T, which is, again, a really wonderful sounding signal. You're putting in a much, much better sounding signal here on the 75-meter band, and also much stronger than you were when we were working on 40 meters. And I'm using the same receiver. I'm using my R390 with a Sherwood SE3 synchronous detector, and the antenna is an 80-meter center-fed dipole. It's fed with 600-ohm open-wire transmission line and a homebrew balanced L antenna tuning network. So that's what we're using here at W2XR. Tina, go ahead.
Wow. So you made that, and Larry's here in the shack because he set all this up, and he said the tubes that you have are hard to get.
Yeah, the 845.
The 845, he's
That's pretty cool.
goggling over the 845 tubes over.
Wait.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, on 40 meters, we're just running the DX60 into an amplifier. That was about 100 watts, so not the big signal like this is.
Yeah, we don't need an amplifier now. Not that I'm bragging. I'm just stating a fact. Over.
Do a little bit more tuning on the rig here, because as you can imagine, when you change bands with a rig like this... Hang on 1 second. Okay, I got the screen voltage right. Turn up the loading a bit. There we go. Make sure I got the final amplifier tuned. There we go. Turn up the screen voltage a bit. Okay. Good. Yeah, the 845s, they're actually, the ones I have in this homebrew transmitter, they're Chinese made, because if you were to try to find rather original U.S. stock 845s, they're virtually unobtainium. A lot of the
very high-end audio enthusiasts are using them as single-ended Class A triode tubes for amplification purposes. And some of those amplifiers I've heard, and they sound really, really, really nice. But the Chinese 845s, I've had these in my rig now since 2006. They've proven to be very reliable. I only run about 1,300, 1,350 volts on their plates. They're in self-bias with about negative 190 volts on the cathode. So the actual plate voltage that the tubes are seeing is about roughly about 1,200 volts thereabouts, maybe a little bit less. And the tubes are drawing 60 milliamperes per tube. I'm pulling about 120 milliamperes combined cathode current for the two audio driver tubes. And if Larry is familiar with the old Gates BC1F, which was the predecessor, two predecessors actually, prior to the BC1T, I'm using essentially the same audio driver circuit that Gates used in the BC1F, with the 845 audio driver transformer coupled to the 833As. And to add a little bit of icing to the cake for the modulator, unlike Gates, I'm using a shunt regulated negative grid bias supply to keep the distortion as low as possible within the modulator. And I'm also using, like Gates did, 6 dB of negative voltage feedback between the plates of the 833As and the audio driver. So, Tina, maybe you can appreciate it. I'm sure Larry has some understanding as to what I just said. But again, a wonderful signal on that BC1T from Connecticut. W1 VCM. This is W2XR Long Island.
W2XR Long Island. Wow. Well, I can't even see, the meter on the Collins is not really working, but you are loud and clear and sound really good. That's all I can tell you.
Strapping. I told you to say strapping.
Larry says strapping. Over.
Well, you have a very pleasant radio voice too, Tina. Pleasure to hear a woman's voice on AM. I've always said that that's the gold standard, that if the woman's voice comes through very clear, with minimal distortion, obviously in a good, clean transmitter and speech amplifier and audio processing setup, then the station is doing exactly what it's supposed to do. And I love to put my wife on the microphone too, so some of the other stations can hear her voice. And she also has, in my opinion, a very pleasant radio voice too. But thanks for that nice signal report. On my R390, you're coming in 80 dB carrier level. Doesn't get too much better than that. The maximum indication on the R390 is 100 dB, so that would probably be equivalent to about a 40 dB over S9 signal level. Tina, go ahead.
November 8, Quebec, Papa Charlie.
Okay, 80 dB. That makes us feel really good because we've worked pretty hard in this shack and just have a bunch of different radios, but we only put the Gates on for the AM rally, so it is fun. What else do we put it on for?
Oh, other times.
Oh, once in a while we'll do it, but yeah, but no, you sound really good too, but it's good to hear that we're 80 dB over. We're going to have to talk about that for a long time.
Is that is it a 390A or just a 390 non-A? And what bandwidth do you have it selected to right now?
Over.
Well, Larry, I've got them both here in the shack. I've got an R390, 1953 Motorola production, and I have an R390A, which is the 1967 EAC production, which are probably the most popular of the R390A. But no, I'm using the R390. You're in the 16 kilohertz IF passband, and I'm using a Sherwood Engineering SE3 synchronous detector. That's driving a Dynaco. The line output of the sync detector is driving a Dynaco PAT4 stereo preamplifier, which drives an Altec Lansing 1568A, which is a push-pull 40-watt EL34 based vacuum tube amplifier that I've made substantial modifications to. I've got the EL34's triode connected, so it's only good for about 15 watts, but triode connection results in lower distortion. And the loudspeaker that I'm listening to you and Tina on is a Altec Lansing 604C. It's a 15-inch coaxial speaker in an Altec 612 bass reflex enclosure. So I'm really listening to you in what I consider to be a true high-fidelity receive setup. So I can really, really appreciate how good that transmitter is sounding down here.
NAQPC.
I think Bruce is going to be in the old buzzard category.
Yeah, come again, Tina. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that is as good as it gets, I think. High fidelity on the AM equipment.
Wow, that sounds like a great setup.
So wonderful.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah, I've never heard anything like that. I'm gonna look you up now on QRZ and look at everything. Over.
Yeah, you'll see it all there. It's up on the QRZ.com page. And thank you very much for the nice compliments. I don't want to hold you guys too long. I'm sure there's a number of other stations here that definitely want to take advantage of hearing that great transmitter. But it was nice to work you on 40 and very nice to work you here on 75 meters, Larry and Tina. W1 VCM in Windsor, Connecticut. This is W2XR, Long Island, New York.
WB1S.
W2XR. W1 Whiskey Charlie Mike, Windsor, Connecticut. Thank you for the contact. Victor Charlie Mike. Yeah, we're looking at you now on QRZ. Okay, thanks, Bruce. Good night.
We have a meter like that.
We have the only thing we have in common with you is a meter, but that's okay.
That output meter up there.
And you have a
the power output SWR meter. We're bringing one of those right now.
Nice big power output SWR meter, and you have a beautiful microphone. Good night, Bruce. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Tina. I'm not using that RCA microphone. I'm using my RE27, and I'm sure you're talking about those Technical Material Corporation power/VSWR meters that I have here in the shack.
W1 VCM, KM4XG.
KM4XG, I think it is. Please come back.
Yeah, W1 VCM from KM4XG in Herndon, Virginia. Name is Jim. Japan, Italy, Mexico. I have all your information. The transmitter here is an ICOM 765. The amplifier is an SB220, about 250 watts. And the antenna is a G5RV at 40 feet. Your signal is 30 over in Northern Virginia. Over.
KM4XG, that sounds good. You sound pretty good, too. We don't have an accurate meter, but you do sound good. I got some help here in the shack because I'm not used to all this AM equipment. I mean, it's really fun and exciting to talk on this stuff. But, yeah, I'm used to a little Kenwood myself, personally. But thank you for the contact.
Your home call.
Oh, yeah, if you want another contact, I guess. I don't know if we can do that. My home contact is Kilo Charlie 1, Mike Tango Hotel. And my name is Tina. And you said you have the other information, I think. All right. Okay. Over.
Yeah, thanks, Tina. Yeah, I've worked at Club Station before. I've talked with Larry before, but I've never spoken with you before. So I just wanted to dump my information in there for the AM rally. 73, and good luck from KM4XG.
Whiskey Bravo 1 Sugar.
1 VCM from WB1 GCM.
Yeah, Bob. Hi, Bob. I was wondering if I was going to get to talk to you. I heard you were kind of down and out, but it's good to hear your voice. Over.
Thank you, Tina. W1 VCM from WB1 GCM. Hello there. Hello, everybody at the museum. I'm hanging in there. I'm getting better, you guys. You're working. Had a tough week, but you sound absolutely terrific on that transmitter, Tina. I can't believe the reproduction at this end. Over.
Very exciting. I'm very happy to be on the gates. Over.
Yes, it's a great privilege to be able to get on that big signal like that. I'm running an 80-year-old transmitter and receiver. It's called an ART-13, and the receiver is a BC-348, kind of like one that's around the corner in the military section, using a dipole antenna. I'll keep it short because a lot of people want to work it, Tina. W1 VCM 7388 from WB1 GCM.
7-3, Bob. Thanks for the contact. Over from W1. Where am I? VCM.
W1 VCM, November 8, Quebec, Papa Charlie.
November 1-8, Papa Charlie. Could you please come back? I don't think I got your call sign right. Over.
Yeah, W1 VCM, November 8, Quebec, Papa Charlie.
November 8, Quebec, Papa Charlie. W1 VCM. I don't know if you heard the information. We're operating on a Gates transmitter, BC1T, and we have it at 375 watts. And we have a Collins receiver, 75A1, on an 80-meter we're on an 80-meter dipole. I am getting a little bit of help here in the ham shack. This is a radio club. Let's see. I think that's everything. Come back.
Yeah, I got that before. I've been listening. Yeah, the rig on this end is a Johnson 500 with a D104 going in with a paired up to a National NC 303 using a 75 meter flat top with a 600 ohm open wire line, and the tuner is Johnson KW Matchbox. Pretty straightforward, running legal limit. And back over to you, Tina. And the handle on this end is Jonathan. I'm in Roseville, Michigan, right outside of Detroit.
Thanks, Jim. That's a pretty good distance, Michigan. John, sorry. We only had, I only heard one other Johnson so far tonight anyway. So that's good.
Yeah, it was another Johnson 500.
Oh, it was a Johnson 500. Okay. And then you said you had a 75-meter wire antenna. I think I got it all down. Okay, John. It's nice to talk to you in Michigan. Is it really cold there? Over.
All right, Tina. I'm not going to hold you up here. I'm not going to tune up in the middle of the band and hold up the band or anything like that. I got a dummy load. Apparently some other people don't. Pleasure making your acquaintance. Thank you for the contact. I'm going to say 7:30 to you and let the band roll on. W1 VCM NAQPC.
NAQPC, W1 VCM. Thanks for the contact. 73.
VCM from Whiskey X-Ray 3 kilowatt.
WX3K. Stephanie, hi. I think I can log you on a different band now. I think you might have my information already, the Gates transmitter. You've probably heard it a lot tonight. BC1T. and a Collins 75A1 80-meter dipole. So it's good to hear you again. I'm going to say Pennsylvania, I believe. Over.
That's right. Pennsylvania, in the Pocono Mountains. High in the Pocono Mountains. Indeed. Your BC1T, you sound fabulous on that thing. That thing is just such a marvelous sounding transmitter. It sounds really good here. Your signal is it's like tonnage here. That's how I describe it. And it's just so quieting and pleasant to listen to. So you have the deal with me, same equipment, but just a different band. And yes, now we've made contact on 3885. Yay!
Yes, thank you, Stephanie. We're on 75 meters now, and we've been getting good reports. Someone said 80 dB over, and someone said 30 dB over. So we're very proud of this transmitter that
He's used it before.
Oh yeah, Larry's still here. He says you've used this transmitter before, so I didn't realize how wonderful it sounded. So we're very proud of it. Thank you so much for the contact. 73 Stephanie, W1 VCM, over.
Okay, very good, Tina, and 73 to everybody else behind you there. I just have one question before I let you go. Do you have the Hamaconda, though, watching over the BC1T?
Sorry, Larry's laughing, so he got it, but I didn't get it.
I know what you're talking about.
He knows what you're talking about, but I didn't quite get it, but that's okay. I have a feeling that it might be something I can imagine. Over.
Tina, can I speak for a second?
Go ahead, Bob.
Charlie Mike, hi Stephanie. The Hamaconda, the ARRL would not give up Hamaconda. It is part of W1HQ, over.
Oh, that's a bummer. The Hamaconda looks so happy, just hanging out on that BC1T, Bob. It was just amazing.
Yes, it was, and it was a great attraction. It's a stuffed python snake, and it was nicknamed Hamaconda. So that's the story behind that, Tina, in case you're wondering about that. WX3K, but over to W1BCM, WB1GCM.
WB1GCM, that wasn't quite what I was imagining. I was imagining something more ham-like than a snake, but that's okay. I guess I'm never going to see it because they're never going to let it go. But that's all right. Thank you so much. I learned something new.
Wait, before you go.
Larry has to talk to you.
We should say that the one reason why it sounds so good is the Telefunken microphone.
We have been forgetting to tell everybody it's a Telefunken microphone. Maybe that has something to do with it, too. So, anything else?
Nah.
Thank you so much for the good reports. W1VCM, over.
73, have fun. This is WX3K.
Bye, Stephanie. Good to hear you.
You too, Bob. I hear you're under the weather. Get well soon.
Tina, W1VCM, WB1GCM.
I think so, Bob. It seems to be fading out, but it's been a great run. We've had a lot of fun here today. Over.
Yeah, I heard you had quite a run going on 40 meters with the DX60.
Yeah, we did. We've done well. So everything's looking pretty good, and we're still going to be back tomorrow. So we haven't faded out yet. We'll be back. W1VCM.
Over. Well, you know, as president of your club for the past 3 years, I personally have gotten to listen to W1VCM on the air, doing a great job with a clean signal and making everybody happy. So everybody there, congratulations on W1VCM at the Vintage Radio and Communications Museum of Connecticut. Good job. See you tomorrow on the air. W1VCM, WB1GCM.
WB1GCM, thank you so much for the report. It means a lot coming from you, Bob. So, yep, we'll be back tomorrow. W1VCM 73.
Good night.
W1VCM, WB1S.
WB1F. Do I have that correctly? Please come back.
Negative. WB1S, Whiskey Bravo 1 Sugar. Name is David on Fisher's Island. Over.
Hi, David. I'm sorry I didn't quite get it. Whiskey Bravo 1, is it an FS? Over.
Whiskey Baker 1 Sugar.
Okay, Dave, I have Whiskey Baker 1 Sugar. And we're a radio club here in Windsor, Connecticut, and we are operating on a Gates transmitter. I'm not sure if you heard it. I can't say it enough because we're very proud of the Gates. It's a BC1T 375 watt, receiving on a Collins 75A1 on an 80 meter dipole. I'm getting a little tired. Over.
Okay, Tina, very good. I know all that equipment very well, and had a 75A1 here for many years, running a Flex 6700, and just into a sloping dipole 55 feet up over here on Fisher's Island, New York. Over.
Okay, Dave, I think I've got that. Thank you so much for the contact. Over.
73s. Good luck.
W1VCM from N2DTS.
N2DTS, could you please come back? I'm not sure if you got your call sign correctly. W1VCM.
Good evening. It's November 2 Delta Tango Sierra QRP on a 4-stage QRP Nuvo 75 transceiver kit running off a battery from southern New Jersey.
This is W1VCM. I think I have your equipment, but I didn't get your name. Could you please come back? Is it Brett? We're looking it up on QRZ now. Over.
Yeah, the handle is Brett. Bravo, Romeo, Echo, Tango, Tango. We're running 5 watts off of a Nuvo 75 QRP kit. You're an excellent copy here into southern New Jersey.
Wow, that's pretty exciting. You're on 5 watts QRP. And we hear you pretty good. So that's kind of nice. What a contrast here. Over.
Yes, I thought I'd give it a whirl for the rally. This is a small transceiver. It's about the size of about 4 packs of cigarettes, maybe a little less. And I'm running it off of a little gel cell. It's a small QRP kit. And I have a D104 plugged into it, and it's going into a can dipole up about 50 feet. You sound excellent on the receive side from southern New Jersey.
5 watts in that.
Okay, that's great, Brett. You sound really good. It's very cool that you did that. And thanks for the contact. 73 from W1 VCM.
73s, and good luck in the contest.
Okay, Matt and Brad, very good. Yeah, you guys have the frequency. I don't want to be a bit into there, so roll with it. We're going to roll with it, and I'm going to push it down on my logbook here. I'll run into you again, so maybe you'll get,
W1 VCM clear and going off the air. Good night, everyone. 73.
Good night.
CQ-75. CQ-75. November 8, Quebec, Papa Charlie calling CQ. Station returned me, but apparently I'm not sure if the guys are 80 or 83. Wow. All of a sudden I'm just getting this incredible wash job. Maybe he's getting the same thing back, I don't know. November 8, Clinton, Papa Charlie. Let me see if I can switch over to a different side there and get you together. Give me that again.
Yeah, you might try the upper side. The upper side has lower side got somebody else.
November 8, Quebec, Papa Charlie.
frequency in use? QPC calling CQ.
This is N1MUC, CQAM rally for anybody that has not worked me already. Once again, this is November 1, Mike Uniform Charlie for the AM rally, over.
Go ahead. November 8, Quebec, Papa Charlie. I didn't kind of catch the whole call there. NAQPC returning.
I got a strong carrier in there, but you were making it through it, not over it, but through it, because it's unmodulated. And I think your call sign is N8QEC, is that correct?
Yeah, November 8, Quebec, Papa Charlie. Yeah, we got somebody in there throwing a carrier. Either they ain't got a dummy load or they don't have anything better to do, or they just want to be a dick. Whatever the case may be.
All right, N8 Quebec, Alpha Charlie, QAC. N1MUC, name here is Paul. N1MUC, November 1, Mike Uniform Charlie. The QTH is Trumbull, Connecticut. The rig is a Kenwood PS930S with a Heathkit SB200 linear into a 75 meter dipole, 75 feet up, over.
Alright, the call was November 8, Queen Papa Charlie. And I believe you said it was November 1, Uniform Mike Charlie.
N1, you got the right letters, just wrong order. N1MUC, November 1 Mike Uniform Charlie.
Alright, here we go. November 1 Mike Uniform Charlie. Fine business, sound good. Over here around Detroit, and the handle on this end is Jonathan. And I believe you said you're in Connecticut, Roger?
That is correct, Jonathan.
Fine business. The rig on this end is a Johnson 500, and paired up to an NC303, and you're sounding real good over here. Probably like about S9, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Well, you're doing about 30 over here in Trumbull, but with a Johnson 500, I would expect that.
Yeah, the Johnson 500 has been a good old girl. I like it. Nice transfer. Easy to operate and puts out a pretty good footprint, you know what I mean? Back over to you. November 1, Mike Uniform Charlie. November 8, QPC.
November 8, QPC, N1MUC. Obviously, if we're going back and forth between Detroit and Connecticut, the band has gone long. it did get noisy, and it was, we had quite a bit of static and band noise. You know, it might be some lightning static from those storms down south, but the band has gone long, but you were coming in pretty good here. I says for, as I would expect for that rig, and the audio sounds very good. Thanks for the contact. Let me just make sure I've got everything down here. Yes, I do. You're in Roseville, I believe you said, and I'm in Trumbull, Connecticut. Over.
Yeah, Roger on that Roseville, Michigan. I didn't catch what kind of radio you're running on that end. And I didn't get no handle. The handle is Jonathan Wave feedback gleaned that off QRZ. I'm not one of those guys that has a computer in the shack. I don't immediately look up everybody's call. That seems to be fashionable, but it doesn't. I just haven't. I guess I haven't caught up with the times.
Coming in there, probably from a different area, because they were asking a question about a filament transformer. Bless that was for you. No, the name here is Paul, Papa Alpha Uniform Lima. The rig is a Kenwood TS930S with a Heathkit SB200 linear. We're putting about 100 watts into a 75-meter dipole, but it is more oriented to radiate north-south, so you're a little off to the side. You're northwest of me, but apparently I'm making the trip.
Roger on that. Now that's the guy down on 80. He's running real wide. I don't see what the percentage of that is, but he's running his transmit signal wide as a barn door. Apparently he just wants to see how much bandwidth he can take up at one time. But to each his own. He'll go away sooner or later. Roger on that, Paul. Like I said, the handle on this is Jonathan. You're sounding real good and coming out of Connecticut. So back over to you, QPC.
QPC, N1MUC. Yeah, there's been a few pileups on this band over the course of the day. I've been on 160. I've been, I would say, a vast amount of time on 75, and during the afternoon I was up on 40, which was also very active. But we'll see now that we may both get some contacts east-west a little further with the band opening up. So, thanks for the contact, Jonathan, and if anybody wants AM rally contacts from N1MUC with Jonathan and a QPC on the side, you want to reach us, come on back. This is N1MUC.
Yeah, NAQPC. Kilo Mike 4 X-ray Golf.
Kilo Mike 4 X-ray Golf. That call sounds familiar. I believe we've worked before. NAQPC returning.
Yeah, we sure have. Whenever Mother Nature allows contact between Virginia and Michigan. On those rare occasions. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, it's been a while. I thought I don't know if you're participating, if you're actually going to submit logs or not, but I thought I would give you Herndon, Virginia, in case you needed it. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, you sound real good this evening, except for that clown down on 80 that's running real wide. I'm gonna In just a second here, I'm going to reach over and turn the audio up about halfway on this thing and almost dose in his own medicine. I don't hate to be a jerk, but I may have to be a jerk to prove a point.
Yeah, well, I guess a lot of AM operators who don't normally operate very much AM, they get on for the AM rally. That may be what's going on. But yeah, I see him. He's on 82.5. And I don't know how he expects to be able to conduct a QSO in a crowded space like this. I'm going to talk to Steve when I get a chance. I'm going to ask him if maybe next year the AM rally could have some rules to make it easier for everyone to work. I mean, because essentially there's only 3 available channels, you could say, here on 75. And I think it would be nice if you would specify the operating frequencies and also the maximum bandwidth permitted. We don't interfere with each other. I've got my receive bandwidth set quite narrow right now so I can pick you up without the interference. But anyway, I'll keep it short. Just wanted to give you a shout, say hello, and say you're sounding very good here in downtown Herndon, Virginia. Any QPC, nice to talk to you again in 73 from KM4XG.
KM4XG, I couldn't even get any of that. I was just suffering a terrible wash job, but I have a feeling that the wash job may be running 2 ways now. I can hear the modulation transformer starting to sing on this thing, then that usually means it is putting out some serious modulation at this time. Maybe this guy will get the idea that what he's doing to me. I hate to act like a jerk, but it is what it is. KM4XG NAQPC.
Yeah, 73, Jonathan. Good luck.
KM4XG, how copy N1MUC?
Yeah, N1MUC, I think we worked already. Go ahead.
Did I get your call sign correct? Kilowatt Mike 4 X-ray Golf?
QSL, that's correct.
Well, it let me put you in, so we might have worked on 40 or 160 or something, but it won't let me put the same call sign into the log on the same band.
Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure we worked, but anyway, yeah, put me in the log there. I've got you in my list here. Paul? Yeah, I got you. I got all your data. I'm running an IC765, an SB220, 225 watts, 250, into a G5RV at 40 feet, over.
Okay, I either mistyped your KM4XG, correct? I apparently entered you as KM4XGO by accident. That's probably what happened, so I can delete that one. Is that correct?
That sounds right. Correctamundo. Anyway, 73, Paul, good luck in the contest.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I'm up to 74. I want to do one more. I'll make 75, and then I'll throw the switch for tonight and continue on tomorrow.
Yeah, sounds like a winner. Yeah, it's a great thing. The AM rally. Yeah, I really like it. All right. Yeah, good luck in 73 from KM4XG.
KM4XG NAQPC. I can hear you now that that goofball went away.
Oh yeah. Well, he might be back. You never know. Yeah, I'm gonna check out of here. I think it's getting close to my bedtime. I'm just gonna listen out anyway. So you guys have fun. It's 73 for now from KM4XG.
Out of curiosity, does that make any difference when I crank the audio up on this thing?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it sounds, well, how would I describe it, you know? It does have a wider bandwidth. I noticed that when you turn it up. So, yeah, it sounds a little clearer and cleaner, I guess.
Oh, yeah, I try to run it on the low side, especially when there's a lot of people on the band. That's running at 2 on the audio gain. That's 3. I can just start hearing the mod transformer start to ring a little bit. The case starts going, and if I turn it up to 4, I can really hear the case rattling from the magnetics. And on the cathode current on the modulator, according to the manual, I'm not really over-modulating, but I know I'm putting some decent modulation out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'd say you have to about 8 kC wide right now, according to the waterfall I'm looking at.
Oh, so it's not really over-modulating then?
Well, no, I wouldn't say so, no.
Well, maybe I might just leave it there then. Yeah, it's funny, you know, this thing, you know, it's got a steel lid on the modulator, so when you really when it starts doing its thing, the lid wants to rattle.
I can't imagine what that's like. You know, I don't have a plate modulated rig, never had one. So, you've got advantage on me there.
Yeah. The old girls, you know, they got a soul, they got heart, they're like they're alive, you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I understand that part. I certainly do. You know, it seems like every piece of equipment has its own characteristics, even pieces of gear with the same model number on them have differences. I've noticed that. I used to be a repairman back in the day, worked on all kinds of stuff. And you would be amazed at how different the same model number is, you know, in a series. And they all have their own personality.
Oh, you're right about that. You know, I got a lot of tube audio equipment, and so I got some pieces just got their own personalities. I got a set of Dynaco Mark IIIs, you know, 60-watt monoblock amplifiers, and one will run a little bit different than the other. I figured maybe it's the tubes. I switched the tubes from one to the other, and the other one still ran a little differently. And so then I really started digging into it and checking resistance on cathode resistors and whatnot.
Yeah, I run into that problem here recently on this SB220. It's got the original 3500s from 1969, and the gain at VHF is really high on these tubes, and it creates a problem with VHF parasitics on the higher bands, and I was having exactly that problem on 10 meters here recently. And fortunately, I found a Rick Measures article about that problem, and he had a cure for it, so I installed that, and it's all straightened out now. But, you know, it kind of explains why every SB220 doesn't act that way. Some do and some don't, and it depends on the gain of the particular tubes that you have.
Yeah. You know, I got an SB220. It's a little bit different than most everybody else's. Mine's got a Peter Dahl transformer that was put in it, but it doesn't have a voltage doubler. The transformer was wound to be a full-wave bridge transformer, and it really fattened up the supply. It just kind of sits there, you know what I mean?
Yeah, roger that. I understand you had to modify the chassis, too, to get that in there, didn't you?
It's physically the same size as the other transformer.
Okay, interesting. Well, I don't want to hold it, but let's catch up again sometime outside of the AM rally. Because I enjoy talking with you. But I don't want to hold it right now. Because, you know, there's a lot of folks that want to get on. And I don't want to overbuzz the frequency, Roger.
Oh, well, I'm catching a little bit of that wash job again, so I'll tell you what, I'm going to say 7/3 to you, man. It was a pleasure. I hadn't spoke to you in quite some time, and, excuse me, I'm going to let you go, and you said you was thinking about going to night time, so I'll say 7/3 to you, unless you're going to be hanging around in there. It's a pleasure. KM4XG and 8QPC.
Yeah, thanks, Jonathan. Let's catch up soon, okay? 73 for now. KM4XG.
Yeah, hello, Jim. Yeah, hello, Jim. KM4XG. Here is KA2PVT.
Yeah, hello, Eric.
Okay, and we got a K0ARA out there. Yeah, good evening, Jim. Just want to get in there and say hello. And I don't know if you're working the rally, but we'd like to use you as another contact, and you'll be my first here on 75 meters. I've been making quite a few on 40, but we come down here because 40's gone. So how you doing there, Jim? There, over?
I'm doing okay, you know, for an old codger and the shape that I'm in, I'm not too bad. I can't complain. Well, Eric, you got all my information, right?
I'm not sure. I think that's what, a 781 or a 761?
Yeah, it's a 765 with an SB220 and a G5 RV at 40 feet.
Okay, real good. All right, and my information is the Ranger NCL2K and 80-meter doublet inverted D at 55 feet. So I think that's about it there, over.
Yeah, Roger, yeah, I knew you were on the Ranger. Sound good, man, like always. All right, buddy. Yeah, there's a bunch of folks in here who want to work you. So I'll catch up with you later. KA2PBT, always a pleasure. And KM4XG.
Okay, real good, Jim. Well, thanks a lot and good hearing you, man. I've been running this rally almost all day. I didn't even realize it was rally weekend. All right, catch you later there, Jim. This is KM4XG clearing with KA2PVT and the K0 Alpha Romeo Alpha station. Go ahead, KA2PVT.
K0ARA, come on, NAQPC.
Yeah, NHQPC. K0ARA. John Gilly wants to hear. And the 500 sounds good. Mike located in Kansas City, Missouri. Over.
You said it's Mark and you're in Kansas City, Missouri? I believe me, that's what you said. It sounded good outside of Detroit, and the rig here is a Johnson 500. Roger.
Located in KCMO, and the rally is quite busy tonight. But I heard you with the Q code down at the KM4 station, and just wanted to say hello QPC near Detroit,
Roger, on that, KZO. Well, you sound real good. And I believe you said you're working 100 watts, and I'm doing legal limit on this end. And I believe I said the rig was the Johnson 5. Well, you heard that already. You heard your spiel. You said you had all the information to find business. And I don't know if you want to stay in there or not, but if not, I'll get out of the way for the next time.
trying to figure itself out, but there is some loud stations on frequency right there about most, and I think we're getting tuned by some sideband that's close. But for the last 30 minutes or so, I've been copying it here in the city. The rig here tonight is a Millen homebrew. Pair of 812s, push-pull link coupled, and 811 modulators, and using outboard speech amp and 15-well-4 microphones. Dipole antenna, coaxial fed, inverted V configuration, and I'm not using the best receiver tonight for the conditions. I got an H2 100 Hammerlin, so that's the setup here, John. NHQPC K0AR in Kansas City.
Well, K0AR, that time around, you're sitting 20 to 30 over at that time, which is really good. The band favored us that time. Well, that's pretty cool. The Millen rig, there's not a ton of them around. I've seen them in person, but I've never seen one live. And so I'm listening on an NC303, and I like this receiver. I feel it's my favorite. I've got the 75A3 and the R390, and as far as listenability, I'd have to say the 303 is a lot more pleasant to listen to than them. I got a HRO50 and a 60. I haven't did anything with them yet, but excuse me, I've heard when you get them running right that they're pretty nice to listen to too. I didn't catch the handle on it, and yes, I did. It was Mark. My mistake. Fine business, Mark. I'm going to send it back over to you, and you can cut it loose if you want, or stay in there. I got conditions with you now. K0ARA and AQPC.
I think I got it right. Is it Quebec, Papa, Charlie, QPC, and name here is Mike, Mexico, Eddie so Mike is my name, and I run a rig, a Johnson 500, and an NC 303 also, but I got it on 10 meter AM right now, and it does pretty good. So these bigger homebrew rigs that I have, they're all plug-in coils, and I just got them single banded. So but at least with the 500, I can move it around if I want to. But good transmitter. I enjoy mine quite a bit. I'm sure you do too. And tell me,
Oh, you got it right on. You got it perfect. All you got to remember is a quarter pounder of cheese.
Roger, yeah, that's, in its day that was a pretty good burger, but not so much anymore, so it's all in the ingredients now, I guess. Back when you were young, I was young, it was real beef, but not anymore, so kind of go to somewhere that's a little more
authentic, I would say. John, at that time you were great. I mean, I don't know if the 3880 group is settled down or if this is conditions are right, but you're, gosh, 40 over here. That last transmission, so good signal. And we might have ran into each other on the heavy metal night. That call sounds familiar. I don't have that logbook here, but I thought you might have been on frequency back there in last January or December. NAQPC K0ARA.
Whiskey Victor 9 Romeo.
Whiskey Victor 9 Romeo, we hear you. We'll give it to you in just a sec. Yeah, I think we worked each other. Yeah, I think we did work each other, Mike. Yeah, you're just coming in here really good right now, too. 30, 40 over. And I before we go, I got to ask you, as far as listenability, what do you think of the NC303? And then turn it over to that fellow that just came in there.
John, I think it's a very hot receiver for its time. Because any strong signals will just tend the needle over. So I usually, on a loud signal, I usually put them in this night, and I hope yours does the same thing. And I acknowledge WV9R. That's the call sign for heavy metal night. I think you tried to check into our little round table, and last time we went to you, he didn't. You might have moved on frequently. WV9R from K0ARA.
K0ARA WV9R. Yeah, I was out on heavy metal night, but I was having some problems with my receiver, so it really wasn't where you guys hit me over. It was more of being so much noise in the receiver that I was due to the stepper motor controls that I had for my columns, 20s, and 3s that I couldn't hear anything.
Yeah, thanks for the contact there, Doug, and man,
exactly what was going on.
Credit for you.
Yeah, the name is Ray, Romeo Alpha Yankee, and I'm located in Portage, Indiana. I've got both of you guys at 20 to 30 over tonight. I didn't catch the other station's call sign, but definitely
You're coming in on my RC about 8.
Okay, so back over to you, K0ARA and WV9R.
Yeah, WV9R with NAQPC. This is K0ARA. Well, good copy, Ray, and yeah, good strong channel. I remember that call sign, and like I said, John, I don't have my logbook here for that night, but boy, I acknowledge the call sign.
Give me your transfer.
And then I'll say, I just feel like that we didn't give you enough time to check in, and you went on your way. But sounds like you got everything's worked out. I think it was cold that night, so maybe things kind of gummed up there because of the cold. It's mild here. Here for the last few days compared to. We went through a 2-week stretch that was winter. We got a chance of rain overnight, but nothing that like the West Coast and the southern states. And I was afraid that the thunderstorms would have hurt conditions tonight, but as they did last night, they just turned on and they were quite loud, and I turned it off. But continue your contacts today and give me enough conditions. Work in here
the rundown on the transmitter, and I'll send it back over to John. NHTC with WV9R K0ARA.
WV9R NAQPC. Well, fine business, man. And the conditions are really turned around now. You just sound beautiful. Couldn't ask for anything nicer than that. I'm looking at another rig that I had picked up here that I just went through, a Globe King 500, and I'm just deciding what I'm going to do with it. It needs a new home. It's a nice rig. It was a kind of a basket case when I got it. Now I got it running good. The only thing that bums me out about it is somebody drilled a hole in the face of it and put a pilot lamp in the RF deck. It's like, I don't know what they were thinking. They need to get slapped. I mean, it was a beautiful rig except for that. And other than that, I just, it's like the girl that's really pretty and she's got that mole, and the only thing you can see is that mole, if you know what I mean. All right, WV9R NAQPC. Tell us what you're running.
Okay, John, real good. NAQPC WV9R. I'm running a Collins 20V3 that has been modified for 48, 4075, and 160. And it's got stepper motors on it, so I can tune it and change bands right here in the shaft. And that's what was giving me problems before, was the drivers decided to get noisy, so I just put a switch in there so I can shut the drivers down. See if that noise up that I got on heavy metal now. I'm driving it with an Icon 756 Pro, and I also use the receiver on the 756 Pro. I've got the SX28 here and the MC2-40D that both of them need a little alignment work done, so I haven't put any of them in line. I just got lazy in using the 756 Pro as the receiver also. Link couple tuner, full-size 160-meter loop, up at about 50 feet or so, and it seems to be serving me well. A lot of fun on that antenna off 10 meters, and just anywhere I go, it seems to work real well, and of course on 75, it works. But that's what I'm running here. Nothing super fancy, just an old broadcast transmitter that I converted over from W0VMC to get the stepper motor stuff to work. A few little quirks, I gotta slow the steppers down so the tuning's a little bit finer, and a few other things, but all in all, the transmitter's working real well. I'll pass it over to K0ARA. Hopefully catch the name on this go around. Mayber's Ring, from Yankee, WV9R.
Yeah, WV9R, K0ARA. Right, that was a great transmission, and Robert knows his way around the Collins broadcast transmissions. I could probably count on both hands how many I've heard on the air and talked to the 20V30. And I thought you might put a tuner out at the base of the antenna or such, and the cold weather might have slowed the stepper motors down, I guess. But good to hear you on the air tonight. Here's Mike, Mexico, Indy, Kilo Echo. Mike is my name, and we're here in Kansas City, Missouri, north of the Missouri River. And the transmitter tonight is a Collins, is a Millen R812 link couple push-pull modulator. Pair of 606s into a
reversed audio transformer that feeds the grid of the mill, or the homebrew modulation deck. The receiver tonight is an HQ100, and antenna that collects that dipole about 35 feet in an inverted V configuration. Everybody, both you and John, are plenty strong tonight. Armchair coffee. NAQPC K0ARA. K0ARA NAQPC, fine business on a Collins transmitter. I always wanted to get one of them, but never had the room. I had a BC1G. I bought it, and I realized that there's no way in hell I'd ever get it in the house. So I wound up getting rid of it. I kind of disappointed. Oh well, it is what it is. Yeah, and Robert really does know his way around a transmitter. Speaking of Robert, I haven't heard him, and damn, it's got to be a couple years. Is Robert still above ground and okay? Let me know next time around at NAQPC.
NAQPC, WV9R. Oh yeah, Robert's still kicking. I talked to him earlier today. We still talk quite a bit. We got some other little projects going on. BC1G was the first broadcast transmitter I ever had and ever converted. I converted it over to 75 meters. And I was pretty pleased with the way it worked. With the 833 ended up selling it to Jeff, AA9JC out in Elkhart, Indiana. I don't know if he ever got it back on the air or not. But I was more, I actually got the BC1G, and then I got a custom-built Collins that was built by Bill Becker, and the 20V3 all came from the same person out here in Indiana. He's got one more rig that I may buy and bring that as a project for next winter and go through, but same person I bought all these transmitters from. Yeah, this one took a little bit more work to get done, 4400, but talked to Robert quite a bit, and we decided to go a stepper motor so I could control everything from here in the shack, because I'm about like 65 feet away from the transmitter itself, and I can turn it on and off, and go switch bands and tune it and everything from right to left, which is nice. It sure beats running out to the garage when it's 10 below zero, and when tuning the transmitter on, I can do it all from right here. Nothing too fancy on the audio chain here. I've got an RE320 electric light. Behringer 2000 equalizer. Can't forget about where it really needs to be to really drive the Collins up there. So, like I said, nothing too fancy here. Like it doesn't take up a lot of room in the shack. I really wish the tuner was a little more friendly than the link coupled for switching bands. But that's in the works too, where we're going to go to probably update this tuner to where I can put a band switch in it, or have Robert put a band switch in it for switching bands. And it'd just be a whole lot easier than this link coupled stuff. It takes me more time to switch around the link coupled tune the transmitter from band to band. Well, you guys are sounding real good tonight. Fantastic audio on both of you. Nice signal. I said 20 to 30 over on both of you. Very good conditions. Last night was real noisy. I'm trying to read Robert on his cell phone here to see if we can get him out here. A0ARA, I think it's WV9R. Mike, go ahead and take a look.
Yeah, WV9R. It's NAQPC K0ARA.
And I was going to say, I heard Robert on 40 local time here, so he was actually on 40 and commanding signal also. So, and I think the last Collins net for January, I think he was BKC was running the Midwest section. Ray, you mentioned Bill Decker, and over the years, yeah, I've heard a few of his transmitters on the air, and there's a Craftsman, and his transmitters will live on, just like Robert's and YTQ, Voorhees, and quality restoration, quality builds. And John, you were talking about the Globe King 500 that you have. I wonder what agency or which one you are running. And I have a soft spot in my heart for Globe WRL equipment. I don't have any Kings. They're not available. I just don't run across them here. And even though Council Bluff was just right up the river from us, I got some champions and scouts and such. And I have a 1948 WRL 150 that I'm restoring on the workbench right now. It's not a high power transmitter, but it has some provenance, and it was the first champ before they put an extra 6L6 in the modulator. They originally came with just a pair of 6L6s, and then they figured out they didn't have enough audio power, so they paralleled another pair with them. And but this one is and it has a different color too, different graphics, different color, and so I'm looking forward to get it on the air. So been neglected for a while. NHTTC K0ARA WA6UIC.
I heard you in there. I didn't catch the call, but you could go after I'm done here. Yeah, K0ARA is your email good on QRZ? If so, I'll send you a picture of this thing right now, just for laughs.
I don't have my email on QRZ. If yours is good, I will send you an email and we can correspond that way. Over.
Yeah, my email's on QRZ. Shoot me an email.
I will, John. It'll be after we get done talking, but I'll send you some pictures also.
Fine business. Come on in there, breaking station.
Okay, very good, John. NHTTC. This is Rick. Yankee Charlie over in Troy, Michigan. And I talked to you a couple weeks ago about the Globe King. As a matter of fact, we were going to discuss about selling this. Corresponded a little. I think you were going to send me some pictures too, but haven't gotten it yet. So I am going to has Whiskey Alpha 6 Golf Yankee Charlie, and maybe you can send those along because I still am interested. And good to hear you, Ray, as well. WB9R about 25-30 and Mike is pretty darn close as well. So with that, let me send it over to Ray. WB9R to take it. WA6GYC.
WA6GYC. Good evening, Rex. How are you doing? I haven't talked to you in a while. I've been sleeping late in the morning, so I haven't been up too much. I did make it towards the tail end of the Midwest Classic this morning, but I haven't been out on the Sunday morning ever, the Wednesday evening back there in a while. But all doing good over here. Hope he's doing good. You're about 20 over here in Detroit. So, I mean, near Detroit. Sounding good as always. Good to hear you. Yeah, just running the standard here. I've been working on the 20V3, trying to get it all buttoned up, and doing a lot of work in the audio chain, and trying to take care of the modulation issues that I thought I had. I finally got them straightened out to where I'm making some decent power and some decent modulation, and I'm not pounding 100% negative all the time. So, all in all, things are good. I just talked to Robert. He's probably going to listen in. I don't know if he's going to jump out here or not, because I think he's all tuned up on 40 meters, and he's running link coupled tuner too, and he agrees with me that link coupling makes a pain in the butt to change bands. So I told him we need to talk about that and get these tuners converted over so we can easily change bands. Mike's coming your way. K0ARA to take it. WV9R.
Yeah, WV9R. And I'll City, Missouri, and our call sign is K0ARA. And not as strong a signal as Ray or John, but I do hear you in there, Rex. So, and I'm guessing you're closer to Ray probably than, and that's why he's picking you up. So I'm going to take a standby and John an email here and listen out for a little bit. Been on here for 30 or 40 minutes now, so get something to drink, and it's a pleasure having a QSO with you guys on this AM rally evening. NIQPC to take it, K0ARA. Sign me out for a little bit. 73.
K0ARA. Yeah, I'm going to do the same thing myself. I'm going to give it a rest for a couple minutes. I've been in here nonstop for several hours, and I'm trying to get some stuff done around here, and apparently I'm not getting a whole lot done besides talking. But it's fun. We'll find business, and I'm taking some pictures right now, so I'm going to hand it on over. I don't know who it goes to next, I'm not going to lie. I think it goes to GYC. Any QPC in the group. I'm going to listen.
Okay, John, very good. NAQPC 73 for now, and K0ARA 73 for now. It looks like you and me, Ray, are the only ones left here. So, very good. Yeah, I noticed that you had moved out of Bruce's neighborhood there. And so how far are you away from and boy, the rig is sounding really good tonight for sure. Really good. 25 over 9 easy. Surprised there aren't more things for the rally. A couple people heard W1AW. I've listened around on 40 and 80. Maybe they're down on 160. I don't know, but I'm gonna try to get a hold of the folks back there and say hello. Yeah, WV9R, WC.
Yeah, WA6GYC, WV9R. I moved, let's see, almost, without taking the expressway, it's probably almost a 25 to 30 minute drive farther west than where I was. So for me to get from where I am now up to Bruce's house would probably take 35 to 40 minutes instead of the 15 minutes it was right down the road. More over towards the Lake County, Porter County line, and a lot closer to the lake. I'm about 2 miles south of Lake Michigan now from the southern tip than what I was when I was in Valparaiso, but a whole lot more land here to play with. My brother-in-law lives next door. Where I was left was the family, my wife's family farm. And between the two houses, we're right at about 8 acres. And he told me go ahead and do whatever I want to do as far as putting wire in the trees and, use the whole property to do it. So I just got a full-size 160 meter loop up right now. And it's working real well. I've been doing a lot of 10 meters, and it's really been working well on 10 meter side bands. We've been working on getting the 20V3 back together with the RF tech and the power amplifier. Stepper motors all in line there. I've still got to slow one of them down a little bit and then get with it out and get right up some details so that I can switch bands easier. Just push of a button that will go from band to band instead of the manually putting in what the offsets are with stepper motor control. But all in all, very pleased with the way it's come out. I think that the audio change more items into the audio change so I can drive the transmitter more where it wants to be. Put the graphic equalizer back in, so I put some mids and highs in there also. And I've got the Inovonics 223 still in line, but I think if I can find a Inovonics 222, I'll be going back to that. I think it's a little more rock solid on the negative peaks. With 223, I'm hitting 100% negative, a little more than what I would like to. And if I actually turn anything down anywhere in the chain to get the negatives down, saying at 90 to 95%, I'm only getting 70 to 80% positive. So I just watch how close I'm talking to the mic and what I'm saying. And up at 120 at times, I'm only at 100% positive. But from what I'm seeing on the wave node there, I don't think it makes that big of a difference. I'm still making real good power. So over there to you, Rex, WA6GYC to take it, and WV9R.
Okay, Ray, very good. WV9R, well, you sure sounding good up here in the Detroit area. And looking at you on the pan adapter, you got plenty of lows, mids, highs. You got everything going for you, for sure. WA6GYC here, Rex, Troy, Michigan. And, very good. Well, I've looked at the 223. Haven't invested in one yet. Most of the guys seem to like them. But, they don't show up used too much. And the 222 occasionally you'll find some use. So, but in any case, I've got a Q7BYY Super Senior. I've put it on there for a while. But, that thing, you got to limit the highs on it, or you could be 20 kCs wide and not even know it. So I've been kind of reluctant to do it until I can get some sort of bandwidth limitation. But anyway, I'm surprised not more guys on tonight with the rally going on. But I listened, like I say, up on 40 meters, didn't hear much of anything. 20 meters even today, AM, thinking maybe there would be some, but I'm listening down on 160. Maybe that's where everybody's hanging out. Who knows? WV9R, WA6GYC.
Okay, Rex, real good. Yeah, I've noticed there hasn't been a lot of activity from what I'm seeing here. I'm not sure if anybody's down at 80 or not, or 75. There was some activity down there earlier this afternoon. I did try to get on last night. It was just too noisy. I talked to Robert a little bit ago, and he's going to try to listen in. He's wanting to hear how the transmitter sounded. So I've got to do it like that. So we have a little bit of work to do. I've got Superflex, and I'm going to run the shack and the transmitter, and I got some LMR 600 for some shorter pieces there. I did burn up a piece of LMR 400 there a couple weeks ago, and it really it made it interesting to figure out what the heck was going on there and figure out what it was. Because there was one point I showed absolutely no output out of the transmitter because the coax was burned up. So I figured out where that was. Got that got it changed out fixed, so now I'm gonna put some more heavy duty stuff in there. I think coming towards the near the end of the 20V3 project for this year. And next year I'll probably get into the modulator and go through it. a lot of the original components in it. About the only thing left in the transmitter that has original components in it. I pretty much replaced the updated things. So we'll see how that goes, but that probably won't be till next fall or next winter. I'm trying to get this straightened out. There's a couple other little changes I'm going to do to it besides the codec. Of course, I flipped on the sideband radio the other day, yesterday morning, to go up and play around on 10 meters a little bit. I finally decided at 64 years old, maybe I should try to get a worked-all tape. And turned on the ALS 1300 and I'm getting a power amplifier call. Figured out there's a couple of transistors gone on the one bank of the amplifier, so I really don't feel like messing with it. I played around with an ALS 1600 or 600 years ago and got it going, but heck, by the time I was done with it, I could have just bought a new one. So this one's going to go in the box and go up there to Robert, and he's going to search through and see what's going on with it and get it straightened out for me, and then I'll go play some more sideband and try to get the states that I need to complete my worked all states, and I've still got a few countries to get my DX100 in. So. But the problem is I still enjoy playing AM more than I enjoy playing sideband. But, retirement has given me a lot of time to do things that didn't think I would get done, so I'm trying to get them done. But, I don't know if anybody else is on here. Go ahead and jump in. I don't know if Robert was going to tune up down here or just get the receiver tuned down here and listen in. Go ahead and drag your feet there a little bit, Rex. Let's see if anybody else is out there. WA6 is GYC the patient, WV9R.
K7YOO.
So I heard Skip in there, K7YOO, and there was somebody else. Who was the other station?
Kilo Alpha 3, Mike Foxtrot.
Kilo Alpha 3, Mike Foxtrot, November. Well, very good. Well, Ray, let me make a short one here, and we'll pick up Skip and the other station there. Yeah, I don't know if Robert's going to come down or not, but I'm K0SF Steve has been, was hoping to get on tonight to do some control circuitry rewiring of his 20V3. And he was hoping to have it done in time, but that's his only big AM transmitter, so since I haven't heard him, I don't think he's going to. Earlier tonight, though, we had a pretty good roundtable going on 3880 with Tim, WB8UHS, Dave at 9WQ, Jeff 89JT out of Elkhart, Dan 84UMU, Don 64KYQ, Skip 7YO myself. So we had some pretty good activity there down there on Thursday. So let me get over to Skip and pick up KA3MFN. K7YOO in the group, WA6QYC.
Yeah, WA6QYC. Briefly heard the 3 station in there. I'm listening on the remote receiver. He's coming in a little clearer on that than the SX73. Yeah, I was doing some reading and keeping my cat company here. So now he's keeping me company. And hopefully he didn't bump the VFO diode this time. You heard me. But good group this evening, and actually I was reading Steve's W0SF's conversation about all his control circuitry stuff, and I'm almost thinking he outsmarted himself. I'm trying to sort out the bear feces from the buckwheat on that, on the thread of the text conversation I was getting. Anyway, he went over my head engineering-wise, and I thought AM was supposed to be simple and fun, and here it is going complex. I just twist a few wires together, and sometimes I get lucky. And I suppose I'll have to get my
21E, well, it's, let's call it a 20V2, basically. I'm just using the left-hand end of the 21E, which is actually, the cabinets are all the same, the 20V2, the 300J, the 500E. The 21E is, they just used two of those cabinets with a center connecting cabinet to make the 5 or 10 kilowatt transmitter, and I'm just using the left end of it, and the right end is linear, but I'm not using that right now. I haven't had it on the air for a year or so, for a couple of years actually, and I started to rewire it and to change some stuff, and then I sold the reactor out of it to who did I sell it to? Bob came over and picked it up, K5BJ, and a big Raytheon reactor I had in it. Then I replaced that with the one out of a, I'm not sure what it's out of. I think it came out of a 20V3. So anyway, that's the deal there. Anyway, let's pick up the Treeland station. This is Skip YOO, went up to Minnesota. Over. A little bit here. Like all this. Oh well. My cost from the river. And hills all the way to Linda. Located here in Normal, Indiana. They have very much, on occasional, 3 hours or more to talk, but you get on the air more often and set up on out on 40 earlier, top of the morning. I got my first time I've ever had to use my word on it. I don't know how like my audio is here. It doesn't look like I'm averaging just below 8%, and make it a little hotter there. I don't know if it's going to be
3B9IFE.
Okay, well, it goes back to Ray, but they will pick up Chuck, WB9IFE, in the meantime, and we'll head over to Ray, WB9R, Chuck.
Yeah, roger. Just tweaking here a bit. Thanks, Rex. There we go. W6GYC in the group WB9IFE, Whiskey Bravo 9 India Foxtrot Echo. Chuck near Chicago, Glenelg, Illinois. For those I don't know it, everyone on right now, but I'm running a Globe King 400C. Transmitter, receivers an SX28, 75 meter dipole up about 40 feet. And just want to say hi and happy to participate in the AM rally. Looks like it's still going strong. It was on a little bit earlier at 75. WB9R in the group, WB9IFE.
K908.
Bart, go ahead and make one.
Well, thank you, Ray. WB9IFE in the group K908. I just got in here, just started listening, and I heard Rex and Chuck, and so I don't know who else is in here except, of course, Ray. So good evening to one and all, and happy AM rally. I was in earlier
40 meters, got a really nice QSO with a bunch of folks, including Roberts and WCATIO and KCJE and is there too. And anyway, real nice bunch of folks on there. So AM rally seems to be going fine. I'm on my Gold King 500C using a Marshall C67 microphone, some audio processing stuff, and 75A4, and the antenna I wonder 40 coaxial dipole, 25 feet. So, hello one and all, and thanks for letting me jump in here. Over to you, Ray. WV9R K908.
All right, Clark, real good to hear you this evening. And we were out, the wife and I were out a little bit this evening and got home, and I figured, you know what, I'm going to turn this on and see if it's any better than last night. I talked to Robert earlier in the day and told me, I'll probably be on tonight, so I called him to see where he was at. I've been up on 40. I don't know if he's going to spin down here or if he's going to receive it. Everything's sounding real good. Skip, good to hear you. Haven't talked to you in a while. I'm sorry I didn't get your name. I'm going out of the room real quick. You used some of the beer I had earlier while we were out. So that's kind of is everybody feeling good? Say, Skip, you were 25 to 30 over down here, as you usually are. Yeah, I was hoping Sugar Fox was going to be on so I could hear another 20V3, but I know this control wiring isn't all that complex on these things, but I still found myself a couple times when I moved and changed the location of buildings in track. I found myself running a relay with a relay going, wait a minute, something's wrong here. I don't need both things. And why do I have this one in here? I've got that one up there. I ended up using a control center with 77 pairs. So I've got a good amount of spares. I've got everything straight now. Running good, knock on wood. I had a couple issues this year with the 20V3, but I think we're over those. Rex, I'm going to pass it back up there to you. W86 in the group to take it. WV9R.
Okay, Ray, very good. W9R group, W86CYC. Well, keep in mind now, the CEK0SF is using an Arduino-based control circuit. So, I guess maybe the Arduino is the device. But, as far as your line here, more than Phil, followed by Chuck, representing IFE, and it's yourself, Clark, and Ray, WV9R. So that's the rundown at the moment here. And signals, almost everybody's at least 15, 20 over 9. So signals are really good tonight. Having a lot of fun. And with that, we'll move on over to Skip there. K7YOO, WA6QIC.
Yeah, well, I couldn't tell whether I hit the foot pedal or not. That's K6, GYC, K7YOO. And good evening to Clark. I haven't talked to you yet, so and you know where I am. And we're running the, I switched rigs. I was on the 100D with the Sable, and I switched over to the FX73. And the TechRad is kind of the radio I use most, the PRE13, modulated by 805. I homebrewed the RA deck. Originally it was balanced transmitter set up with a balanced tuner built into the top, and I didn't find that it really wasn't useful in some ways, so it's converted to a pi network, and we're running about 2.5 amps output, and so that's the deal there. Anyway, it works, and yeah, I was out to dinner tonight, and I came home, and I just thought, well, I'll give a quick listen on the radio, and I took a brief breather, as you know. Here to get back in here. And I'm going to have to go put on my fuzzy slippers. I'm down here in a ham shack. Get a little more. Anyway, so we might have to get a cup of tea or something. Vacation. You never know. Anyway, who did it go? Did it go to you, Chuck? I can't keep track, but anyway, whoever gets it next, and I'm going to kind of pop out of the room briefly, but I will be back. K7Y00 to give it up here.
Excellent. Goes to Bill, KA3MSN next, and then Chuck follows Bill.
These round tables on the air about really need to do. You guys are really making me jealous of being all in 32D. I heard it. But if you do, I'll have a look at this webpage. What a gorgeous I think Robert has one or had one. Pictures up on his page. Last year, but haven't had the money and actually don't have the brains, the experience to get that thing going. Gate C1, G, I believe. G, but I think it's a G. But the doesn't have the 833s, but they run along the side, so I'm just going to have them right up. Broadcast transmitter, so definitely would like that. But I'll get rid of it, give it away, and I'll try to get it out 160.
Nice.
Anyway, you guys doing the rally. Nick Still in Cornwall, Indiana. Right here is a 5 Delta, and I am into a meter cut doublet antenna, and I'm running about 120 watt area. Process stuff. Anyways, let me pass it on, I guess, because Chuck. IST3MFS.
Yeah, Roger K3MSN in the group WB9IFE, and hello Rex and Skip. We talked earlier. Okay, and what you're running now, a little bit different. We're running plus last time, and they'll find business on Indiana. Think about where that is. Sun is down in Lafayette. Clark, good to hear you again. You're on your Globe King. Sounding good. In 75A4. WB9R array. Didn't get what you're running there. In any case, everyone has very good signals, and the band is just super active today. 40 was going pretty strong too. I am again, if no one thought, I'm running the Globe P400C. Receiver's an SX28, 75 meter dipole, about 40 feet. Okay, so that's for me. Yes. Starting to get tired here, if you can tell. Anyway, signals are just everybody is very strong here. K9 away in the group, WB9 IFE. Alright, so good.
Good to hear you. Big signal on the T350XM. Man, just really nice signal. And to Bill, I don't know if you've ever looked before. And again, my name is Clark, and I'm in Madison, Wisconsin, and running Globe King 500C. And signals are just really, really nice tonight. I tried to get in here last night, and the static was crazy. I had worked W3 EMD fund in Rhinebeck, New York, on 20 meters. I worked on Saxon, and he said he was going to get in on night, and he did, and I heard him, but he was about all I could hear. So, he was on his KW1 serial number 64. So, yeah, it's just very encouraging to hear how much activity there is on AM, and the rally is really bringing people out of the woodwork, so that's great. And Ray, just beautiful signal on your 20V3, and Sugar Fox, Steve is, he's, I know he had told to have his Arduino controller, all ready to go and complete for the AM rally, but obviously he probably had other issues come up. So he'll be on again soon, I'm sure. Again, for anybody that didn't hear it before, this is the Globe King 500 Charlie, and I'm using the Marshall V67 condenser mic. This is some broadband 464A co-operator, compressor, deep curve, noise gate, and 75A transceiver. So let me keep it going. Back to you, Ray. Probably staying there for one more. I just had some friends over tonight. We had pizza. We're watching. We've been binging Breaking Bad. That's what we've been doing here. From the V9R, K908.
K908 in the group, WV9R returning. Common Good Clark, as always, the Globe King always puts out a nice signal. Bill, K3MSN with you. PC1G. There is a very nice tutorial online how to convert that rig to 75 meters. That was my first broadcast transmitter that I had converted over. So don't let it just sit there. Don't be scared. There's a little bit of work to be done, but nothing that's impossible. Timtron's got a nice tutorial out there. It's the same as the DC-1T conversion. So by all means, do not let that thing just sit there. Get out there, and it's a pretty straightforward and pretty easy conversion from what I remember. 89JC, Jeff out in Elkhart has my DC-1T now. Hopefully he has it on the air, or we'll get it on the air soon. Everybody's sounding good. Look, I'm running a Collins 20V3 that's been converted to 47, 5 and 160. I drive it with my Nikon 756 Pro. I use the Pro as the receiver because both my SS-28 and my National
NC-2-40D both need alignments, which I just haven't got done. It's been so much easier just to use the Pro. And, with it being wintertime, I'll get them done hopefully before spring, or they'll be my projects for next year. I do have another project scheduled for the 20V3 to get into the modulator. That's the original left in that rig right now. But everybody's sounding good. Solid 20 over signals from everybody, or 20 over plus. Alright, I'm going to bring it back up there to Rick. Correct, in Troy, Michigan, WA6GYC to take it, WV9R.
Okay, Ray Bird, the WV9R in the group, WA6GYC up here in Troy. Well, I think we got 40 degrees, and we're going to have a warm spell here in the 40s. Boy, I went out yesterday and today in shirt sleeves, and it's warm. Even just with shirt sleeves and 40 degrees compared to what we had. But anyway, yeah, last night I did some
Hello, 33BD, checking in on 3.85.
Google there, the Orban, the 464, that's a pretty nice one. And I know you're the only person I've ever heard that has it. It looks like a pretty nice thing. It does a lot of stuff. And like it wasn't too hard to get set up the way you like it. So over to Skip there, K7YLO, WH2YC.
I'm back. This is K7Y. I had to mute the remote receiver. Otherwise, I echo. Just a second. Disordering the audio just slightly, rolling off some of the sparklings on it. Probably not much. Anyway, Rex, you're also into motorcycles, is that correct?
Yeah, mostly British, but I've got some Hondas and BMWs and some other stuff as well. Currently 31 motorcycles.
Yeah, it's about the same here. And it's kind of weird how anyway, but mine is more of a motorcycle machine shop. In fact, I'm just looking at a CNC machine to do some different things in the shop. I'm mainly focused on head and cylinder and case rebuilding. I started mainly on British bikes, but I'm doing a 39 Indian Sport Scout for myself. Hopefully be riding that this summer. But lots of boxers. I had a boxer cup which I got rid of. That's too new. It's an oil head. But my favorite ride is a conversion bike. It's a R75 motor in it. It's a 64, but it's got a 10-year newer motor in it. And that's, actually this one is 5. It's a fun bike. And the stock / too. So that's kind of what I'm into. But we're, like I say, got a huge variety right now. I'm doing a set of cylinders for a guy for I think 22 Indian Power Plus. I think this guy's ridden it on the Chase or the Cannonball, and we get a real variety of stuff in here. It's a lot of fun doing that kind of machine work. So that's actually, to me, it's I spend a lot more time than it is a business, I guess, but a hobby around the wild. But we also still like cheaper on the radio. There's only so many hours in the day, so that's kind of what it works around here. I don't know if I told you I do it on the website. I'll just email that to you. about my machine shop. Just having that revised by a professional rather than I've got just your basic Squarespace website right now that shows some of the things that we do, but got to add a lot more pictures to it. So anyway, enough of that. So that's the deal here. And Ray, I'm just trying to think. Are you in who's in Valparaiso over in the area where Bruce is? Are you over there, Ray? Over.
Skippy, I was over there, and I moved last June over to Portage, Indiana. So I moved probably about 15 miles to the west of where I was. Yeah, I used to be right down the road.
Okay, so I sent you that info on that transmitter, that one that was originally built by. I'm drawing a total K4K, not K4KY, but anyway, by Bill Decker. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah, I had the PCB that was highly modified by me.
Yeah, where did that end up? Is that on the air now?
That ended up out in North or South Carolina. I don't remember his call. I have heard him on the air, but I'm not sure if that's what he was running at the time I heard him, but it is on the air.
Okay, well that's good. Yeah, I've got another one here that has not been converted, and that was always a cool transmitter. Bill Decker, Info VMY did made a lot of stuff. Of course, he built that one. He went down to Key Road, Illinois, and down in that area to Jim, I guess, and then you ended up picking it up. But glad that thing is continuing its life on the air. Pretty cool transmitter. Anyway, I won't hold it anymore. Lots of people in here, but interesting stuff to talk about other than radio. On to the next station, and again, I kind of drew a blank there. So this is K7Y. Oh, next guy, pick it up.
Go ahead, Bill.
I forget who it was. KH. One here, but catching up with you right now. Yeah, I just checked my pictures on my phone. It's a gauge 1G, and there's a 1480 down near Terra. The radio station. I had that thing on it for quite some time. And yeah, it needs to be rewired, gone through, washed, and all that stuff. But got a couple spare tubes for it, but I have to look for some 830s. I'd really like to get it going. I can't get it in the house out in the shack in the basement, so I'll have to it's actually just right above it, so it's control wire up there. It's pretty easy. I have to run about 50 meters a bit of research. I should be out on the road here for work. My hours have been built in since last September, so start getting out on the road working on cell sites. So sort of generate some money to be having a parts, all the high voltage wiring that is going to and everything else and so forth. But it would definitely be a learning experience for me. Hell, I have a hard time transmitters online here. That's the low powered stuff. You
I do got a 3K alpha here, but I'm stuck in the definitely do not have power on it. But, pretty much all my life, anything I've ever done is small transmitter since my Johnny Novice days back in the 80s. Power stuff, but definitely be a learning experience. AM has always been one of my favorite modes to listen to, and also on the don't do much time, man. Remote work. I work from home. I play around some of the digital modes. I got my general. Same time. On the radio. Get on for the AM rally with 80 meters, so it was just so noisy. I didn't even bother. Didn't hear anybody on there. Carrier, and 40 was pretty good today, and guys up on anyway, I guess I turned it over to KA3MFN.
Yeah, Roger K3MFN in the group. WB9IFE near Chicago. I'm fine, Bill. And still strong signals going around. Well, I was trying 10 meters. Trying to get over to KL7 in Washington, but it doesn't work quite that strong on 10. Maybe some of that sun activity was affecting the bands. I don't know, but the static was a little bit annoying. The lightning was coming straight down, big storm coming through north to south, all the way through Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas, all the way through Texas, and that's where the static was coming from. And it's more like July weather, as someone had said. We don't need any more of that. We want to run 75 meters AM. I am thinking, let's see, you're running an 18, a pair of 813 rigs with modulating 805s. I'm thinking, maybe at some point, if I ever get to that point, it would be nice to build something like a pair of 813s modulated by a pair. I have a bunch of 813 tubes, but it would have to be something like the size of my Globe King 400, and something I can plug into my 120 AC. This Globe King runs near 300 watts AM output, and it does not dim the lights here like my SB200 does. Much less efficient, but that's what I'm thinking. With outboard audio and RF, I have an IC756 for Icebox. I don't know if I'd use that or not. Or something like a Ranger. I haven't really thought too much about that. That would be nice. I have to, I'm just kind of beefing up the workstation and the bench and trying to get that going before I even get close to building something like that, but we'll see what happens. What time I have on hand. So, yeah, might be good for, Rex. I didn't get what you're running. Maybe in the next go-around. I'll probably last one more go-around here. Let's see, I heard some 15 meter. Somebody was on 15, I think. That was Clark on 15 meters too, AM. 40 and 75 are really going strong now. Okay, Clark, over to you. I think you're next. T9OA in the group WB9IFE.
10AQPC.
Let's go with N8UK.
KC, if I'm not mistaken. All right, real good. WB9 IFE, this is K9 Oscar Alpha. Real good. And everyone just has excellent signals in here tonight. And very interesting stuff. And yeah, I'm just real impressed with the motorcycles. You know, I know next to nothing about motorcycles, but I think, you know, I'm just into everything vintage. So between Skip and Rex, I know you guys just have a lot of really cool old motorcycles. The main thing I know about it is, you know, from to watch the movie The World's Fastest Indian with Anthony Hopkins, and I found that very enjoyable. So I started paying attention to Indian motorcycles at that point. And let's see here. And yeah, Ray, real good on your 20V3, and I'm using the 756 Pro. Yeah, I have a 756 Pro 3, which is just sitting in a box right now. Because I've got a TS890F that I've been using in its place, and that thing actually sounds pretty darn good on AM. I was surprised. And actually, this microphone that I'm using right now, the Marshall V67, and my Central Electronics MM2 monitor scope, which I'm also using, I got from KA9QLF, Steve, he's been a silent T now for it's got to be close to 20 years, but he ran a BC1G in, I think he was in Quincy, Illinois, and he was a really nice guy, and I learned a lot from him. And let's see here. My notes look very messy here, so and Rex, you know, I gotta say Rex is, you know, net control of the mighty LMAC net on Wednesday evenings, and did a great job of keeping order and everything. So, Rex, I think I'm gonna give it to you, so you can figure out where N8 goes, and then I guess you can just send it back to Ray after that. I'll stick it in for one more, but then it's getting near my witching hour when I need to get my beauty rest. So Rex, if you wouldn't mind getting the orders straightened out, I'd appreciate it. WA6QI.
Okay, Clark, no problem. Well, tell you what, Ray, why don't you go next, WB9R, and then we'll pick up John, N8QPC, Quebec, Papa Charlie. We'll pick up John, who's only about 10 or 15 miles away from me, and then John, you can send it up to me, WA6QIC, because I'm at the top of the list. So, Ray, go ahead, and then you can send it to John.
WA6GYC in the group, very good, Rex. Yeah, I think this is going to be my last one. It's well past my bedtime. I'm usually in bed by 9 o'clock at night, and I do a good job of sleeping, so I'm usually not up early enough in the morning even to catch some of the earlier morning nuts, but this is going to be my last one. Very good group. Very happy with the conditions tonight. Those things have held up. Good to make the acquaintances I made tonight, and hello to all the guys that I already knew, and we'll be talking to you all soon. Good group, and yeah, Bill, KA3MFN, if you have any questions on that BC1G, my email's good on QRZ. Go ahead and give me a holler. I'll
you out any way I can. Like I said, it's not a real tough conversion to do. I had mine on 75 meters, and it sounded good. I was just a little more intrigued with the 4/400s in this 20V3. So, 7-3 to everybody. I'll talk to y'all later. I'll pass it on. I hope I got this right, Rex. I'm going to pass it on to John, NAQPC, and then John, you pass it back to Rex, WA6GYC, and we'll catch you all later. John, go ahead and take it. WV9R, I'll be clear.
WV9R, NAQPC. Yeah, everybody sounded really good tonight. The band really did straighten out. It's as quiet as can be, and signals are great. Everybody's coming in 30 over and more. And Rex, yeah, it's crazy. I don't know, have no idea why somebody put that panel light in that. It just really irritated me. I was looking around for a new front panel for it, and I had found one. I haven't gotten up the gumption to put it on there. I located one. I don't know if it's worth a while. I guess it would be if you wanted to keep it, but the rig really was ham-boned, man. Somebody pulled the stock tank coil out of it, put one in there, and optimized it for 11 meters. I copied a tank coil out of one that I knew was original. I just haven't stuck it in there. But it was doing, well, I put that Amprex tube in there out of my desk kilowatt. That thing was really performing well. The plate transformer has been changed. Apparently it was burned up, but the one that's in it is beastie, man, and it fits in there. I checked the plate voltage. The plate voltage is right where it's supposed to be, so that's all cool. And I couldn't believe that from the factory it had a mistake in the VFO. They never grounded the suppressor grid on one of the tubes. You could see on the socket it was never soldered, and that's why it never ran right. Somebody had took that and grounded it to the cathode, and it was holding it crazy. You know, when I grounded it to where it was supposed to be, man, it's like the light came on. I couldn't get any grid current out of it, so amount to nothing. When I put that in there, I get 25 mils of grid current if I want it, so everything seems cool. I just haven't tuned it up on other bands yet. All right, Rex, I'm going to hand it on over to you. WA6GYC, NAQPC.
Okay, John, very good. NAQPC group, WA6GYC. Yeah, that's pretty. You know, if it was a smaller pilot light, it wouldn't be so noticeable. But boy, that one's a big one up there. But he's still interested. Maybe we'll talk more about it when we get up there. And yeah, everybody's band really holding up well. 20 over 9 signals on everybody. And now, Kip, as far as my favorite mic, probably 67 Bonneville. All the mics are always sold. I've been collecting recorded mics for about 40 years now. 67 Bonneville. I've also got a X75 Hurricane. And my favorite mic, probably 67 on the 305 scrambler. Boy, that thing, I get some looks and waves and stuff on the 305. And I got a CBS. As far as ESAs, a Victor, a Rocket 3, a Lightning. I got a couple Harley sports for a lowrider. As far as horses, I got a Commando Rooster and that model. So, and then electric stuff as well. So, including like the Bridgestone 350 and the Yamaha 305. Sports a lot. How about that? Anyway, we'll pass this next to see if you have any questions. K7YLO with the group WA6GYC.
Yeah, WA6GYC. It sounds like they've got some taste plus. I think I mentioned to you before, 10 feet away from me in the shack, I've got a 56 Gold Star, CBD 34, a Triumph Bonneville, a Tier 6C, and an A75. So it's with about a 1971, one of the last BSA triplets, which would be the one that looks a lot like a Lightning, but it's a A75. It's got the conical wheels and all of that. And then in the front window, we've got a slippery Sam replica in the front window of the shop with the dustbin fairing and everything. That's a T160. And let me see, an ES2, Norton, I don't know, 2 or 3 Commandos kicking around, and then R60s, R90s. You know, it's just hard to keep up. And the Japanese bikes, I got rid of all the 305s. The only ones that I kept are SR500s. Believe it or not, the TB450s. I happen to like those. And that particular, I always thought that was a pretty cool motor. And from the Japanese bikes. And I don't know, there's a bunch of other stuff in the warehouse that I haven't gotten to yet. A lot of BMWs. And my cat is completely going berserk in the incheck. I got a box in here with a bunch of packing material. I got a bunch of parts in. I laid the box on the floor. He's going completely bonkers. He loves having me in here late at night. But anyway, I suppose, I don't think it's being commercial, but the website is Apparatus MC, APPARATUSMC, and that's the main gig. And we, you know, it's, like I say, it's just a hobby gone wild. And that's about the thing. I worked for a Triumph dealer in the late 60s, early 70s, so that's where I kind of got started with this, and then I worked for machine tool companies for many, many years, but always kind of kept this on the back burner. Let me see. Oh yeah, I forgot the B50 and the TR5 stuff kicking around. So sounds like you got nearly identical tastes and stuff. Anyway, enough of that. Couple of comments. Chuck, I guess you were trying to work KL7LF Steve. I haven't talked to him for a while. I'm from Washington, so pretty familiar with Steve. He used to work up in Alaska as a welder, and he's got a interesting estate out there. I've always wanted to go there for the tube shoot, you know, where they get the old vacuum tubes that no longer have life in them and set them up on a fence, and then they have target practice. And, you know, it's no fun shooting 4-1000s that are dead, or, you know, 250 kHz. It's, you know, it shows some real skill to nail a 12AX7 at 200 yards. So, anyway, I digress. And I'm building an 813 rig. I've got some ideas. Actually, I've got a little transmitter that is... I've been wanting to build. It's a very, I've got the rig. It's a pair of 813s. It's an RCA, and it was originally set up as an MCW transmitter, modulated CW, with an external dynamo to supply. But it's tall and thin, and it would be, you know, it's really kind of cool looking. And I always thought that would be a worthy project. It was a made-for-ship board. All the wiring is shielded in lead. It's crazy. I just need to get it out and, you know, build a modulator and then an external power supply for it. And let me see. 833. Bill, when you get into that Gates and, you know, you're well into it, and if you end up needing 833s, get a hold of me. I have inherited some that, and I have no, and I'm not going to be using them. So, and I'm not actively trying to move tubes down the road. But please contact me if you get stuck for 833s. They aren't that hard to get, but anyway, if you get stuck on that transmitter, contact me. I'd like to see him go through Ruby Kyle. Bill. Anyway, K3MFN, K7Y. Whoa!
Yeah, I got one spreadsheet with that rig landed in the box. So, I don't know which position the back and something on. I really looked at it, so a little cardboard to do in the spring here. I think we'll fill it up with some of the modulation and then come back here to follow Indiana and look at that track. Nice flow to renew everything in it. Yeah, we'll do it. I actually did have a few line on Western Illinois. One of the guys that did some work out there on one of our cell sites, broadcast engineer, and he was working on the equipment in the shelter there, and off the internet station there. Anyway, we had a supposed to be in Optimon. And got kind of funny after that, and I tried to contact him a few times. I was going to go up there and pick him up, let's pick up truck and trailer, and he wasn't answering my messages, so I guess we found another one down there in Germany. Yeah, a friend of mine used to work for Optimon. He needed a broadcast station there. There's cows up in Palmer. And yeah, I'd like to have one of those Optimon, but I can't afford one. Later, but apparently I'm doing good enough with the walks here. I'm like the value.
One GA.
We'll take a break here for a little while, and I'll do back on. Guide house, and I'm one of those. Playing on the radio somehow, some way, or playing on the computer or something. Chuck did some years the rally or not. Give a quick rundown to you. If you are, I'm running like the value 25 carrier. Microphone 104 and Jim Mississippi. Here later, I'll be back in 15 or 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, only about 16 of peak listening.
KA3MFN?
Yeah, Roger, K3MFN, WB9IFE. Well, very good. And Skip, thanks for the information on KL7OF. 13, very, very interesting. I'm going to also say 73 here, and I'm pretty tired. I have one question for Rex. A quick break, wondering what you're running. Never got that. And for John, I am running Globe Team 400C, FX28 receiver, 75 meter dipole up about 40 feet, D1049. But before I pass it on, Rex, can you tell me what you're running over?
Yeah, Chuck, I apologize. I'm sorry. I forgot to mention that. I'm using a Yaesu FPDX10. FPDX10 tonight with a HVA 500 Elecraft about 120 watts carrier into a InFed half-wave inverted L. Back to you, Chuck.
Yeah, thanks, Rex. W6GYC, WB9IFE. I think Clark, you say 73, and then if not, then Ray picked it up. WB9R, WB9IFE. let's say 73.
Actually, Clark's still here. Ray is on the left. Go ahead, Clark.
All right, thanks, WB9 IFE. OA. Very good. So, my pleasure. I'm going to make this my last transmission also. And, not bad, but I didn't miss a word, and everyone is just pounding in there. This sounds great. And again, my name is Clark. I'm in Massachusetts. It's, wow, it's 29 degrees. It's actually getting colder. It's been such a weird winter. Yeah, John, very nice to meet you. And Sally, I'm doing a fantastic job for you in the NC1E3D. That's a fine receiver. I have one. I think it's got maybe micro disease in one of the iris transformers or something like that. So I need to figure that out. Anyway, for anyone that hasn't heard, this is using a Blue King 500 Charlie, and the mic is a Marshall B67. And we have the band 64A is also known as the co-operator. I think it was mainly designed for not primary FM stations, but repeaters or auxiliary stations. It's, not nearly as elaborate as, Optima or anything like that. Let's see, real good, tip on your website. I'll check that out. And, not that I'm in the market for funds or anything like that, but, still very interesting to check out. And I think with that, I'm going to say 73. Everyone have a great night. And I think the AM round continues tomorrow, so I'll probably be on 10 meters or maybe 40 meters again. And hope to send you guys in. And it's been a pleasure. 73. WB9 away.
Ray signed out. Go ahead, Don.
All right, cool. Thank you. Hey, Skip, while I'm in here, it's been a while since I talked to you. I don't know if you remember we spoke before. I was just going to ask you, I heard you talking about some 813s. You wouldn't happen to have any 810s hanging around, would you? I'm in the market for some 810s for my desk kilowatt. I got a couple, and they look kind of questionable. I haven't gotten to try them yet, and I have no real way to test them except for an ohm meter, and that's kind of iffy. I lit the filament, and the filament's lit, and I had current going from the filament to the grids, and I could see rectifications, so at least I know they're not a gas bottle per se. Anyhow, everybody has sounded real good in here tonight, and I can't say anything more than that. The band has just gotten wonderful. It's quiet as a mouse, and it's stretched out a little bit. Chicago is just booming in here this evening. Anyhow, I'm not really sure who gets it next, but I'm sure whoever is waiting in line knows who they are. NAQPC in the group.
What are you running, John?
I'm running Johnson 500.
Okay, very good. NAQPC, direct WXQIC, and we've got Skip in here, P7YOO, and that's what it's boiled down to at this point in time. But 73 to Bill, Chuck, Clark, Ray, and everybody else. And Skip, I forgot to mention, we've also got a 71 Moto Guzzi Ambassador, which is a fun bike to ride, especially on a long trip where you want something really stable, that's for sure. And I forgot to mention my BMWs. I got a couple Flash 2s, an R69S and an R27. And then I've also got an R100TS and an R100RT. And last but not least, my first BMW, an R6 Flash 5. I really like the 5 over the 6 just because of the instrumentation, the one thing, speedo-tac combination, because it's too separate. So that was my first BMW that I ever had. They're often seen but seldom heard. K7YOO WA6UIC. Anybody else in here?
Have I got it here?
Yeah, go ahead, Skip.
Yeah, I accidentally had on the train switched around. I was listening on my Rodian Schwartz KO7, and so I switched operating position. Fortunately, I didn't zap anything. But yeah, I just picked up an R27 summer, and okay, this one's kind of it's shiny, but I'm not very impressed. Somebody kind of polished it and never really finished up the operational aspect. I've ridden it, but you need some help in some different areas. I'm slowly working the bugs out of it. And the Guzzi, yeah, those are great bikes. Actually, back in the day, we had a dealership for them, but it was right after the Ambassador and the next series, the 850s. They got into the T1, the different frame setup, the later series T3s and whatever. So that's what we were selling at the time. I think we had Moto Guzzi and Montesa. And boy, there's one bike I wished I had bought, which was they had a Montesa road bike. And I want to say it was Matrala or something like that. I cannot remember the nomenclature. But it was set up as a road bike, and it was such a pretty motorcycle. Of course, it was a 252 strokes. But I always thought, you know what? It's so simple. I am actually contemplating doing a longer trip on a smaller displacement bike. I've got probably that Norton ES2. It's got the featherbed frame, and it's the last of the real motors. Later on they put matchless motors and so-called Norton. It's got the wide line featherbed frame, the 60. Anyway, 810. Yeah, I got plenty of 810. Yeah. If you need 810s, I can definitely help you out in that area. And it won't cost you an arm and a leg, maybe just a little finger or something like that. But trade me something I can use for 810s. I have absolutely nothing that uses 810s, and I wished I had as many 400s as I have 810s. Let's leave it at that. I'm not actively trying to sell them, but I have plenty of new in the box and things sticking around here. Enough that I thought, maybe I should use them for something. Actually, I've got a home build project coming up. I will probably put some 810s in, just because I have actually. This transmitter with the 805s. I don't have many of those, but they don't seem to be wearing out. They'll probably I'll probably wear out before they do. If you know how to get hold of me, then I would be glad to put some your way. We'll figure out something. It won't be onerous. It won't be like dealing with one of the clerks or something silly like that. There you go. Don't worry about digging for 810. Unless you want to look under handfast tables for burnt out ones. And I've been there, done that with things like 100 kHz. The dumbest thing I ever did was bought some 100 kHz at a handfast. You know, the only tubes that show up, the transmitting tubes that show up in those kind of situations are on eBay. Give me a break, folks. They look good and the filaments have continuity. And as you and I both know, that does not mean squat. And they put them out and hoping some sucker will buy them for, you know, like $200 buy them now. I mean, it's like, really? So anyway, moving right along. I can't mark this in my tablet. Let me see. Checked out here. I don't know who all's still in here, but anyway, I hope I answered the question. 27Y.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
I don't know if you need to come up or down on frequency, but you ain't on the same one as the rest of us. You might want to take a look at that. Try just zero beating into me. Skip, you know, I got your phone number somewheres around here, but I have no damn idea where it's at. If you feel energetic, my email's good on QRZ, shoot me one. Or if your email's good on QRZ, I'll shoot you one either way. I know I got your phone number around here somewheres, but where it is, I'm not going to lie. You know how it is. I like to say I have a memory like a steel sieve. And the older I get, the bigger the holes get. What are you going to do? It is what it is. Yeah, I've been down to buying a used tube run. Oh, that tube. I'll tell you a really good story about tubes. This guy in Florida tells me, I got 2 400s. They're brand new IMAX. They're best things since sliced bread. And I got a pair of IMAX 3500Zs. They are brand new in the box. I mean, they're brand new. The seals ain't even been broken out of the box. I told the guy, I'll trade you flat up, even up for them. So these tubes come floating up here from Florida. I paid $100 to ship these other ones down there. The first one I took out of the box, the grid's laying in the bottom of the tube, and I'm like, oh, I just got screwed. Then I take the other one out. Oh, it looks really nice, man. I lit it up, and it lit up like a neon sign. I'm like, come on, man. So I gave away my 3500Zs and got 2 pieces of junk. I'm so over it. What are you gonna do? And you know how to skip. You can't trust anybody. That Bacon Station, come on in here if you zero beta dust.
Yeah, he was up about 3 kilometers. Not seeing her or anything right now. Well, maybe he'll be back there. WA6AM. Well, there's this, the Maitreya is a possible Maitreya 50cc road bike. And the thing is so light and nimble and powerful. It's really a pleasure to drive. You got to mix the gas and oil in the tank, which is a little bit of a trip, or a little bit of a hassle on longer trip, but for a short trip, it's really a fun bike to drive. We'll talk about that as a Matador, which is their kind of sport. It's got light and it's on-road, off-road. And that's a really fun bike. I always wanted a Botaco, and I found it standard in a really nice shape. And so I don't have much in the way of dirt bikes. I've got a Suzuki TS125, just kind of a beginner bike. But some other ones, but the Matador's the only really dirt bike that I've got. And I'm going to probably do that last thing in the early tomorrow for the DX60 net. So over to you there, Skip. 87YOO and the group WA6QIC.
Yeah, I knew as soon as I said it that was the Bultaco. And I can't remember. See, Montesa had his counterpart, and I can't remember the name of it. The Alpina, I think that was Charles' bike, but I cannot remember the Montesa version. But when we uncrated it, I looked at that and I got, I just need to buy this thing and store it away because it was, it was just balanced, it was light, it was nimble, and I like little motorcycles for well-proportioned, nimble motorcycles. I'm not I had a big Moto Guzzi, one of the 11 or 1200, and it was okay, but it was approaching, being too big. I rode a 650 Triumph clear across the United States. And everybody said, no, you can't do that. You got to have a big 1200 touring bike. And I went, what? Are you nuts? I'd do this. A friend of mine rode a 350 Honda XL 350 from the West Coast to the East Coast to see his girlfriend. Now, I know that there was, some motivation there. And I'm sure his nether regions were fairly numb by the time he got there. But he did it, And, of course, when you're 25 and hormonal, I guess you can do most anything. But, I'm 75 and more, moronal, new word. But I would probably do it anyway. Enough of that. Anyway, my email is just k7yoam@gmail.com. That's pretty easy. Just my call with AM on it, k7yoam@gmail.com. Kick me an email, but, I'll tell you a tube story. Bill Decker needed some 250 project for a customer, 250 THs. And I took them down to Jim, I'm trying to think of his, got a total blank on his call. And he's passed away. He's the one that had the Collins transmitter that Ray had, and Bill built it for him. But anyway, Bill needed some 250s. He wanted to buy some from him. Bill, I am not going to sell them to you. I said, yeah, they're most of them are new. I said, you just take them down and test them, and you can have a couple of them for testing all of them. I took him 17 250 THs, and out of that batch, there were 7 or 8 good ones. And some of them, glowed blue in the dark, like a neon sign. So, I'm real, and I got some good deals. I bought a 41000 that was supposedly new in the box at Amfest, and I brought it home. Yeah, it was really new in the box. I put it in my tube tester. I had a 431D1 at the time, which was a 41000 modulated by 4400, kind of an ART-13 on steroids. And that was a wonderful, I tested all my 4x1s in that transmitter, and if I was running it on low tap at 3500 volts, and that provides a nice test of the 4x1s. You'll just see how much emission they have. But anyway, on the 810s, I have some brand new ones, and I open up the boxes because, when you buy, I've picked up a lot of broadcast transmitters. I've shagged probably 20 of them over the years, and I usually ended up with all the spares. And broadcast engineers, as well as hams, have this nasty habit of taking the new tubes out of the box, sticking the old tubes back in the box. So then these clowns end up, oh, I've got these tubes new in the box. No, you've got these flat tubes in a new box. you know exactly what I'm talking about. So anyway, all right. Hey, we've all had a lot of fun. It's probably bedtime. I don't normally stay up this late. I usually get up. Well, I was up at 6:15 or 6:30 this morning. We have a routine we go through to start off our day to make sure we don't, get off the beaten path too far, and it works for us. But sometimes we do burn the midnight oil, and the only thing is my cat gets really upset in the morning because he has to be fed at a certain time, so I have an alarm cat, so we'll leave it at that. K7YO, I'll kind of listen out, and good evening to the Melodious AM group.
November 5, Oscar, Yankee America, Crosswell, Tennessee.
Go ahead, John. Pick up the breaker.
I believe you said it was November 5, Yankee Crossroads Yankee something or other. Anyhow, I hear you. Give it to you in just a sec. Yeah, Skip, you know how it is with the tube game. They take the brand new tube, put it in the transmitter, and put the old one in the box and put it on the shelf in case something drastic happens and they're going to need a tube. They've got something that they can plug in the hole and at least get on the air and make some sort of power. And I've noticed 41000s, and if I buy 41000s used, don't ever buy the one that looks real pretty, because that's the biggest piece of junk. The one that looks like it's got coffee stains on it and looks like it's smoked for 50 years, that's the one that puts out full power. I've got several like that. They look like they've been in a fire, but they work great. I've got a 3CX 3000 that's like that too. It's black. I mean, it's black as black can be. It looks like it's been in a fire, like it was in a charcoal pit. And it puts out 10,000 watts. No problem. Just run it up to see what it will do. It's like, yeah, I can't believe it. It works. But anyhow, you have a good night, Skip. And I've got it. I have 3 alarm cats, but one is especially bad. She will stand on my chest and scream in my face. Literally scream in my face. It's like, really? You couldn't just get next to me. You gotta stand on my chest and scream in my face. And there's no ignoring them. You cannot ignore a cat. The cat will get just out of your reach and stand there and scream until you feed him. So anyhow, let's pick up the breaking station, NAQPC.
Well, not hear anything, John.
That 5 station, come on in there. Apparently you got tired of waiting.
Well, if you want to get the map, November 2, Mike Delta.
November 5, Oscar, Yankee America. Here's 48 Foxtrot, Room Oscar, Yankee Delta. We're located in Crossville, Tennessee. Right between Knoxville and Nashville.
Alright, let's try this again. November 5, Oscar Yankee Delta. Come on.
Yeah, the call sign is November 5, Oscar Yankee America. November 5, Oscar Yankee America. And yeah, you guys are talking about the 250. We're working on the AM transmitter. It's using 833s and a set of 250 for the modulators. got 4 modulators, two at a time. Stored at 1,000 for the so we know a lot about the 250. And glad that you guys are that low. Those were used back in the World War II era. And we're excited to get quite a one of a kind. I don't know if two different sets of modulators is on the air, but we're hoping to have it on frequency here in the next couple months here. So good to hear you guys. Down there at 4 Foxtrot, Oscar, Yankee Delta, and we're at Clarksville, Tennessee, right between Knoxville and Nashville, Tennessee. You guys are coming in quite well. That's the thing. We're speeding up the mic. 85 AYA Clarksville, Tennessee.
Okay, John, let me pick it up quick and make my final here, and then you can pick it up, I think it was November 2, Mike Delta Victor, I believe, was the other station that was in there. But anyway, Skipper, if you're still listening, the Alpina was a Bultaco also, the Bultaco Alpina, and I don't really know too much about the Montesas. I remember the Coda, C-O-T-A, the Montesa Coda was about the only Montesa that I was ever familiar with. But anyway, with that, we're going to say 73. We got to get up early tomorrow for the DX60 net. And Skip, if you're there, make it one. Otherwise, let me hand it over to John, and then he can pick up, I believe it was November 2, Mike Delta Victor. This is WA6GYC. Troy mentioned it over Twitter.
Yeah, this is K7Y. Yeah, it's getting pretty crunchy out there. Lots of stations on there, lots of QRM, and I will pick up the M2 Mike Delta Victor here in a second. Yeah, I'll have to look it up. I tried looking it up on the internet the other day, and I had it figured out. And the two companies, I'm trying to think which one was first. Montesa and Senior Bucco went out and started his own company. I think that's the way it worked. Or I don't think it was the other way around. But anyway, a lot of intrigue in the motorcycle history back in those days. And I guess the Bultaco brand is still held by the family, believe it or not. But, they're an industrial company in Spain. But, yeah, I like simple. And right now I have 6 or 7 Gold Star cylinder heads I'm doing in the shop. And a lot of welding, a lot of crash repair, valve seats, manufacturing, cleaning up boogered up valve guide holes, making oversized valve guides. And that's the kind of stuff I do all the time. And that's one reason I'm considering buying a CNC machine. I'm looking at a Haas and some other stuff, but there's one that I'm looking at that's called a ProTrax that is a bed mill with a lot of vertical height, and I do a lot of case stuff where they've blown out like a Gold Star. I've got a Norton Commando case. Matching numbers, the guy wants to keep the bike original. And the one side of the case is all been welded up, and I got to line bore the thing and straighten it out. And it would be a lot easier with a mill that I could circle interpolate the hole and get that sorted out. and combustion chambers. Once I write the program, basically using a probe to check a good chamber, you basically save the shape of the combustion chamber so you can weld it up, and as long as you save your reference points, you can go back and read the sheet when you're all done, put your belts and stuff look like this on the head. Basic ones like that. That's the kind of stuff I get that's pretty ugly looking, a lot of it. Guys that drop valves, outputs are falling out, that's really the kind of stuff that's pretty challenging, and I'm looking at some pretty exotic machinery for this market to be able to do it. Not just your mundane basic valve. Well, I haven't done a basic valve job in years. Everything I get is there's always something boogered up that makes it where you can't take it to your local Napa machine shop. All right. Anyway, I digress. We'll talk to you later. Why?
Hey, go ahead, John.
I think I'm gonna run down the hall, see a man about a horse, and visit the refrigerator. But I'll be back. I don't know if you're gonna stay in here. And there's another braking station. Catch who it was. I heard him just key up a little bit. So I don't know if you're gonna bow out or not. Anyhow, Rex, is good talking to you. Yeah, it's too bad about the pilot lamp in the middle of that face. Anyhow, I put a bunch of work into it. I got it working good, but it's got that blemish. It's just gross. Anyhow, you take care. I'll be back in AQPC to see if this braking station knows who he is.
Whatsoever. So,
hopefully you guys are talking about me. Dan's going long in my here. November 2nd. Delta Victor Phil over here in West Virginia near Charleston. And I don't keep it on here too much. Reason being, well, just that. I don't know who else is doing it. The last hour, the band has definitely stretched out. I don't even think that guy in Tennessee can hear me now at this point. His signal went way down.
Rex, I don't think you're talking to us. I think you're talking to some other group.
By quite a bit. The band is stretching. But I wasn't here earlier, just before 0100 UTC. So, okay. Anyways, station here we got here. Don't have much to talk about motorcycles. Last motorcycle I was on was I'm embarrassed to say, a Hodaka 100 back in the 1980s. That was fun until it crushed it. But Rick here, yes, right box. Kenwood TS2000X. Running a external EQ and compressor there. The U6, the UR6, WQW, I think that's what it is. Anyway, Heil microphone with us there, the HMM. And this evening, gonna try doing 10 meters and 40 and see what else we can try to do there, and then we'll try to do it if before the band switches out again. So anyway, we'll take it whoever wants to take it at this point, and whoever can still hear me from November 2, Mike Delta Victor and 2MDV.
This is 3, we're going to be hitting the hay because we got to get a little off of it. Back to the WA60YC.
7Y hole. Well, I'll tell you what, it's this. We have some pandemonium out there. Time for me to hit the sack. Yeah, so I'm going to head for bed. I'm sitting here with cat number 1. He's the downstairs cat. And he loves to, he roams around the ham shack and knocks stuff off the shelf. So I'm going to leave him and go to the upstairs cat and go to bed. See you later. It's been a lot of fun. We'll chat again in the future. God, we need to get together, Mid-America or something like that, and have a visit. Come visit me here in Winona. I'm just trying to think. We're going to Fandango down in Texas here in March, April. So let me see. There's some motorcycle shows we go to and things like that. We'll have to cross paths one of these days, Jack. Anyway, good evening. K7Y. Ciao.
Okay, 73. That's what it is. Yeah, we got. You come from Dayton or just south of Washington. We'll go to Mobile. WA6YC. We'll be back here after several hours of rallying on 89. Thanks to everyone.
Have a good night, Rex. Miss y'all back next. From M2MDV. Catch you guys later. 73.
Okay, 73.
anybody hear this radio? Test 1, 2, 3, 4. This is WA1QIX, WA1Q Queen, item X-ray, WA1QIX here on 3885. We're listening around the frequency.
WA1QIX from WB1GCM.
Yeah, how's it going there, Bob? WB1GCM. This is WA1 Queen Item X-ray. Yeah, very good. I'll just do something here.
We got a major problem, blah, blah, blah. And they said, oh, we get these two.
Well, that's probably.
So what they were doing is...
Yeah, how you doing? You're B1GCM, WA1QIX. Are you at home or are you at the museum?
Yeah. Hi, Steve. WA1QIX from WB1GCM. I'm at home. And the reason why I have been home all day is I'm recovering from bronchitis and pneumonia. So I'm on antibiotics and supposed to take it easy, but I can sit here in front of the microphone and talk on the radio for sure. So I get to hear the fruits of my efforts. Being the president of the Ham Radio Club at the Vintage Radio and Communications Museum in Connecticut and station W1VCM, I actually get to hear on air the results of a lot of work that a lot of people had done in the past with the gates and present with all the work that they've done. We've all done to build up the W1VCM station. So it was really great hearing them on the air tonight and doing a really good job. So to you, I'm not going to stay here too long. I just want to say hello. And I also want to thank you very, very much for all your creation and supporting this event, Steve. WA1QIX, WB1GCM. It's a hit.
Yeah, WB1GCM. Geez, sorry you're you're not feeling well. WB1GCM, WA1QIX. Yeah, that's no fun whatsoever. Nobody wants that. But yeah, very good, very good. Well, you've been home and all that. Well, you get to hear the museum station on the air without you being there, which is kind of nice. I like that. I like hearing sort of from afar, quote unquote. You plant a seed and you get to kind of watch it grow. So that's good. But yeah, the Art 13, I think that's what you're running, is doing great. The signal's good and strong up here into Mirror Lake, New Hampshire. And as you probably know, I'm operating remote control from Venice, Florida. So I just got back a little while ago from a totally fun evening. There's so much going on here. You could go out every night if you wanted to. Tonight I went up to a sort of an intimate game night. Not lots of people. I think there were, maybe 10 people, 10, 12 of us there. Everybody brought food. And we did play some games, but mostly it was just a nice party. And everybody was talking and friendly. It was a good good group. The group had a lot of cohesion. Everybody was, talkative and friendly, and so it was really a very fun time. And I was there for,
almost 6 hours. So I guess that was a pretty nice little get together. So that was a lot of fun. Anyway, that's what's going on here. It's just there's so much going on, and it's great being down here. But I am again sorry that you're not feeling well. Well, you sound good now, so hopefully all is getting better. WB1GCM from WA1QIX.
WA1QIX from WB1GCM. Well, let me tell you, Steve, just being on the air has made me focus on the radios and not feeling nauseous or, just getting through all the antibiotics now. But I'm on the mend, I would say that Wednesday was my worst day. So I just got to take it easy, doctor's orders, and I will be just fine. See what happens anyway. But yeah, I wonder how warm is it where you are down in Venice. I imagine it was a very, very, very pleasant today. Today we had a beautiful, bright blue sky. It was beautiful blue in the sky today. I haven't seen that for quite a while. It's been so cloudy up here all the time. But it was in the 40s and almost 40 and bright blue sky. So I did step out a little bit, but not very long. And I spent most of the day here in the ham shack listening and participating in the AM rally, and I've had a blast. I've had the opportunity to run this old transmitter quite a bit. So it's done just fine, knock on wood. So I also learned on 160 meters, my Johnson antenna, vacuum tube antenna switch is really only designed for 80 through 10, and it attenuates signals like crazy on 160. So I got to come up with a new switching arrangement other than that vacuum tube, the old Johnson antenna switch. You probably know what those are. So I'll shoot it back over to you. Tell me how warm it is down there. And I won't stay in here too long. You might get some more people that want to work the AM rally and want to work you, because you have just one of the most, if not the most, commanding signals of all of the Northeast. WA1QIX from WB1GCM.
Yeah, WB1GCM, WA1QIX. Very good, Bob. So you're taking antibiotics. Exactly what did you have, or what do you have? Strep throat or pneumonia, or what do you got?
Yeah, viral bronchitis and pneumonia. I picked up a nasty bug along somewhere, and I had been sick. I had a couple of colds earlier this month. Maybe I didn't get over it, but whatever it did, I came down with it. And Sunday afternoon, I was feeling fine, and about 6 o'clock Sunday night, it hit me very hard, and then my temperature was going up. Just no appetite, nausea, throwing up. And I thought I was getting better Tuesday, so I thought maybe I'll just hold off on going to the doctor. Well, that was a mistake. And by Wednesday, I was really feeling really, 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 really bad, and shallow breathing and coughing up lots of fluids. So it was time to go to the doctor. So doctor saw me, looked me all over, and gave me a big shot of antibiotics in the butt to get me started, and then prescribed me amoxicillin. So been taking that, anti-nausea pills, and when needed, a sedative. So that's what I got, Steve. Over.
Oh, well, sounds like you had a real bad case there. I've had pneumonia a few times, but I barely knew I was sick. Maybe they call that walking pneumonia, but anyway. Sounds like you got it pretty seriously. Well, I'm glad that antibiotics are around and they can save people's lives. So that is a good thing. That's a very good thing. Let's see. Yeah, today it wasn't real warm. It got up to it was in the low 70s, as I recall. Not super warm, but not cold either. I don't know what it is outside now. It's probably down at 60 or so. And because it hasn't been super warm for the past few days. You know, it hasn't been up to normal, which is, you know, low 80s, you know, high 70s, low 80s is kind of typical for this time of year. It's been a little bit cooler, but it's been sunny, so that's good. It's been, you know, bright, sunny, you know, day after day after day. Although tomorrow, I guess we might get some thunderstorms. I'll take a quick peek at the forecast here, since you asked. Let's see, Sunday. Well, looks like there's a possibility of rain tomorrow morning, and then it will be sunny after that. Then Monday was a day's chance of thunderstorms, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, 73, 74, 77. Okay. So that's what it's going to be doing. Anyway, yeah. Again, sorry to hear you're not well. No, I have to sign out here. It's almost 1 o'clock. I gotta go to sleep. I gotta get up. Well, I don't have to, but I'm going to get up and go to church tomorrow. I usually do go every Sunday, so I'm going to be going to church. So I don't want to stay up too late because church starts a lot earlier. Well, not a lot, but it starts earlier here than it did at. It does over at Mirror Lake, and also it's a little further drive than it is. So I've got to leave here. I have to leave here by 9 in order to get there in plenty of time to get a good spot, as they say. So I am going to say 7-3 there. I'm glad you gave me a shout, and I will. Look to hear you on maybe over the next day, today, the rest of today. And I'm glad you're feeling better. So WB1GCM, no group, WA1QIX.
Good morning, Bob. Good morning, Steve. W4SVA.
And that's Chris down in Moscow, Virginia, W4SVA. Hello again, Chris. WA1QIX, WB1GCM. Very good. Well, I'm glad I caught you. And one question before you go, Steve, is have you ever? You must have been to the Orlando to Hamcation or whatever. Wonder if you're going to that this year. And then you can go ahead and pick up Chris. But back to you, Steve.
Yeah, very good, Bob. You know, I've never gone to that, and I really don't know if I'm going to go to it. It's quite far from where I am. I mean, Orlando is not near here at all. I'm way down on the southwest coast of Florida here in Venice, and you know, the Hamvention or whatever they call it, Hamcation is way up by Orlando. I bet that's a 3.5 hour, 4 hour drive from here. So I don't know that I'm going to go to that. I have never gone, and I probably won't venture that trip this time either. There, Bob, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, very good. That's right. You're on the southwest coast of Florida. Yeah, well, I had to travel down to Florida half a dozen or so times on business for the ARRL, and of course I had to go to Orlando a couple of times. So it had a pretty decent flea market, seminars and all that. I liked it. Plus it was so warm in February, so that always impressed me. I always got sent down to Florida about this time of year or when it was cold out, so I kind of appreciated that. So always amazes me how good you sound and how seamless your operation is on the air here on 75 meters. Why don't you pick up Chris, who W4 Sierra Victor Alpha. I'm about to sign out myself, Chris, and Steve is too, but if you haven't made contact, go for it there. Steve, over to you for a final, and I'll see you later today. WA1QIX. Good evening. It sounded like you had a lot of fun tonight. Thanks for telling me about that, too. WB1GCM.
Okay, very good, Bob. Well, I'm glad you're on the mend and the antibiotics are working. It sounds like that was actually pretty serious, infection you had going there. And, if it starts affecting your breathing and stuff like that, that's cause for concern. So I'm glad you got treatment and it's working. Well, good to hear you there, Bob, and we'll talk to you later, maybe later today. I was going to say tomorrow, but it already is tomorrow. And Chris, how you doing? Say hi to you. But I need to sign out here and, get to sleep because, like I said to Bob, I'm, got to get up in the morning and do some stuff. W4SVA, WA1QIX.
Yeah, WA1QIX and WB1GCM, W4SVA. No, that's fine. I'm about to sign out here myself. I just heard you guys up here and figured I'd drop in for a few minutes. I was down on 3705 with Bob there for a good while. A nice QSO. And, yeah, it's well past my bedtime. But it's rally weekend. You got to stay up a little bit later, right? Both of you guys are still coming in here great, of course, like always. I'm still on the 813 rig, and I guess it's a little chillier up here than it is down there in Florida. Assume you're operating remote. You'd almost have to be with your signal you got here. So I'll kick it back over to you for one or two more that I'll hit out here myself. WA1QIX, W4SVA.
Yeah, W4SVA, SVA, WA1QX. I don't think I'm familiar with that transmitter. I know you've got the Johnson desk kilowatt, and an Apache and Valiant and other stuff like that, but I didn't know you had a homebrew 813 rig. What is that transmitter?
It's a pair of 813s modulated by a pair. Yeah, I've had this one on the air, I don't know, a couple of years, I guess. It came from the same place the desk did. And I don't know if you ever worked with a guy by the call K3JRR. He lived in Maryland for a while, then he moved to Criders, Virginia. That's where that stuff came from. And this homebrew was in the basement of his house. Pretty poor shape. I know he'd had it on the air in 2011, but I don't know what happened to it after that. He cut all the wires apart between the decks. Must have got mad at it. So I had to figure it all out. I did some modifications to it and got it going back on the air now. It's constant work in progress, but it's gotten to a point where it's kind of stable and it's behaving itself. So yeah, that's the transmitter. No, the Apache's not here anymore. That went down to Will, KF4IZE. He's on 40 meters quite often with that rig. But there's a lot of other junk here in the background. WA1QIX, W4SVA.
Oh, very good. W4SVA, WA1QX. Okay, very good. I'll have to update my log here, but yeah, very good on the homebrew 813. So it's working well. Good signal is really good, and it sounds good too. Anyway, I do have to sign out. I'm getting super sleepy, and as I say, I do have to get up tomorrow morning. I go to church typically on Sunday mornings, and I would like to do that tomorrow. So I gotta hit the hay so I'm not too bleary-eyed in the morning. So great to hear you, Chris. Have a wonderful rest of the day or rest of the night and into the day. And we'll talk to you in the near future, hopefully. So W4SVA, WA1QIX. Yes, I am running remote from Venice, Florida. So that's what we're doing. Anyway, 73 is W4SVA, WA1QIX. Gonna sign off and go to sleep.
Yeah, 73. I'm headed the same direction. W4SVA.
This is N8JZS calling. Over. N8JZS, Northeast Ohio, calling CQ. Calling CQ, hello, CQ75, hello, CQ75 meters AM. Calling CQ75 phone. This is M8JZS. November 8, Juliet, Zulu, Sierra in Northeast Ohio. Calling CQ. Calling CQ, hello, CQ75 meters. Hello, CQ75 AM. This is M8JZS. November 8, Juliet, Zulu, Sierra, Northeast Ohio, calling CQ75 and listening 3885 KC.
N8. ZS. This is Kilo Alpha. Mike Foxtrot November. I'll copy.
Did I write it down with Kilo Alpha 3? And I'm sorry I didn't catch it all. Foxtrot November. I'm copying you, old man. Come back again with your call. This is Tom, Tango Oscar Mike, here in Northeast Ohio. Over.
Hey, good morning there, Tom. Call sign is Kilo Alpha 3, Mike Foxtrot November. Kilo Alpha 3, Mike Foxtrot November. And the name is Phil, Bravo India Lima Lima, and I am in Carmel, Indiana, just north of Indianapolis. How copy?
Okay, Bill. KA3MFN. I got it that time. I say Q5 copy here in Northeast Ohio. There's a little noise on the band, little background noise, but you're definitely well above it. Thanks for answering the shout. Just up late here, and I'm babysitting a sick cat. He's spending some time sitting here in my lap, but he doesn't mind me playing ham radio while I give him his petting, his attention. So, yeah, that's why I'm up late. But, yeah, good signal. Nice to make your acquaintance. KA3MFN. This is M8JZS. Over.
All right there, Tom. Well, he does better. Yes, they like their attention. Yeah, I'm up late. I've been playing around, tuning around, listening, doing the AM rally thing. I heard you calling N3JUH earlier. I think I've only ever worked in once. That was probably during the rally, or maybe one time during one of the round tables. I might have been on. But, yeah, I've heard JUH for years and years and years on the radio. But, anyways, I'm not sure if you're doing any logging for the rally or not. But, if so, the rig here is a Viking Valiant. And I'm feeding about 120 watts carrier into a 8-meter pipe dumper. Receiver here is National 183 Delta. And the microphone here on the audio is B104. Anyways, back to you. How copy?
K3 Victor Radio. And acknowledging, I'll write that down. K3, I think I heard Victor Radio. Okay, whoops, that's got a little roundabout going here. Also good copy. Well, Bill, I'm not logging. I was aware of the AM rally, and I guess I'm rallying as much as I've got energy for, but the Viking Valiant sounds good. 120 watts, definitely making it fine over here to Northeast Ohio. I don't know if I mentioned, I'm running a homebrew Class C transmitter, amplitude modulated. Just a small linear amplifier. I've got, let's see what we're doing right now. Yay. About 50 watts forward power into the long wire right now. It varies up and down depending on conditions because most of the long wire is in the trees. But she gets out. Hope to get a signal report from you. But I'll throw it back to you, but I've definitely heard, I'm almost positive, I definitely heard the call K3VR. Oh, yeah, JUH. Well, the reason I was calling him is here a couple of weeks ago, I heard him calling CQ and calling CQ here on 3885. It didn't sound like anybody was coming back to him. And man, he's gangbusters here. I mean, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania is just about skipping a jump practically. And I was shocked that he was not able to hear me. So I wrote him a letter. I actually, used the U.S. mail system and wrote him a letter hoping that maybe he has some receiver problem that he could look into. I was just giving him a call to see if maybe whatever the issue was, maybe he got it straightened out, because I know I was thrown back to him that night. A bunch of other people were as well. And it was just kind of a courtesy call to see if maybe he got his situation straightened out. But let me throw it back to you, Bill, and then, like I say, I heard K3 Victor Radio, I'm pretty sure. K83MFN in Carmel, Indiana. N8JZS, Kent, Ohio.
Alrighty then, yes, anyways, I used to hear him quite often on the air. Anyways, let's pick up the breaker. I believe that breaker's going to be Brian. Victor Radio, this is Kilo Alpha 3 Mike Foxtrot, November, in Carmel, Indiana.
Yeah, good evening, Bill, in Carmel, Indiana. Name is Brian. That is correct. K3 Victor Radio, running about 200 watts of carrier. And I hope you're hearing me okay. The rig is a rice box, ICOM 7300, into a dipole at 80 feet, fed with ladder line. And the amplifier is a pair of 4CX800 tetrodes. And peak powers, maybe 400 peak, 200 RMS. So, I'm hearing you, and the station in Canton is a little bit close. I think the band is stretched out, so I won't hold it. Just wanted to say hello. I heard you guys. And good evening if you're collecting information for the AM rally. I think I gave the correct information. 200 watts and a rice box. And a dipole at about 80 feet, fed with ladder line. So, let's see, back to Canton, and I didn't catch your name, but I'll be listening out in case the band improves. K3VR.
Okay, Brian, nice to make your acquaintance. Hope you're hearing me. This is Tom. November 8, Juliet, Zulu, Sierra. And I'm right next to the city of Kent, Kilo Echo, November Tango, Ohio. Kent State University campus is in my backyard for geographic. No, I'm not collecting numbers, but I'm hearing you A-OK here in Northeast Ohio, Brian, just so you know. Probably you're not hearing me as well, so won't keep you here unless this band is coming up a little bit. Always a possibility, but with my lower voltage, I don't expect to make as good a distance contact unless the spirits and the ionosphere are with me. Aye. So let me throw it back to Bill and see if the signal's still holding up that way. K83MFN with K3VR. Maybe here is N8JZX.
N8JZX. Alpha 3 Mike Foxtrot, November, with VR on the side there. Yeah, I got you about 10 dB over there, Tom, and Brian, I got you at 35 dB over. Excellent for both of you. Yeah, I got a right box too. I can hear this thing out one of these days. I see 9100. And I got a Henry 3K Ultra. And I really like trying to get if I get some better audio out of the ICOM and try to get it on. Hey, input speed. Now, this IC7300 supposedly has pretty good sound, and once you get it all tuned up, it's pretty good amp. stretch it out a little bit here. But I got a bit 50 dB over, but full copy from Buzzy Guy. Maybe I have to play to the rally a little bit. I think I might break my record last year and the year before. I don't think I worked any more than 10 stations, and all time goofing off and tweaking things, fixing things. That makes things a little better on this side, but a lot. Trying to make some more contacts this year, at least better than my buddy Bob out there in New Mexico. I think he only made one contact last year, and I think maybe 5 the year before. Anyways, talking down to you, Brian. How you coming in? So if you want to stay in on the round table, have at it. And look at your one page. K3VR, KA3MFN.
Very good. Okay, Bill. Yeah, that was 100% copy that time. And Tom, I also copied you. Kent, Ohio, Northeast Ohio. I thought you said Canton initially out by Wingfoot Park, where I've been to a couple of ham fests. But Tom, I think you said you were running 50 watts on Cintua end-fed wire, which is mostly in the trees. So that's not bad. I can hear you. Standard noisy here. It is stretching out. I could build better in Indiana. You and I are, I guess, probably just too close for good band conditions. I bet we could work 40 down most of the daytime. But I won't, I'll make this my last one. You guys both sound good when you're in the clear and coming through the noise. Bill is a little bit stronger, and I think that's the band and maybe his power output. Rice box sounds good. Very good. Okay, I'm not really collecting any AM rally numbers either. But I did note that it was this weekend. And mostly I'm just hearing AM rag chews. That's just the same stuff that I usually hear. I don't hear a lot of people chasing DX or chasing AM rallies. I was talking to WA3VJB Paul in Annapolis on 40 today. And he said that, and I agree with this, contesting and AM don't really go together. You don't hear a lot of AMers say 5.9, also 5.9. Next. That's not the kind of operating we do, but it is nice to hear a bunch of stations on the air on any particular weekend. So I'll say 73 to you guys, cleaning up the shows, and I'll listen out, but this will be my final. And thanks for letting me in there. So, Tom, over to you, and I'm listening out. This is K3VR. Nice meeting you guys on 73. And I'm clear.
K3VR with KA3MFN. 100% copy, no problem. You don't have to lean in on the receiver at all. So the band conditions are good enough, considering that I'm a low man on the totem pole power-wise. Definitely hearing you here on the Harris receiver really well, so no problem there. Okay. Like I say, it's a quiet evening. I'm just up late because I've got a cat that's a little under the weather, and I'm just spending a little time to make sure that he's comfortable through the night. But the transmitter here is homebrew, Class E, sort of. It's a digital oscillator MOSFET amplifier with an amplitude modulated DC feeding a small linear amplifier that kicks the power up. So it's a modulated exciter with a small amplifier. And it gets out. I could wish for a little more power, and I have that in the works. Have had for a while, but it's getting closer and closer to actually having a little more RF output here. But I'm proud of it. I built the transmitter myself, and it seems to work pretty well. Got a D104 microphone in it. That I'm sure that helps. It's like having speed flames painted on the side of your bicycle. Having a D104 microphone makes the audio sound better. So, Brian, it's nice making your acquaintance, K3VR. Bill, we'll come back to you and see if we're conditions are holding up and things have gotten any better up toward Indiana. K8PM-6AM with K3VR sign, N8JZS.
N8JZS, K3VR sign. Kilo Alpha 3, Mike Foxtrot, November. And by the way, Brian, interesting work on the page there. Play around with a little. Get my slipper zero on the truck and see what I can do with it. Anyways, yeah, I'm getting Class B rig there, Tom, and interesting. I've been hearing the guys for years. The past 20 years playing with them on the air, and I need to get one. Although I do got the K7 DIY rig here, I don't have it fired up. And my God, that thing must weigh about 5 pounds. Whereas I'm legal limit. I decided this weekend when I play with the Valiant there, so I actually kind of like it. Yeah, it covers a lot more band. The DIY rig on those without legal limit, and I've been having fun with it, and really all it matters. Well, I am watching the band here on, with, I got an SDR online fed into my antenna coupler, and it's been watching this rig. It's kind of crazy. This rig actually hears better than the SDR. And the SDR is nice. I can see carriers and so forth. And deploy computer geek, so I like playing with my toys. But yeah, I actually got Tom. I got some more Valiant. The Valiant 2 sitting back there that I did something with the PTT circuit. Troubleshoot that. It's got a solid state PTT circuit in it. Something wrong. I was trying to interface it with my antenna, switching an audio interface with that built. I need to get that back online because that has been gone through all fresh parts in it and everything else. So been refurbished back to brand new. I didn't do it. Whatever. That's good to have one. I got another. Might be Valiant here. I want to do some audio mods. I'll probably leave this one stock, but the other one I'll probably do some mods to it that charge. WA1HLR has better audio out. Anyways, back to you there, Tom. N8. JZS, K8PM-6AM.
Okay, Bill, K8PM-6AM. Well, the Viking doesn't sound half bad. I mean, I also have I refer to it as the fish finder. I've got the what is it here? It's the Tobago Lake. That's the it's probably about 40 or 50 miles, I think, northeast of Skowhegan. And so it's a good SDR for kind of like keeping an eye on what my signal looks like up that way. Since I enjoy chatting with himself up there once in a while when the conditions allow. But yeah, the Viking looks good on the fish finder. You can see somebody's tuning up on 3880. Okay, well maybe somebody else will be joining us here to play with it. But yeah, you can look this little transmitter up. If you look me up on QRZ.com, there's a couple of pictures and a block diagram of what I just watched here that kind of explain how the little transmitter works equally well on 75 meters as it does on 40. Pretty much all I got to do is change the crystals and tune the antenna. And the band has changed, so I make plenty good contacts on both bands without having didn't do a lot of coil swaps or anything. I think I lucked out on a sweet center for the tube circuit. Well, you can hear it. Seems like it's working okay. It looks good on the scope anyway. And I've checked the harmonic output here recently. I was motivated to do so. It seems pretty quiet on odd and even multiples. So I'm not too worried about that. It might be a difference if I raise the power level, which, as I say, is kind of in the works here. But so far, so good with promoting the little design. It seems to make me some contacts from time to time. Yeah, I've heard tell that the lightning push shock circuit can be problematic, and I have also heard about the wonder of things that can be done to improve the audio vis-a-vis WA1HLR's successful and well-worked out modifications. If I was in the business of having some decent tube equipment, that's probably something I would have on my list, but that's out of the question for right now. I've got to run things solid state. Hopefully everything is running off the solar panels here. And as long as I get enough sunshine, I can charge on the battery here. Okay. That's right. What's going on here? Yeah, well, so for some charging up, but yeah, Viking has some interesting design. Certainly heard himself expound some of the things that can be done to improve audio, although I certainly understand people that like to maintain one of them as a stock unit, so you get a comparison, what does one sound like. It's certainly worthy of keeping one that way, and if you've got more than one of them, lucky you, I'd say go for it and have some fun with it. Back over to you, GG3MFM from NHJZF.
NHJZF, KA3MFM. Yeah, I got one that's older one, rougher looking than this one, and I feel that that would be a good candidate to get it on the air and do the audio mods. I actually, the Chimchon mods, I actually have all the parts sitting here except for the Hammond audio transformer. So it's something I gotta get. I just got all kinds of projects right on time. Remote worker in the IT/cellular business. Babysit cellular carriers network. And troubleshoot it. And I also volunteer to go out on the road and work on the cell equipment at the base lift tower. Don't climb towers. I'm too old, and even when I was in my 20s, I don't think I was in good enough shape to be climbing towers. But, yeah, I got another project, too. I got a Gates BC1G sitting in the garage that I got last year. The radio station said, hey, somebody needs to come pick this up, and we're going to haul it off to the junkyard. So, first guy's up on the email list that answered. The guy said, come and get it. That weekend, I went down there and got it. So that thing needs to be rebuilt. I don't even know if it's operational, but I want to replace all the high voltage wiring. I'm going to need a new set of tubes and all that good stuff, but I'll also have to run 220 into the garage because I can't get that rig down here into the basement where my shack is now. So, but and I wouldn't want all that noise. There's some lowers in here on a bigger remote mount that, but yeah, the transmitter won't fit.
we'll wind up remoting the blowers on it, try to keep it on the farther side of the house. Watching TV and all that stuff, so. But projects for the future. Projects going on in PhD, another project to get in front of it. Bunch of projects on the bench. As we speak, it's been for years. Sometimes I get motivated. Yeah, back to you, Tom. N8JZS, KA3MFN.
KA3MFN from N8JZS. I was just opened the computer thing and I was looking at pictures of that gate transmitter. Well, isn't that a equipment? Here restored one. It's a very pretty big cabinet from the look of it, and certainly plenty of power in that. Looks like 4 833s. That's selectable 250 watts or 1,000 watts. Yeah, that would be nice. If I had room for something like that, and I could run heavier power wire, that'd be kind of cool to have. But for right now, I'm limited in what I can do here to what I can scrape together and what I've already got in the junk box, more or less. But I'm happy with it. Yeah, same way. I've got a lot of projects, a lot of little enemies in the fire, but I'm getting ready to retire, and that's coming up in October. So I'm getting all of my little projects in order, getting the a box full of parts, making sure I've got all the parts for the project, make sure I've got my schematics printed out, and boxed up so that when I find that I have mysteriously an extra 8 hours out of the day, 5 days a week, that I can't account for otherwise, I'll have everything in order to do some of those projects. Building another copy of this transmitter is in the works, but I would like to have time to finish it up. Just something you can't do while you're still a working stiff. I work over at the university. I do, I guess you'd call it automation for HVAC, and I assist at the university college. So it's an interesting job. I really like it. And after 20 years, I'm just starting to feel like I'm getting good at it. It's time to get ready to wave bye-bye to those folks. So I'm getting things lined up so that everything will be ready for freedom. That's how I'm looking at it. Although I know I'm going to have to keep busy one way or the other, but I'm going to have a lot more time on my hands. So I expect to be playing more ham radio unless the XYL has other ideas. And restoring a few things that I have here on hand is certainly on the list. I've got the BC348 receiver here that works fairly well, but it needs a bunch of new parts and probably a real cool to bring it back into line. A couple of other rice boxes here. I've got a TSA-20 sugar that's got the kHz display disease. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, but they all have the roundness problems and you start losing digital display. So just one more thing that's on the list here of stuff that's got to be looked into. Once I have all this copious extra time on my hands upcoming in October, I look forward to that. Get out of here. Herself is publishing this going to go to bed, and I think I'm just going to clean up the shack and close up and then probably longer. But nice to chat with you. Nice to meet you. And maybe we'll catch you later on. I hang around here on 75 and up on 40 meters from time to time, 7290-ish, that area. Just run AM, that's all this little transmitter will do, so that's probably the only time you'll hear me. But again, nice to meet you, Clayton. Nice to meet you. Hope everything held up there good, and and we'll catch you further down the page. Kilo Alpha 3, Mike Foxtrot November in Carmel, Indiana. This is November 8th, Juliet Zulu Sierra in Kent, Ohio. Wishing you a good evening and see you on your time.
Hey there, Tom. It's definitely nice to meet you. Hey, Doc. I actually need to get on the air more. I sit here at this my office here 16, 18 hours a day, usually geeking on the computer, but I'm also doing radio stuff. And I actually run that STA digital stuff while I'm working, because that's something I could do, and it's not too distracting, and I can hand out some contacts to people. I really don't care for it, but it's something I can do, and get paid doing my job while I'm playing radio too. So, AM mode is definitely my favorite. Always has been since a young child. I remember some of the older guys who used to be on 40 and 80, actually Millersville. I can't remember his call sign, but there was like a whole bunch of them that I've listened to since I was a kid. And I also got some World War II receivers here. Actually, there's a story behind that. They've been missing for 35 years. My parents had moved overseas, came back stateside, went to the World War II receivers and post-World War II receivers. Some of them were on the Liberty ships. Came up missing. I thought they were stolen. And the shipment actually got waylaid and sat in a vault for the past 35 years. Kind of magically showed up here. They had a whole time tracking bomb down silent key since 2013. And I got those receivers, and some of them I used as a kid, and I'd like to get some of those up and running. I got a SP600 that need to be tuned up and gone through, which I also used as a kid. I really loved that SP600 for band crews during my SWL days. It's a fine receiver with very silky, smooth tuning. All right, Tom, I'll let you go. Work out down to bands, and I stay up late at night. I'm going to start leaving the receiver on here, or at least the SDR up on one of my screens. Got like 11 computer screens here. So, anyways, take care of yourself, man. This is Kilo Alpha 3, Mike Foxtrot, November clear.
testicling, count them 1, 2, clinging testes. Okay, 1, 2, testy, cling 1, 2. This is WA1H, yell R. WA1H yell R. Henry yell R is testicling and whistling around.
On the odd chance that some of my electromagnetic radiation is reaching the magical town of Skowhegan, I might just stay up and blather a little bit. If it's not too much of a strain on someone's hearing, can you hear NHJZS? Over.
Yeah, I thought I heard some very piss-weak signal in there. I switched antennas. I think I can hear you, Tom. Go ahead.
Okay, let me see if I can crank any more piss up the wire. Just a sec. Yay. Well, that's as much piss as I can push up there. If it's marginal, I'll call around and see if you can hear anyone else. But just was getting ready to cut the switch and heard you there. So I would say good morning. WA1HLR and 8JZS.
Okay, Tom, N8JZS from WA1HLR. Actually, I'm hearing you fairly well for a change. How are you hearing this junk?
Well, you know, as usual, by copy, and I don't know, I think the band sounds really good. I was watching on the that is in a little town called Sabato Lake, which I gather is beyond you from where I am. I can see my signal there, and I figure, well, you know, I guess some of my energy is making it up that way, but if it was not for the cat in my lap, I would say you're getting just a little too friendly, Tim. This signal is very, very good here in the local receiver. WA1HLR and 8JZS.
Yeah, that's Sebago Lake. Sebago Lake. And it is to the southwest of me. It's a little bit of a distance, but it's it's popular area for touristas and people that like to come up to Maine in the summertime.
Well, I don't know anything about the region there, but as near as I can tell, it is probably the closest online SDR fish finder to your locale. I don't know of anything closer, and I generally kind of keep my eye on it. This is a little bit of an indicator as to whether my signal is making it up that way or not. But no, you're definitely full quiet and coffee down here this morning.
Okay, Tom, very good. I'm still slowly coming to the surface. I'd been away for a few days, and I crashed early. I think I went down a little bit after 9:30ish, something like that. Man. Actually, I didn't arrive home till about 7. And just doing other things, that's all. Doing other things, Tom. Was up in Monticello at the shortwave station for, well, I would say 3 days. See, when did I leave? I don't know, but I came back on a Saturday. I think I went up, Thursday. When I got there, I immediately jumped into working on things that needed work. Not that things were broken down, but things were out of whack. And I got it, working quite well. So, that's the story. I'm going to fix myself a hot drink here in just a little bit, which means when I do, I'll let you know, because I'll be leaving my operating post here and fixing it up. I don't know if you've heard of nutritional yeast, but just take a cup or glass, in this case a clear glass like a beer stein kind of thing. Put Wasser in it, stick it in the microwave oven and heat it up, and then a couple of tablespoons of nutritional yeast and stir it up, and it's full of B vitamins, and it's good for you. Good for what ails you, son. And that's the story. So, yeah, there's the AM rally going on, and I'm just too tired to participate. So, I got up on 40 meters when a little bit after 8. Talked to a buddy of mine who still was propagating in quite well. Then the band went away as expected. But that's how it is. The band is, it's kind of noisy here tonight. Static crashes and all that. I imagine you're hearing that too. N8JZS from WA1H, YLR.
Foxtrot November. And there's still Mike Foxtrot November. Yeah, Bill, I heard things moving up in right now. So, yeah, Tim, I'm late because one of the shafts is under the weather. The oldest, the most geriatric of the critters, taken to the veterinarian, has his own tooth. And like it. I've got on the floor here. I've got a small electric heater that runs off the solar panel, 24-volt truck heater, and works quite well as a floor warmer. He's enjoying it. He's been up and about and walking around, so he's doing better than he has been. But he is my primary concern, and the reason why I'm up is the nutritional needs. So yes, it is a miraculous substance full of those vitamins of Venus. I have been for many years sprinkling it on top as a substitute for cheese. And I also know that it's actually good for the shaft. The kittens enjoy having a little sprinkle of nutritional yeast on their crunchy food. It boosts the flavor for them, and so do not be surprised if your feline companion expresses an interest in your nutritious beverage. But yes, Tim, I heard talking earlier to Bill over there in Indiana, kH3MFN, and I had just heard his call letters. So I'm going to turn it over to him for a second and see if you guys can hear each other. kH3MFN to Tinsel, WA1HLR to M8JZX.
KHJPS, kH3MFN with W1HLR on the sidecar. When did I talk to you, Sean? Probably about this time last year that I talked to you. Running the AM rally. Get on the air more often. Got the old Viking Valiant fired up tonight. And made a few contacts here at 75 and up on 40. Tried to get on 15 earlier. There's some guys coming in really strong up there on 2141. That's by the time I got it together here. And got the rig fired up and had some issues. All of that to get everything back up and running. The guys forgot. Hunting around on 10 meters, I didn't hear anybody up there. So I guess some of the guys were up there on 10 doing quite well out to the left coast, all around the U.S. So I'm going to start time with these guys, going to go catch some sleep, wake up mid-morning and thinking on the afternoon. I've never done on so play around with some of that. Radio time. Start spending a little more time on the radio instead of goofing off doing other things. Over to you, Tim. Long time no talk. WA1HLR, KA3MFN.
Okay, KA3MFN from WA1HLR. Man, it's been a long time since I talked to you, Bill. Wow. Your signal's doing all right. You have a little bit of 120 cycle hum in the audio in the Valiant, so sounds like a filter condenser issue. Yes, indeed. Well, I'm going to fix up my nutritional yeast, and I'll be right back, so I'm going to bail out for maybe 3 or 4 minutes. So I'll be right back. Go ahead, Tom. This is WA1HLR.
Okay, perhaps I will take a moment to drain the log, so to speak, and be back shortly. Not sure, Bill, if you're going to stay around or not, but I'll be back myself in a few minutes. This is N8JZS in Northeast Ohio with WA1HLR and possibly KH3MFN. Back in a bit.
Yeah, I'll be here. I'm doing my yeast byproduct. Drinking a 807 KH3MFN.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me try this rig out. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4. Test 1.
November 8, Juliet, Zulu, Sierra. Now properly caffeinated. Return to 85 AZ.
All right then.
I'm still here. Let's fire up the reset PYY rig there. Running a little too hot.
You say you think the audio was a little too hard, sounds okay.
I'm back on the Valiant right now.
I'm talking about my K7DYY rig.
I should probably do something about my
Where'd everybody go? This WA1H, y'all are.
We're still here.
Okay. Well now. Let me put the nutritional yeast in the vessel, stir it up, and it suspends air bubbles, and you can hear the thump. Then you stir it again, and air bubble suspension. No, that's good. So when you stir it, that gets things going. Then you tap the spoon on the bottom of the glass, and you can hear as the frequency goes up, the more rapidly goes up, the more the suspension is ready. So, Tom, very good on the shot there. I'm kind of curious. You say the cat swallowed a bone or something? I missed out on that.
He's got a bum tooth. One of his, I guess you call it a bone.
I don't hear him. Maybe it's another case of an alien abduction.
His are 10, you double with him.
Yep. Well, he's got a lot of work to do. Although at times I can hear him quite well on 40, but you know, the wind has to be blowing the right way and the conditions doing their thing. So how you been, Bill?
I've been doing okay. Let me see if Mom's
maybe the band just took a dump. If Ken can't hear me, Bill, just to let him know, the cat has a bad tooth, and we're going to get that addressed. Over.
Okay, Tim. John, I don't know if you heard him. He said the cat has bad tubes.
What was that, Bill?
Tom said the cat had bad tubes.
The cat had bad tubes, huh?
Tubes. Tango. Oscar. Tango. Henry.
Oh, tooth.
Oh, teethage. Tooth. Oh. I take it the cat went to the vets and had an extraction.
It is scheduled. Unfortunately, the veterinarian is behind on surgeries, so we have him scheduled and we are waiting for perhaps a cancellation.
I think he's waiting for a cancellation at the vets to get the shot repaired.
Affirmative.
Yeah. Now, Tom's signal is right down there in the static now. Started out well. Bill, you could use more audio. You need to crank your modulation up a bit.
Alrighty. How's that?
That's better.
Maybe I need to turn the clipper control here.
Is the audio in that Valiant stock?
Yeah, it's stock. I haven't had a chance to do any mods. That's going to be on the other Valiant. I do have the parts for it. And, well, I got all the parts for your modification, but I don't have the Hammond transformer, so this is the next purchase whenever I get that rig back up. Go ahead, Tom. Partially doubled with him. I think I lost him off the sim. Just left USB on him at times.
Yep. Hammond transformer, what What modulation transformer?
I believe so. I thought I read something, I haven't read your write-up on the internet. I did get all the parts, but I thought that was the Hammond transformer that placed one in there, not the bod trans. I think there was another transformer in there that needs to be a Hammond with a little bit less capacity.
Well, question, how well are you hearing me for me to go into a bit of a semi-old buzzard transmission?
Yeah, John, I always hear you well. You're 20 dB over. You're always putting a slamming signal in my ears, no matter where I'm living.
Well, that's good to know. Yeah. Lock this thing down manually into the transmit mode. Yeah, I'm on the Globe Chump. Pooped. A little less than 100 watts out. Well, my mods do not entail replacing the driver transformer. A lot of people will just do it. And the Hammond transformer they use is not much better. It's not what you call a quantum leap. Now, to get really good performance out of the Valiant, there's 3 issues. 1, in the stock unit, the driver transformer. 2, the 6146s are kind of piss weak as far as modulator tubes. And 3, the modulation transformer. A stock modulation transformer has got a piss poor match. It's a radical step down, which means that by the time you're reaching near 100%, the modulator tubes will go into clipping because they're looking into too high a load impedance. The modulation transformer is oversized for the job it has to do. As far as the driver transformer is concerned, it'll do the deal, but the problem is, it lacks a bit in inductance to the low end when used in the capacity that it's used in with the parallel 12AU7, that the low end response is effective. Now, as far as the clipper and all that gets removed. The clipper circuit, everything. It doesn't do anything. The thing is, for clipping to function, you have to have a modulator that has got good low-end response to begin to take advantage of it. And the modulator does not. And the Valiant. It's as though nothing was really researched. The transmitter was just, I think, put together to compete against God knows what. So what my mods, if you follow every single one, you'll notice that all the stock iron, everything is retained. It'll markedly improve the audio, especially when the negative feedback is hooked up. And with all my mods done without the feedback, yeah, it's better. But it isn't stellar. With the feedback, it's definitely that much better, smoother, lighter response, but it still isn't stellar because of the lack of modulation density. That's the issue. Well, I got a Valiant here that I've done up very heavy duty. I could put the thing on, but yeah, it's a completely different operating situation. I got work to do on my gear. The Johnson 600 is offline because the control circuitry is not working right when you first power the thing up, keys up and all that, and then a few minutes later, 10, 20 minutes, you go to key things up, and nothing happens. Yep, you can hit the spot switch and get grid drive and all that. It's as though maybe an interlock is opened up or whatever, but there's a whole bunch of crap piled up on the floor in front of the power supply modulator. Items that need to go elsewhere, need to be sorted out, need to be thrown out. And all these little projects that need to be done, either that or just move from point A to point B as things go around and around like items in a tornado, you know. So, the real way to do a Valiant is you gotta have a much healthier piece of mod iron of the right variety. I like using big ass TV sweep tubes, triode connected. In other words, high view, almost zero bias, triode connected TV sweepies. And you have to use a real audio driver of sorts. A tube like a single-ended 6L6 and a small modulation transformer as the driving transformer. But there's a host of other things with the Valiant that need to be fixed, particularly the RF end of it. The padding capacitors that they use, it's a fluster clock of caps that equals about 300 puff. That when you go on 160 or E, 300 puff caps are engaged along the second section of the two-section air variable condenser. When you go on far T meters, only one section of that condenser is used, and there's a smaller fluster clock of capacitors. Might be 150 puff worth or something like that, 100 puff, I forget. So what happens is the 300 puff padding cap assembly, yes, it goes after a while. You get the modulation up like it should be, and the padding capacitor breaks down. So you gotta have the right type of replacement, not what's in there, but something much heftier. like maybe 3 of those 100 puff central lab type transmitting ceramic doorknob condensers paralleled up to make 300 puff, either that or much larger mica transmitting condensers. They'll work, but and then with the loading, not so much with the Viking Valiant 2, but with the original Valiant, there was this little mica condenser post that's in there. It's got 4 capacitors, all, that are mica thing. You have a 300 puff, a 600 puff, a 900 puff, and a 1200 puff. And then when you go to position after position with a ceramic rotary switch marked coarse coupling, it just engages each one successively. Then it begins to just parallel things up because of the low plate impedance, RF load impedance for the 36146s. You have that much more tank capacity required, and the same thing with the loading. That has to be a lot higher than other transmitters with higher plate voltage and lesser plate current, like something with a pair of 6146s in it. So that's very much a weak link in the Valiant. You get the audio fixed, and then you start the capacitors. There, that was good. So that's a large part of it. But I thought of some other mods that would extract more audio out of the lump-wristed 6146s. That should work, in theory. Yeah. Well, SWA1H and LR, I've got a method of reconnecting the mod transformer, what I call turbo connecting. In other words, you wire the mod transformer up as an auto transformer rather than discrete primary and secondary. Where there's 2 different methods of auto transformer connecting or turbo connecting. For instance, in my Exciter Class Ranger 2, I fitted a Viking Valiant mod transformer into it. And the Viking Valiant transformer is auto transformer connected. I've got my way of rewiring things, making use out of that 9-pin socket so you can still use the Ranger as a separate source of RF and audio for a bigger high-level plate modulated transmitter. And there is a way of doing that. Oh, poot. And with the Valiant, it'd be pretty much the same as the Ranger because the accessory socket, 9-pin plug in the back or socket, is wired in the same manner. So, aside from that, using the entire secondary wired in series with one side of the primary, instead of the mod transformer being a radical step down, it's a fairly mild step up. And I've got a pair of 6550 healthy audio full grade tubes in the modulator. And they work very well. You can get probably at least 100 plus watts of audio out of the pair stuffed into the Ranger and the modulator. So there's a lot of grunt there, a lot of headroom. And I use that as the exciter, but then again the plate voltage I'm using on it is reduced with a different power transformer. But the unique thing about the Valiant mod transformer, also the same thing in the Viking 1 and Viking 2, is the secondary is split. Yes, two separate identical windings that are wired in series at the factory, but you can parallel them up. And then you take one side of those parallel windings and tie it to the appropriate side of the primary, where it's a modulation auto transformer and the phase is correct. In that mode, it's about a 1.5 to 1 impedance step down, which is absolutely perfect. But the fact of the matter is that the amount of DC current pulled down by the modulator not by the modulator, but by the PA, you know, if in stock configuration the transformer is going into saturation, it'll really go into saturation because more of the transformer's winding scheme is being subjected to unbalanced DC. But there is a way around that. Well, there's a terrible waste of space in the Valiant because you have all these friggin' tube rectifiers, like the 866 Mercury Vapum tubes in the high voltage. And then, of course, your low voltage and your bias, they should all be solid stated. But you'd start with the 866s and get these high voltage brick rectifiers and mount them up underneath. And in that area where the tubes are, there also is the screen dropping resistor for the 6146s. Junkston used 12K, which is way too low a value. You'll wind up probably putting the 6146s in an almost exceeding the screen dissipation ratings of those tubes. So that resistor, instead of being 12K, should be 18 to 20K, as said in my modification article. You can take a 5K 25 watt wire wound resistor and wire it in series with the existing, and that'll bring you up to 17.5K, which is okay. But you'll have to relocate that resistor. Me, I took a long piece of threaded rod stock and mounted it vertically. And that opens up all kinds of room. So the next thing you need is at least a 10 Henry, 300 mil smoothing type filter reactor. like a 10 Henry, that's a minimum value. It will work with the very low impedances, modulating impedances within the Valiant. So, that takes the place of that handles the DC flow from the power supply to the PA tube. Instead of going through the secondary of the mod transformer, it goes through the filter reactor to the plates of the modulated stage, the 6146s. And being that the auto transformer connected audio output of the mod transformers, the DC voltage that exists there is within maybe 20-30 volts or so of the B plus voltage drop in the reactor you're using as a modulation reactor. So you couple to the juncture of the mod reactor and the final amplifier at the point where the one end of the mod reactor goes to the B plus, the other end goes to the tubes to be modulated. So you have a capacitor, you know, like a plastic film, not an electrolytic. You don't want to use an electrolytic. Let's say something rated at a couple hundred volts, like 10 microfarads or so, at a couple hundred volts. You know, if you got the room, you could use a 10 mic 600 volt oil condenser because that may be more available. And you couple from what would be the modulated B plus out from the top side of the turbo mod transformer over to the juncture of the mod reactor and the modulated stage. So that isolates the DC current flow from the mod transformer, and you should be able to get better than 100% modulation. It should work. I've never done it. I might take one of the Valiants I bought and do that just for the sake of saying, yeah, I did this. You know, this is like a next-gen modification that does not require any real specialized components except for the addition of the filter reactor. And the other thing is the audio. And the modulator itself, the 6146s. Yep, there's a driver transformer in the circuit. The reality is the 6146s are pretty much in AB1. Therefore, you really don't need a driver transformer. You know, it's like an old habit that dies hard. So I've come up with an idea of using the existing 12AX7 things wired differently, directly coupled to the grid of the 16.4 that is ahead of the parallel. Well, actually, what I make use of would be the paralleled 12AU7. So that the 16.4 becomes a phase inverter. The 12AU7 tube has its sections wired as push-pull audio voltage amplifiers, feeding the 6146 grids, and you probably have a fairly low value like 47K 1 watt resistors for the grid resistors of the 6146s to the adjustable bias voltage. So that does not require any specialized iron or anything like that. And by eliminating the driver transformer, the audio capabilities in terms of frequency response can be that much more. So I gotta bring a Valiant in here someday when I get the friggin' time and do it up that way and document it correctly. So that's the story, Bill. You know, if you want the thing to sound better, you can use the mods I put up there on AM phone. They work. But it's not high fidelity. What I am putting out there with the turbo-connected mod transformer and the mod reactor would be probably a big step up. And you'd still be able to get away with the 6146 modulators. They'll just be barely adequate for the job, but they'll work. And that's the story, Bill. Maybe conditions are a little better. Maybe I might be able to hear you, Tom. If not, we're going to have to call it quits, because that last time around I could barely hear you. It ain't JZS from WA1H and YLR. Yeah, he's gone. He's probably taking care of his shaft. All right, go ahead, Bill. KA3MFN from WA1H YLR.
KA1H YLR. KA3MFN. Hey, make sure I'm tweaking some power out on the REA. Interstate, Yeah, I was just looking at the pictures on the computer. I bought this body that I'm talking of right now. I bought from a guy out there, just outside of Dayton, Ohio. And I think the guy worked on the guy that fixed his rig up for him up there in Michigan. I think he works on a lot of values. And I dropped her pants. I doorknobbed the bastards underneath the chassis and bus check. I can see the rotary switches. Some doorknobs there, some smaller capacitors. I definitely go above the chassis. That rig that I wanted to do the mods on that was the first one I got that I never got running. I figured, well, what the heck? The transformers aren't fried in it. I picked it up on eBay from a guy down in Florida. And I get that thing up and running. That would be the perfect one to do the mods on. Now it's on value too. It's sitting back here on the shelf. I something on this solid state. That thing is refurbished from somebody out there on the West Coast and mods. Everything pretty much is brand new in it. And I wouldn't leave that one as is. And take my worst one, and that'd be the one I'll start playing around with the mods on. But yeah, I'd like to get at least one of them. The worst one, better audio in it. I very much enjoy playing around with it and having it on the air. But as I talked to you last year, I got that Henry 3K Ultra, and someday you ever get a chance to working on a Ranger, nice Ranger that's got legal limit. It's a fun toy to play with, and almost sound like a broadcast station. I got some pretty bad audio even though put that on here tonight. But obviously I must have changed the settings or what is it? Behringer suppressors I got running into the Phonics 223 and changed something, fixed something, moved the knob or something. Something's out of whack here. Usually my problems are on 40 with it. Oh, whoa. What the hell happened to my audio? Hold on. I think this... I don't know how long I've not had audio. It wasn't long. Dropped back to you here. Must be something wrong with this down on this E104. I wasn't having any audio because I think we dropped off for 1 second. K1HLR, K3MFN.
Okay, Bill. Well, your audio level slowly dropped to where there's missing words because you're not fully modulating. It's like, it seems like a typical Valiant problem. Is that they're lackluster in the audio department. So are you saying you have a Ranger or do you want a Ranger that's completely done up?
Well, at some point in time in the future, I'd like to have a Ranger that is been working on this Demtron and try this Jitter 3K.
Yeah, well, I've got several Rangers that I'm planning on just doing up and finding homes for them, so maybe in a while, maybe within a year or so, I'll have a couple of them done. And the problem would be getting it to you, but it's going to cost you a bit. To properly do a Ranger, it takes me about 40 hours of work. But when it's done. You'd have, full power, low power, kick down option, and all that. And I have a couple of different flavors. I have the Ranger LITE, the light mods, which make use of the stock driver and modulation transformer and all that, which exploits what the iron can do. At full power, the low end is, good down to about 130 hertz before it begins to roll off. The high end goes up out there quite well. In the low power mode for driving an amplifier, because nothing is working all that hard and the source impedances of the stock modulator tubes is that much lower, the low end response is good down to about 70 hertz, and that is before there's waveform distortion. And the output is like in the order of, depends on how heavily you load it up. You can get 15 watts out of it, no problem. But like 10 to 12, depending on how you load it. You can drive an amplifier with it. There's all these Rangers I've got that I picked them up for experimental, or shall I say, in order to, I picked them up to do them up, get them out there and sell them and make some cash on the side. But I hope to probably maybe do one up over the winter, maybe another one. Last year I did up a couple of them. And that's what the winter's good for, but I've got all these other projects going on right now. KA3M-FN from WA1H, Yamar.
WA1HLR, KA3M-FN. Yeah, I'm in no hurry. And, yeah, I got rigs here to play with, but eventually would like to have something that'll drive this about the legal limit and sound good. Yeah, it's even better. But fine. Yeah, still on cash, but yeah, I about ready to hit some special projects in the spring, so pretty nice by the end of the year. It's no problem, but then again, I might need to take a drive up that way at some point in time. I'm going to go up to the station to have a tour and meet Alvin and all that. I got some friends up that way I need to go see too. I got a friend, she's getting up there in the age, she's almost pushing 88 or something, up in New York. Need to go see her and all that stuff, and help her out with some things up there. Yeah, I didn't know her. Yeah, actually recording us right now, Tim Trump. So I got your mock document. And pretty sure. Not the first recording of you. Pretty sure somebody else has it, but this one, when you start getting into the technical talk, there's always good nuggets there. Anyways, I need to pull the plug here. I do have one question for you. How's that thing with the, I'm trying to think. It was the fixing the, hell, I can't remember what the disease is called. How's it going with that? I know it is something for a great number of years. The WA1HLR, KA3M-FN.
Okay, I didn't quite catch the question. How am I doing with something or other in a number of years? What was that?
Yeah, you're starting to drop out there too. Anyways, Lyme disease.
Well, that's what I thought. No, your signal's still hanging in. Well, I'll tell you, the doctor that treated me used what considered by the medical establishment is not how they treat it, because the medical establishment does not know how to treat Lyme disease correctly. I had three, from what I could tell from my reading, 3 different tick-borne illnesses. Besides Lyme, Bartonella and babesiosis, or babesiosis, or what have you, that was the fever, the high fever I ran, and the lumps on my shin of my right leg. So the doctor used what I would call a scorched earth antibiotic treatment. I think there was a sulfa drug involved as well. And they'd go over everything as far as why and what they did. So I was on a steep course of antibiotics for at least a year and a half. Every day. You know, I'd be taking 4 or 5 pills a day. It got rid of it. It's gone. I haven't had any relapses or anything like that. But I don't know whether it's the meds or me getting on in years, but I don't, after the whole ordeal, I don't have the strength I used to as far as just lifting and shifting heavy items and just endurance to keep on going. I've gained a lot of it back. Yes, I can still pick up a DX100 or a Valiant, but a lot of people my age are like, oh, I can't lift it anymore, and wah, but I can still do it. And I'm better at it than I was. But I can feel that I don't quite have it in me to pick up the heavy stuff. Oh, God. I'm probably going to be heading back to bed as well. So, out of curiosity, did you say you have a lady friend along the way, coming up this way? And you probably obviously want to go up to WBCQ. And we could ride up together or what have you. KA3MFN from W81HLR.
Yeah, I have a lady friend up there in upstate New York, and she's getting a little older, so I'd like to get up there and spend some time with her. But if I'm going to be up in that neck of the woods, I got some friends up there in Connecticut, up in Massachusetts, and you know, if I'm in the area, may as well drive up to BCQ. And yeah, we could do that. It's a ways off. I'll pretty busy this year, but maybe after all that, you might have a ranger for me and maybe one trip there. Yeah, I know you had problems with the line police. I didn't know you had the other ones that went along with it. But glad you're all over that. And one of the things I noticed after my heart attack, that and the old stent went in, my engine is not what it used to be. In fact, I took a lot of damage to my heart. It was a good thing it lowered my blood pressure. It doesn't pump as much, but yeah, I can still lift the Valiant. I can't lift things like I could. I guess UPS stuff here, converters, voltage converters and stuff, and I used to be able to lift it before my heart attack. I sure can't lift it now. So like 145 pounds, somewhere around in there, maybe a little bit better than that. Pretty corduroy transformers in there. They're very stout and heavy. But yeah, I noticed I sleep a lot more. Prior to the heart attack, 4 to 6 hours is all I needed a day, and most of the time on 4 hours, especially if I was playing video or computers and so forth. But can't do it no more. Need 6 to 8 now. More on the 8 side. But plus getting older too, so I'm sure that's a factor in it. 56 into 57 here in a couple of months, but yeah, that heart attack definitely changed a lot of things. Anyway, you're getting sleepy, and I'm not sleepy, but I need to work a little bit of the higher bands tomorrow, so I want to get up at a fairly reasonable time and get on the AM on 10 meters if I can hear anybody, and definitely on 15. And play around the rest of the day on the lower bands as band conditions change. Anyway, Sean, really good talking to you. It's been about a year, and need to get on the air more often at nighttime, and during the day in the afternoon. So anyways, you have a good one, and yeah, looking for you on the band. A1 HLR. That's clear on your final.
Yeah, very good, Bill. Yeah, keep the modulation level up. You know, I'm hearing you all right. Am I still doing all right, or am I fading into the noise?
Oh, I told you, man. You're always decent signal here.
Yeah, okay, well, just for shits and grins, get up out of the chair here. I'm going to do the antenna reality check. I'm on the wire array. This is the wire array, and I'm on the 75-meter dipole. This is my local service antenna. This is the 75-meter dipole, and back on the wire array. What are you seeing?
With the USB, the wire array with 20 dB over, and I was getting about 15 on the 75 meter.
So I'm doing all right on the 75, but noticeably or audibly weaker?
Not noticeably audibly, but signals within 5 dB, but I got the USB, but definitely the wire array was the strong one.
Okay. With conditions, who the hell knows? 5-6 dB, that's good. Well, I'm just wondering if band conditions seem different, with things being up there with the MUF. Yeah, as far as 10 and 15 and the high bands go, I've been active up there. It'll be more into the afternoon. I may be on 15 meters. I may be crapstal controlled. I generally get on 21.430. Sometimes 21.420. If I'm using a transmitter that's VFO controlled, I'm crapstal controlled with this thing. This uses plug-in coils, and I've just left it on 75 and moved it elsewhere. Well, very good on all, and whatnot. Well, it all depends. Yeah, what I got to do is just start doing up a couple of Rangers here and there. Pooped. And putting them aside. So there you go. But I'll be road testing them. Well, tomorrow, you see, on Sundays, my wife and I have a TV date beginning at 9 o'clock in the morning to see the BS program Sunday morning. And we watch that together. And sometimes we catch Face the Nation. Or sometimes if the programming on Sunday morning is not that interesting, we'll bebop back and forth between that and Meet the Press. I don't have to tell you, and I don't know where your political feelings lie, but me, my wife, and most of my friends up here are very, very anti-Trump. And I did not vote for him in 2016. I was horrified by the chain of events that have gone on, and I have no use for him, and I have been occasionally doing on VCQ from time to time, besides Radio Timtron Worldwide, is the Beacon of Truth, where I do a political show of a certain level of seriousness that I don't do when I'm doing my Radio Timtron thing. So I feel that being a good American, I will stand up for what I believe, and if I have a radio podium like that, I'm going to put it out there whether people like it or not. They can piss up a rope. And that's my story. That's my story. Anyway, yeah, I am, the Sunday morning thing, and, if it starts, my wife has got a little tolerance for the political ugliness. So usually these days after 10:30, we don't bother with Face the Nation. It's shut the damn thing off. And then a buddy of mine, Steve, WA1STH, will be up in the area. We'll probably get together for lunch or something in town. And that's the story. Well, God knows when I'm going to have any real time to play ham radio. It's just all these things happening at the same time. I certainly would enjoy having a whole weekend of time to play radio, but I don't. Not in the cards this time around. But I will stick my head in the door. And that's the story, Bill. So fine business modulating with you, old man. Hi. And if you're up at these times, I have been getting in here because, if I'm not staying up for some reason or other, I generally crash about 9:30, 10 o'clock. And then I'll wake up about 1 or 2 and, gotta drain the log. And, head to bed. That kind of thing. But I don't feel like sleeping because when I've had 3 or 4 hours sleep, my batteries are charged up a bit. So I'm always curious to see what's going on, so I'll put the gear on and turn around the band, and there's not the AM activity that there used to be even 5 years ago. A couple of the guys that I'd run into that I've known for years are no longer with us. And that hits kind of hard. So when I get in here, I wind up bellowing out CQs till I'm blue in the face. Nobody comes back, or if there is, it's maybe somebody with an ICOM 7300 rice box and a piss-weak little signal with yellowy audio. And the other thing is, I tune around the band at night on 75, and there are various nests of slumbucketeers here and there, and I'll tune in and listen, but, a lot of the conversation to me is fairly brain dead and doesn't interest me. There's for instance, on 3868, I call it the Roger Group, because there's one guy that every time his compatriot makes a comment, he'll just say, Roger on that. And I've been in conversations with people, they'll just go, Roger. I'll say, no, my name is Tim, it's not Roger. And they don't get it. They just keep on going. calling me Roger, you know. Name is Tim, not Roger, you know. So I like breaking balls on what has become the ham radio establishment. And besides that, sideband audio really grates on my ears after a while, and I sometimes get on slump bucket on 40 meters. There's a couple of guys I run into from time to time that I like talking with, but I just have never really, as they say, cottoned to sideband or slump bucket. Anyway, Bill, have a good night, and I'll see you later. KA3MFN from WA1H. Yellow will be out.
All right, good, John. You have a good night. That's one of the reasons why I don't get on the slop bucket. Lack of intelligent conversations for the most part. That's all I've always enjoyed AM. AM rest of my life. You have a good one. Holding them plug. Could be A1 HLR. KA3 MFN clear.
Yep, have a good night, Bill.
AJ400. AJ400. Anybody on frequency? This is AJ400, South Windsor, Connecticut. AJ400. 3885. AJ400, South Windsor, Connecticut. AJ400.
GIC.
AM phone.
And one SNG AJ400. Very good morning, Glenn. Very good signal into South Windsor this morning. I copy you very strong over here. So back to you, Glenn, to see how you copy. And one SNG AJ400.
AJ400, N1 SNG. Oh, very good morning to you, Pedro. You're sounding good here. Very nice audio. Nice and clean. Well set up there. And you're 20 over on the R390A this morning into North Kingstown, Rhode Island. Very good. And we're running the Johnson Ranger into the Johnson Thunderbolt, putting out 150 watts on the bird watt meter, and that all goes through Johnson kilowatt matchbox out to a coaxial fed 75 meter antenna, about 35 feet up, inverted V, up into an oak tree. So that's the lowdown here. Mike's a D104, and we're just kind of kicking back here. Just got down, a cup of coffee, a bagel. Figured I'd listen around and see if there was any activity down here. But it sounded very, very nice there this morning, Pedro. I think the last time we talked, you were running a Valiant, and you were crystal controlled. Maybe you're on something else, but whatever the case, sounds great. AJ400 N1 SNG.
N1 SNG AJ400. Very fine copy, Glenn. Very fine copy indeed. You're putting 20 dBs over S9 also over here into my receiver. The receiver is the NC300 with a matching speaker. And it's working very good. The transmitter over here, you know, is the Viking volume. I'm crystal control at the present time. I believe the first time I went out, I came out over here, I was using the BFO, you know, and I was a little bit out of frequency. So I put one crystal yesterday, and I believe I made a call and you answered me during the day, which was kind of odd to have that contact, you know, at that time of the day with you in Rhode Island. And then I stay on frequency, but your signal went down, you know, on the QSB. I guess you were speaking with somebody locally there. The antenna over here, Glenn, is an end-fed wire, a half-wave end-fed wire for cut for 80 meters. I cut it for the lower part of 80 meters. So it resonates, the second harmonic, you know, will be working around 70 to 300, something like that, or 350. The antenna is not too high, it's about, I would say, like yours, you know, like 35 feet above the ground level. Basically, it's a half-wave dipole fed on one of the corners, which is vertical. That part of the antenna is vertical for 30 feet, and then it's the rest of the antenna is horizontal for a total of 128 feet of wire. Microphone here is a D104, and I think I'm pushing like 115 watts, you know, something like that. Your setup over there, the Ranger and the Thunderbolt, sound really, really good. With a 75 meter inverted B. I wish I could have the the ability to put an inverted B over here in this location. But I am very restricted over here, so I was able to squeeze this wire to some of the trees that are on the back of my property. I live in an HOA community here, Glenn. We had a beautiful day yesterday over here. Temperature was in the low 40s. And today we are supposed to have a clear and sunny day, so I'm looking forward for that. So anyway, let me put it back to you, Glenn. In one SNG, AJ400.
Okay, Pedro. AJ400 and 1SNG. Yeah, the Valiant sounded very, very nice. And nice station there with the NC300 and the matching speaker. I had the 303 back in the day with the matching speaker. And I don't know why I got rid of that thing. I think I had too many receivers in here and not enough room. So I had to make choices. You know, I have the R390A here, and also I have a Hallicrafters SX71 and a smaller of the Hamelins, the HQ110. That has the matching speaker with it, but I don't use that. That's off to the side. My main speaker is a 12-inch university duplex speaker, probably late 50s, early 60s style, from what I can tell, and it's in a 2x2 by 2 vintage cabinet also. It sits in the corner because the cabinet was designed around being in a corner, so it looks kind of nice. It's got the old basket weave grill on it. And boy, it really does a great job of reproducing. Right now I'm using the David Clark headset. It's a mono, I think they're the H10s, and they do a very, very good job of reproducing. So I do enjoy those. And yes, yesterday, what a special day that was. That sun shining, I'd say we had to go out in the yard for a bit and just sit in the chairs for a while and kind of take it all in. Kind of a flash charge of the batteries, if you know what I mean. But yeah, it was very good. This mother came by with her daughter, and they were selling Girl Scout cookies, so bought a couple of boxes of those. And then there's a couple of kids a few houses down. Yeah, one's like 2, the other's 5, and so. And they've always come in. Our yard's pretty well much open. It's 125 by 160, and that's on a wooded lot, to say. And they always stop by, and they play in the yard, and mom's with them and all, of course. And we usually have little snacks for them, So we spent some time with them, and of course everybody's bundled up. It was still, like in the mid-40s or so. But just a gorgeous day. Went out for an early breakfast with family, and after my nephew's basketball game, he's about 8 years old. So pretty well much a fun-filled day. And then we came back. We had dinner, and the wife and I watched a concert, a DVD with Bruce Springsteen. So we were kind of rocking a little bit there for a while. Very, very good day. I think the sunshine brings out the best in all of us. And just on the microphone there, Pedro, the D104. This one here is unamplified. I did disable the preamp, so it's just a stock D104 going into the vintage station here. So back to you, Pedro. AJ400N1SNG.
N1 SNG, very good copy, Glenn. You were putting 30 and 40 dBs over S9. A solid rock signal over here, my friend. Very good to hear at it. Your microphone, the D104, the unamplified microphone, are doing a good reproduction of your audio there. So it was really a pleasure receiving you over here in this last transmission, Glenn. Very fine on your day yesterday. We had a good day yesterday. We went out, did some shopping. I went out with my wife, did some shopping. Went and cleaned my car. I got a Subaru, and went to the car wash and cleaned it. Took the salt out of it. Went together with my wife, and then we went for some groceries at Trader Joe's. We got back to the house early and do some wash the clothes, for the week. Because today we are going to go out for lunch There is a good Mexican place over here, and I'm going to be meeting my son and his family for lunch at the Mexican place, which is in Glastonbury. It's not here in South Windsor. It's in Glastonbury. It's kind of a Mexican boutique place. So we will be there. You know, the food is very good. I enjoy that place quite a bit. We have been there frequently for the last 5 years plus that I live over here in the area. So we are looking forward for today to be a nice day in company of the family of my oldest son. Which he lives about 15 minutes away from my location here. I got another son that lives in Danbury. Danbury is about, I would say, an hour and 10 minutes to get to his house in Danbury. We got to go through the city, through Hartford, to get over there, as I am on the east side of, northeast side of Hartford. So that is the reason we moved over here. We used to live in North Carolina, and we moved over here last year. Not last year, excuse me, 5 years ago, 5 year plus. So we are in a 55 plus community here. It's a small community, it's only 10 units. And I happened to buy, you know, I was fortunate enough, you know, to buy one of the corner units in the development. So it gives me a little bit of room. I only share one wall with the other apartment, other condo. So we were very fortunately, the time we moved over here, there were not too many developments, 55 plus available at that time. So we were lucky to get this one. And it's very convenient. I am close to everything over here. Stores, movie theaters, doctors, which is very important at our age, or at least my age. It's very important to be close to the medical facilities. Although I'm healthy, but you know, you never know. We live in North Carolina for 10 years. Enjoy my time over there. We got close to 0.7 of an acre there. So I had some room to put some antennas. And we live in the woods. It was close to the city, but it was kind of, even though we were close to the city, we were in a place, you know, in a wooded area. Very nice place. There were about 20 homes, 20 properties in that location. And I made very good friends. There. You know, the time we lived there. I miss them. I miss them because we got to share a lot of time together there in North Carolina. Anyway, I hope my signal has been holding, Glenn. So I'm going to put it back to you, my friend. And one SNG in Rhode Island, in beautiful Rhode Island. I have been there in Newport several times. A beautiful place. I enjoy that area there quite a bit. And one SNG. This is AJ400. Go ahead, Glenn.
AJ400 and one SNG. Very good, Pedro. Yes, and yes, good on the home base there, and having a lot of the unnecessary facilities and shopping centers, access to medical, and so on. That's how we are here. We're pretty lucky. We're in a cul-de-sac. There's only one entrance into the neighborhood. There's about 30 homes. Mostly raised ranch, older ranch-type homes from the late 60s. It's kind of a development from the Quonset Point Naval Base that used to be very active here in North Kingstown. So housing was plentiful. So we did very well. We acquired this house a little bit over 20 years ago. And of course the prices were much lower back then. And it's good lot size. Nice neighbors. The back goes into a wooded area. It's very thickly wooded. And that goes out to a golf course. So from the property line out to the golf course is probably maybe a little over 200 feet or so. But that's basically a buffer zone there. Yep, do enjoy it. Very nice neighbors. Again, we have the train station right down the street, probably a mile and a half or so. If you choose to travel, north-south, I got the train station, the Walmarts. Just like you're saying there, everything is very convenient. And yes, Newport it does get pretty active, especially during the the spring and summer and the fall. A lot going on down there. The jazz festivals, folk festivals. It really pulls in quite an audience. That's for sure. Over the years, it's just been spectacular down there. And go to the North Carolina run there. That's a beautiful area. And used to do a lot of windsurfing, Pedro, years ago. Probably going back, maybe 35 years ago, 40 years ago. And we used to go down to the Outer Banks quite often, maybe once a year. So we got familiar with that area. And just it was a great time, and you can go out to the other islands and so on. But basically, it was a kind of a windsurfing run there, and we used to convoy down, maybe 5 or 6 of us, and you rent the houses there, and they're huge, just huge houses. So, yep, had a lot of fun. Good place. Yep, and good on your son there. I think you said he was over in Glastonbury, possibly. And yeah, Mexican restaurants. We have quite a few here in Rhode Island, and actually, there's one probably 3 miles from here. And there's quite a showing of restaurants. You don't have to go too far from A to Z. It's just a very convenient area. Schools, it just, for us it's fine because we don't have any kids. So, got married later on, and this is where we ended up. Bought the house, and before we retired, we paid everything off here, and so looking good. And health is important. You can have everything else, but if you don't have your health, so we're pretty proactive in that department, for sure. But I like the hobby. The AM radio hobby's great. In fact, you reminded me getting the vehicle washed. I went out the other day and I was looking at mine now that the sun's out, and it's got a pretty good coating of salt on it. So I might just take the hose out today if it's warm enough and just kind of hose it down a little bit, or spend a few bucks, take it over and get the high pressure hose from the car wash. Just hit it with water, you know, just to get that crunch off there. But anyway, yeah, the D104 unamplified. I don't know what you're running there, but it was recommended that I do, you know, try the unamplified, and I've been getting pretty good reports with it. And on the Ranger, it does drift a bit. I don't have one transmitter in here that does not. So I do have a frequency counter that's on board each of the transmitters. So as things warm up, I have to just kind of edge it over a little bit. Either it's usually bringing it up a little bit, so a couple of kHz off one way or the other. Not to get too fussy with it. But again, you're 20 over, you're just going into full quieting there, Pedro. Very, very nice signal. Yeah, on your son there, good. Yep, it's good to have a family close by. That's for sure. I do have nieces and nephews, a sister. I have a brother. He lives up in Alaska. He's up in Kodiak, Alaska. He's got a family up there, so we occasionally see them. They come down and visit. Yeah, very seasonal area here. In the summer months, spring and summer and fall, a lot going on here, especially with the beaches. A lot of recreational areas. Always something going on. Events or celebrations and things like that. So we do enjoy the culture here. AJ400N1 SNG.
N1 SNG, this is AJ400. I don't know if somebody broke in, but I didn't copy any call sign. Very fine copy, Glenn. Very fine copy indeed. That microphone is working very good for you. The microphone I'm using over here is also a D104. It's unamplified D104. I bought it several years ago and did some work on it. Did some pull everything out, clean it, and I believe there was some padding that was missing, you know, and I put a piece of foam, very thin foam, as padding inside. And I have been using it, you know, for several years. You know, it seems to be working okay. I'm looking to get an additional 104. I got two of them, but I'm looking to acquire another one just to have it fixed on another transmitter that I have, so I don't have to be moving, you know, this one, you know, from one transmitter to the other. So I'm probably, you know, if I am able to go to one of the Ham Fest, I'm looking forward to go to the Near Fest in the spring. So maybe I can get one over there. I don't know. You know, I will be on the look for it. Very fine on your windsurfing activity. I never tried that. I used to water ski when I was young. I used to water ski in Puerto Rico, and I used to fish. You know, that was one of my hobbies. I used to fish quite a bit in the island. Very good fishing down there on the different seasons. You know, the winter and the summer season. You know, for different species. I used to fish during the winter for mahi-mahi, wahoo, We got some yellow fins over there, tuna. But mainly I fish for the mahi-mahi and the wahoo, which are excellent fish to eat. I used to have a small boat, you know, a 22-footer. And I used to go with my brother-in-law and a couple of my sons that were ready early morning to get up, you know, and go to the and go fishing. Most of the time, you know, they want to stay in bed. But you know, when they wake up, they will come together with me, you know, and we had a great time. I was transferred to the U.S. Late in my life, you know. I was 59 years old when I got transferred by the company I used to work. I used to work in air freight transportation with FedEx. And I got transferred to North Carolina. And then I retired there, and all my family was over here, all my sons. So my wife and I, we sold our property in Puerto Rico and decided to stay over here in the U.S. In a nutshell, you know, that has been my story, you know, for the last 16 years. 16 plus years. So, but never try the windsurfing. Although it was very popular in the island, it was very popular in Puerto Rico. That windsurfing. I got a couple of friends that used to do it, and I believe it requires a lot of strength, you know, on yourself, you know, and ability. So I enjoy Newport. As I mentioned, you know, I've been there several times, seeing all the big mansions in that area. And as a matter of fact, I went one time. There is a beach that is frequent there by people, and we were there. You know, it's very different from the Caribbean. You know, the beaches in the Caribbean are so water is crystal clear. In some beaches you can see the bottom. So it's kind of a different setup over there in that area. And there are some beaches, you know, in the Caribbean, in the nearby islands from Puerto Rico, the British Virgin Islands, that are unique. You know, with my boat, I went there with my family, together with some other people, you know, in some other boats. I did went all the way to, there is a small island called Anegada in the northern Caribbean islands nearby Puerto Rico, and in one of the trips we went all the way there. Very good fishing in that island, and the beaches, you know, in all that sector are crystal clear, beautiful waters. So, you know, I enjoy quite a bit fishing. Although I enjoy also golfing. I did a lot of golf. So you are in a very unique place there, you know, having the golf course close to you. I don't know if you like golf, but I did it quite a bit, you know. I did it mostly tied with my job. I used to be in sales, so I used to entertain a lot of people in the golf course during the weekends. And I enjoyed that for quite a while. I wasn't a very good golfer, you know, I was average. I guess that is a very tough game to master, very tough game. but it was a unique game, you know, to make relationship with people. So anyway, let me put it back to you, Glenn. Maybe I will take one more, you know, and then I will go to bed for a little bit more, maybe an hour or so, and then I will wake up to start working on the breakfast. So, and you are really good, you know, having that bagel and coffee. You know, I haven't got anything yet. So let me put it back to you, my friend. And 1SNG AJ400.
KB1 Delta X-Ray Foxtrot.
Yeah, KB1 Delta X-Ray Foxtrot. I think that's Gary. Jeez, beautiful. See, just everything went full quieting. I'll get it right over to you, Gary. Just want to comment on a few things with Pedro here. We're going to golfing. Yeah, it's big here. I'll tell you, I'd say within a 5-mile radius of the house here, there's probably 3 or 4 golf courses. There's just so many of them in Rhode Island for the size of the state. So yeah, there's no shortage of golf courses for sure. And go on the FedEx tour, and you know, working for those that company there. And I think you said you might be retired from FedEx. I have a few friends that did work with FedEx in the early days, and also with the UPS, and they took the retirement packages there. So very good on that. Puerto Rico, yeah, it is beautiful. Dominican Republic. Very, very nice down there. Like you're saying, it's paradise, really. The clean, clear waters, the fishing, just the climate. It's you can see why so many people flock to those areas for you know, vacation, and you know, even you know, to have real estate down there. So you're very good on that. Yeah, and the fishing too. So that sounds like a lot of fun. Pedro, with the mahi-mahi and so on, especially with the warm waters. Just even the fish you pull out are beautiful, for sure. Yes, and on the windsurfing, yep, I used to race actually locally here. We had a sailboard association, and they used to have races, and I really did enjoy that. But we used to get out there when it was, you know, the winds were blowing 25, 30 knots. You know, we'd gear up with the helmets and the harnesses and all that, and I'll tell you what, for a big guy like me, because even back then I was like 6 foot, it just ripped at my joints, really, you know, holding on, and just that whole rough ride. You really have to be in shape. Of course, now they do the kite sailing and all that. So anyway, whichever way, just having fun. Back in the day. And if I didn't windsurf, I wouldn't be on the radio right now, because that's how I met friends socially, and eventually rounded up with the ham radio hobby. And so everything, I guess, was meant to be one way or the other. Yeah, go down to Newport. Yeah, the water up here is kind of murky. You know, it's just that northern cold water. And you know, a lot of good fishing up here offshore, and even in the bay, a lot of sportsmen and so on. And your North Carolina residents there, sounds like it was a very, very good run there also. And but other than that, yeah, we'll get it right over to guys. I think it's Gary in there, still waking up here. So Gary, when you're done there, I'll pass it over to Pedro. This is N1SNG Glenn in North Kingstown, Rhode Island. So KB1 DXF, and then over to AJ400. Good morning, sir.
Well, good morning, Glenn, and good morning, Pedro. Hope you guys can hear me okay.
Good morning, Charlie.
Just on the Valiant, so I'm not pushing a ton of power, but especially from what I've observed being used lately with the rally and whatnot going on. Kind of got a few observations about that, but I'll keep them to myself until the conversation comes around. Very good. Glenn, for some reason or other, I never realized you were a former windsurfer. And Pedro, very fine on the fishing. I still fish. Hopefully I'll be able to get back to surfing here again this summer, because I had a couple of vertebrae fused in my neck over the last couple of years, and that kind of set me back quite a bit. I was good till about 73, and then I fell apart for a year. So looking forward to finally getting back on the water and enjoying myself a little bit. I'm a Matunic rat, always have been since the mid-60s. I hate to even admit it at this point in time. I'm not going to hold it for long. Don't know how well you guys are getting me, and don't even know what the conditions of the antenna are out there. It could be nice, it could be covered with ice, it could be a lot of things. I didn't even look at it before I got on this morning. But I'll send it down to you, Pedro. Hopefully you can get me. AJ400. This is Kilo Bravo 1 Delta X-Ray Foxtrot, West Chesterfield, New Hampshire.
Kilo Bravo 1 Delta X-Ray Fox, Gary. Very good copy. You're coming 40 degrees over S9. Beautiful signal. If your antenna have eyes, leave it that way. You know, it's working very good. Pleasure meeting you, Gary. I also heard Charlie in 1XCW. Good morning to Charlie also. Good copy on him over here. I didn't check the meter, you know, when you broke in, Charlie, but you were coming really strong also. Very fine on. I guess, you know, we got in common, you know, the love for the sea, you know, and the water activities. I did enjoy that, you know, not doing it anymore. Not doing it anymore. As a matter of fact, where I live now, you know, I am, even though, you know, in Connecticut I can get to the ocean fairly quick. I am not close to the ocean. In Puerto Rico, I used to live close to the ocean. As a matter of fact, I could see the Atlantic Ocean from my room in the house, my bedroom. I could see the ocean from there. So I miss that, and I miss the salty air. So once in a while, you know, I get close to the beach over here, anywhere, you know, to give me an injection of salty weather, because over here inland, you know, I am not a land guy. I got to be close to the water. So anyway, guys, you know, I'm as I mentioned, Glenn, you know, I'm going to. This was my last round. I leave you in good company with Glenn, so you can carry on. Has been a pleasure, gentlemen, to have this QSO this morning, and hope we can do it again in the near future. 73 to all, take care, and have a great Sunday. So I'm going to turn it back to Charlie, and then I will listen out. And 1XCW and the group, AJ40073.
AJ400 and 1XCW. 73 there, Pedro. Have a wonderful Sunday. Good morning, Gary. Good morning, Glenn. Yeah, I've been listening here for a little while. In fact, I should look at my frequency. Yeah. Down a little bit, but nothing drastic. Yeah, that's better. Anyway, everybody's got great signals this morning. The band is really, really good. A perfect copy on everybody. And don't worry about running a little less power there, Gary. You sound fine. No problem. Anyway, looks like everything's running as it should here. Just got up a little late, and you were already in QSO there, Glenn, so I just hung out for a while, and I went up and fed the fish, and rather than break in and break away, I just said, well, you know, I'll let the conversation carry on. So, over to you, Glenn. N1SNG, N1XZW. N1XZW and KP1DXF, AJ400 signing. Pedro, hopefully we'll hook up sooner or later. Good to have your company in here this morning. The Valiant is sounding great there. So yeah, don't touch anything. It's working quite well. 20 over that last transmission there. Covered a lot of bases this morning there. Very good. Good to catch up with you and get to know what's going on down in your neck of the woods there. And Charlie, beautiful signal here. You're 20 over. Gary, 20 over. Just the R390A is doing a good job, and with the conditions at hand, helping out quite a bit. Yep, this time of the morning. It's very nice. And Gary, yes, Matunic. Yeah, in fact, we were down in Matunic about maybe 3 weeks ago. Went down to the, I don't know when's the last time you've been down there, but the Matunic Oyster Bar. Quite a place. I remember going there years back, and it was just kind of a shack on the water. But it's still in the same spot, but they've built it up quite well. It's a very, like a high-end type of seafood restaurant. And of course the view, and being right in the back estuaries there, they do have the oyster beds and so on in place. So it doesn't get any fresher than that. Just a beautiful spot. No matter what the weather is, it's nice hearing the waves crashing on the beach. That's for sure. And Charlie, beautiful signal in here this morning. I think I heard you in here last night. I came down later on, and seemed to be quite a pile-up going on. At least that's what the R390A was telling me. And I thought I heard you trying to check in, and there was just so many other stations in there. From the tabletop 50 watts, 100 watts, and beyond. It's just a beautiful sound to hear those AM signals out there. But I'm pretty sure I heard you in there trying to break in. Maybe you got through later on. But I just wanted to see how the activity was. We had a good day yesterday, and the neighbors up the street, actually the kid's 5 years old, and the youngest, he's like 2. So anyway, we're pretty good friends with them and so on, and so he's a little one there. He calls up, my wife answers the phone, and he wants to come down because it was such a beautiful day. He wants to come down and he did call for us, right? Kid's like 5. What a hot sketch. But anyway, they did show up. So we enjoyed playing with them for a little while. And of course we always have little treats for them and stuff, But he's skiing. He's down at Yago. Today they're going down, and they're going to do some skiing. They've been making snow night and day down there. So he's been taking lessons and so on. So he's quite the skier. He really, at 5 years old. Oh man. Well, anyway, the two of them, they got a little push cart. I don't know if it's like a Power Wheels, a little plastic thing with 4 wheels on it. So they both get in that. So I'm like, okay, all right, where do you want to go? So I said, let's go 4-wheeling. So I took them out in the back and around the shed in the back and up through the woods and everything with it. It's a push thing. So yeah, we had a really good day. Yep, had breakfast with the with family. Went to see the nephew's basketball game over at the middle school, and just a non-stop day. And then I think I was telling Pedro, we got back here and settled in for the evening, had some dinner, and watched a concert DVD. Bruce Springsteen. God, it was incredible, man. Clarence Clemens, on the saxophone, and just the whole crew. They're at Madison Square Garden, so it was. I do a DVD, live DVD program here. So we finished up the night with that, and there's still another. There's a double CD. So if we still have enough energy, we'll probably watch that this evening. But I think we're headed out this evening for dinner with some friends. My wife's got the whole itinerary there. But anyway, other than that, let me see, where the heck's it gonna go? I think it goes over to Gary, I think. I forget. Anyway, Gary, pick it up. I just kind of lost track of things. Yeah, like we got a real big list, right? Aye. So, KD1DXF and 1SNG.
No problem at all. I understand completely. Doesn't matter if there's 3 or 30. It still can be a chore at times. Yeah, the old military radio yesterday morning was I'm just looking back at my log here. Kind of comical, actually. I must have 35 or 40 entries for a thing that used to have, it seemed like, about 10 or 15. Never been a regular participant, but I have been an irregular participant. And then after that was over, I listened a little bit to the quote-unquote rally. And that reminds me of AM back in the 60s for some reason or other. Mainly due to the fact that you got the dinosaurs, the alligators, and the peanut whistles. Makes for a kind of an interesting mix, and everybody is professing just doing it for fun, but it's obvious that over the last 5 or 6 years that little soiree has become a bit more competitive, let's say, for whatever reason. I guess that's just human nature. I'll let it go at that. But had a little bit of family time yesterday myself. Went down to Trinity College in Hartford, Connecticut yesterday to watch my, let's see, he's my niece's son. I don't know what that makes him for me. I have to have one of those family tree things to be able to probably get it out right, but I've gone to a few of his meets over the years. He's a senior this year at Plymouth State, which is a kind of a small school in central New Hampshire. He's from New London, Connecticut, and it was kind of fun watching him wrestle. He went 4-0 in his matches. He's kind of, I guess he's probably supposedly the second best wrestler on the team, but it looked to me like yesterday he was the best. They're a fairly small team, and they were a little overmatched against some of the competition that they were at, but he held his end of the plank up. There was no doubt about that. Everybody seemed to know who he was, and nobody wanted to wrestle him. But he's a middleweight, 165-pounder, and he held up real well. He had one tough one, but he pretty much crushed the bugs on all the other ones. But he did real well, so that was real pleasant. And I came back from that, got back here about 5-ish, and listened in on the band here a little bit. Kind of chuckled to myself, turned it off, and went and watched I don't know, something on TV. Don't even remember what it was now, but I'm rambling, I'm stumbling, I'm bumbling here. Charlie, save me. Come up with something good. N1XCW. You're sounding good up here this morning, Charlie, by the way. KB1, Delta X-Ray Foxtrot.
KB1DXF. In the group. N1X is EW. Well, it's not much to be said. Well, Glenn, last night when I came downstairs, to shut things down, my last time down here, I heard the Don down on 75 calling CQs and tried getting back to him. I'm sure you've heard him before. K4KYV. He's out in Tennessee. And I've talked to him before, in the quiet of the night. Back, I guess when I wasn't sleeping good at night. I remember having one nice, close to a solid hour QSO with him. And he's one of these guys that the shack is at the base of the tower, a walk from the house, and it was winter time, and it was like he was describing that situation, and I was saying, it's like he's getting older than I am, and he's going to go walking out on snow and ice all alone to get back to the house. I'm thinking, well, you better be careful out there, Don. Anyway, I hoped to say hello to him last night, and he didn't come back to me on the first call. I realized that somebody else had doubled with me, and I was going to try and then it happened. One of the big stations fired up on 85. And it was like, nope, this is not going to happen. Regardless of this better than what I've been running. You get these converted broadcast stations operating in the ham bands. You get wide signals. So I moved back up here to 85, and I worked, I don't know, maybe a half a dozen stations that were in here, just to give the point, so whatever they're collecting, stamps, I don't know, whatever, I'm not even aware. You know me, I barely even get into nets, never mind contests or any of that stuff. So I worked a few stations, and I guess about the same time I've been shooting, 8:45, somewhere in there, I went upstairs and went to bed. It was my evening last smoke. I came down for my last smoke and to turn the equipment all off for the night. Anyway, I'm not down too much, am I? A couple hundred hertz. So that was yesterday. I did finish up that piece of trim that I had to do on that doorway, and I started filling some of the holes where the screws were put in so that it's ready for paint. The outside of the doorway is panel. It's got a nice finish on it. I really hated to do it, but I had to nail that on because he had brads, the smallest brads I've ever seen in my life holding it on. You couldn't even tell they were there. But I gotta tell you, when I took it apart, it all peeled off so easy. And it was like, I'm not gonna be able to move furniture through this opening without rubbing my shoulder on it or bumping it with a cushion or something, and it would all just tear off. So I used some cement on it, the paneling cement, and I used the next size bigger than a brad, They're about the same length as a Brad, only slightly thicker. They get a little more grab. I would have used some panel nails if they had panel nails somewhere near the color of the paneling, but they don't. I can remember when they had so many color match panel nails. Now they got like white, gray, brown. That's all they have at Home Depot. And I wasn't going to go on a search of the internet or all the local lumber yards to see if somebody has something different. So I put it on with it's a little smaller than a 4 finish nail. I could have looked for some of the Brads like what he had used, but to be truthful with you, I would have had to hold them with needle nose pliers and put some double glasses on to see him, to hit him. The stuff he had in there was so thin. It was like ridiculously small. So that's it. I came home, played radio a bit. The wife brought home sub sandwich for lunch, and I hung out. TV1DXF N1XZW.
Yeah, I'm going to send it over to Glenn. As I've got it written down here, Glenn should be next. And I respect Glenn very much, so I'm not going to climb all over him like is going on all over the place lately. N1SNG, KB1, DXF. Your turn, sir.
What you're saying is I did what Glenn was trying not to do?
You know, I sit back with my coffee and my bagel, and wherever the crowd's fall, how deep, how intense the conversation is, and how we, have the little groups here. I, skip a beat here and there, fine. but it is a little bit of law and order sometimes. But if I get past, which has probably been one of the equations in growing up, that's fine. That's fine. Thanks, Gary. It's getting pretty busy out there now, and I can hear a lot of slop bucket and so on, and it must have been very, very busy in here yesterday, and the transmitters, and I think it's kind of a freestyle, no holds bar, in a sense, not all the way around, but in some cases just the bandwidths and all. Consider the source, the different transmitters that are out there, be it, commercial, civilian, military, industrial. I mean, there's some big units out there, some serious units. But, I'm in the 100-watt tabletop class here. It works pretty good. Try to leave a little room in between, a pause here and there. Use the dummy load when tuning up. The zero beat, I don't think that gets too much out on the airwaves, but there's certain give and takes with the AM, especially in the rallies. Sometimes I do more listening than anything there, and that usually works out pretty good sometimes. But anyway, all in all, put the fun factor in and go with it. And it's to say it's a contest. I'm not into that. Okay, 5 and 9, wham bam, thank you ma'am, and on to the next. A little bit of conversation, comments, and station identification, description, and so on, and that works pretty good with me. Hey, I'm not perfect either. Anyway, Gary, very good on. I think you said it was your grandson, maybe, the wrestling there. But in any case, very good. Going down to Trinity College. And, there's nothing like, you get a kid out there, and he or she is in, competitive sports, and they're just playing their hearts out. And, they look up in the stands, and, there you are. That goes a long way. It really does. It's well worth the trip, and, win, lose, or draw. I think that they see that you're there, and that goes a long way. That's for sure. Yep. And so very good on that, Gary. And Charlie, the paneling and all. Maybe he put that hardware in there for that particular reason, that he knew someday that he was going to go back in there, and it would be easier to pull that off. But the paneling nail, of course, back in the day, of course, we talked about Brewster's down at the shipyard many a time, but they had all the different hardware and the nails too. I remember my dad buying the nails. They were pretty long too. I'd say about an inch maybe plus. But in any case, once they're in, they had the serrations on them. Once they're in, they're not going anywhere. Those nails aren't going to pull out unless they're in rotted wood or something. But anyway, good job on that, Charlie. Yeah, that's kind of a one and done. But nothing's impossible if you for whatever reason you had to go in there, and you could open that up a little bit if you had to. But it sounds like you're tying the ribbons on that project and moving on to the next. And with the good weather coming, it gives us a little bit more motivation to get out and start working on different projects, picking up on some maintenance and all, and so on. So the spring's on the way. Went out on the front lawn there yesterday, and there's dandelions coming up. The daffodils are coming up in the back, and the deer are back. I was out. I always scout for the footprints, So I saw them along the side yard, and it looked like a larger deer and a smaller deer. And it looked like they might have, because I got the fence up in the back, it looks like they might have gone up into the back and, made their way through the fence. No indication of it, but when you look at the leaves and all that all rustled up. So anyway, last night around 12 o'clock I got up, and I look out the front door, and I'm like, looks like something's going on across the street. So I went into the garage, and I got two spotlights that shine, one across the street and one to the back. And sure enough, there was about 6 deer across the street. And I turned the light on, and they're just there munching away. That's the big white oak. There must be still a lot of acorns under the leaves. And they just kind of looked over, and I went out the front door, and I'm kind of watching them, and they're just like somebody's pets, But anyway, they finally moved on. But they can be somewhat destructive, if they want to be. But I don't think they're just scratching for acorns. Anyway, I wouldn't have to. I wouldn't want to get in the way of those, especially with the young ones there and all. It could be, they don't scare lightly, that's for sure. So anyway, back to you, Gary. KB1DXF N1SNG.
Yeah, okay, Glenn. I had a tuner on my antenna at the beginning of your transmission, but I was not chastising any one of you gentlemen when I mentioned the fact that people were starting to climb all over each other.